Okay, your boy's back. I went for a walk, put some heat on my back. We're good to go, guys. So if you're wondering why I'm super freaking late today, I pulled a muscle in my back, like between the like a lat muscle right here, and whenever I breathe, it's kind of like you know. But I'm good now, way better than I was. I just had to just stretch it out, get a little heating pad. We're good to go. Yeah. I wish I had, like, a good reason why I pulled a muscle in my back. Like, I was fighting a bear. Or, like, I was fighting a cocaine-fueled bear or something. Or, it was a bar fight. And I suplexed somebody. No, it's trash day. And I hurried up out of bed this morning to get the trash out because the trucks come early, like pretty damn early. And because that was the first thing I did when I got out of bed, I was pulling the totes to the street so the trash could pick it up and pulled. Yeah. Don't get old. Don't get old. Don't do that. Okay, I actually thought Cocaine Bear was a great movie. You know what, dude? It actually looks pretty funny. Like, if I had to guess, the movie's probably really good. Because the whole stick, right, is that you named a movie Cocaine Bear, right? So everybody's expecting it to be terrible. But it ends up being good. So that's the whole stick. It's like Mallrats, right? Kevin Smith was doing this in the 90s. Mallrats. It's just, the whole movie's filmed in a mall? Yeah. Oh, that sounds terrible. No, it's a really good movie. The same people that made a movie called Raptor Pastor. Okay. All right. Hey, Han Solo. Hallo, guten Abend, mein Freund. Wie geht's? We need to ban time moving forward. Yep. Actually, it's called Velocipaster. All right. Wie geht es gut? Danke. Ja, jawohl. All right. Hey, that German was with not even that much of an accent. Okay, all right. Fellas, as usual, full disclosure, one of my best friends growing up in high school was like off the boat German, and his parents, we'd go hang out and his parents would be there, and they did speak English, but they also spoke German around the house. So I did kind of inadvertently grow up with a little bit of that. So yeah, for whatever reason, hearing it a lot, kind of, yeah. I even confused my buddy at the time. He's like, how do you do that? I'm like, what do you mean, how do I do that? I grew up around your damn parents all day. Like, it's like when you hear people speak it all the time, you pick it up. This is the daily war against the trash pile. That is the hardest war of the world here. Sounds like you have problems like this. Okay. It was something like that, yeah. Welcome back, thank you. All right. So if you know you hear EJ speak with no German accent for a little while, or no English accent in German, that's the reason. That's the reason. Have you seen the new City Skylines trailer? Oh, gee, yeah. Look at the poster, Velocipaster. A man of the claw. It's pretty funny. Cool. How does German sound to American ears? Is it a rough language to hear? No, not really.
Discovery, going throttle.
Well, I mean, like, English is Germanic, dude. So, like, you know, when I hear someone speak German, right, or, like, Dutch for that matter, right, this happened a lot when I was in the Netherlands. And I'm not saying that Dutch and German are the same language. They're both Germanic. I get it, right? But Dude, like, I can get words. Like, there's words that mean the same thing, right? So you get words, and the grammar is kind of similar, but it's kind of not. I know German grammar is way more complicated than English, like, but yeah, it sounds fine to me. Like, it sounds like almost English, like almost normal, strangely enough. That and your boy, I'm kind of a little bit of a World War II history buff, so you do end up looking at a lot of archival footage from that time. So kind of used to it, I guess. Not in that way, you know what I mean? But Germans even over-engineered their language. I'm Dutch and I can understand quite a bit of German. Yeah, Bavano, it happens more with Dutch. Like, one of the nights when I was in Amsterdam, I just flipped on the TV because we had some downtime, and I was watching Dutch television, right? And I'm like, there was a Carglass commercial. Carglass derp-a-derp, right? And, which is just funny because it's Safe Light. We have the same commercials, but they're in English, almost, with just different people, right? And, like, like, even with no subtitles, I could understand what the guy was saying, because that's kind of because we have a very similar commercial to that one, right? Yeah, I know. Like, out of all the freaking commercials, that's the one where I'm like, oh, yeah, all that guy is saying is like, here, you choose the date, you choose the time, we'll come and fix your glass. I'm like, I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, yep, I can understand what that means. So, there is that. Carglass derp-a-derp, Carglass derp-derp. Yeah. I don't know why that's the one. That's the, like, I was like, all right, okay, I could get this. We could get the swing of things here. All right, anyway. So, we're going to try to do that Eve mission. Yeah, exactly. Dude, I'm convinced there's big car glass, all right? There's big car glass, dude, because we have the same thing. Thanks for your answer. Nice to hear that. Yeah, hon, it doesn't sounds fine to me. It just sounds like any other language, you know, like it. A lot of people say, like, oh, German is hard on the ears, but no, not if you hear it spoken. Like, I think people say it's hard on the ears because of that one guy. You just hear it spoken, sounds fine to me. Like, I mean, like, it's not French or any of the Romance languages by any means, but yeah, I'm convinced there's a big car glass conspiracy because it's literally the same thing across like 30 different countries. It's like, oh, we'll repair your glass, then we'll replace it. It's like, we call it Safe Light over here, which is interesting. But it's the same thing. What is this? All right, let's check this out and then Eve mission. Let's see. Farfalla, butterfly, papillon, mariposa, Schmetterling. Who die? A farfalla, the butterfly, a papillon. Mariposa. I didn't know mariposa meant butterfly in Spanish, to be honest with you. Schmetterling. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, dude. How about that 2012 meme template right there? Okay. Germans are slightly angry when they say certain words. Let's go to Eve. It's called the Belron Group. It's a conspiracy, man. It's an older meme, sir, but it checks out. I love how that Aqualex has become an older meme. It's an older meme, sir, but it checks out is in fact an older meme, and it does in fact check out. Krankenwagen. Ja. Ambulance? Wait, Jonas. So that means in German, yeah, that means in German you call being sick the Kraken. Huh. All right. Are you gonna do a round trip mission? No, it's Crank. Oh, that's not as cool. Schweinhund. Was? Ja, natürlichen Krankenwagen gehabt sprechen. Something about saying ambulance. Kraftfahrzeughaftpflicht Versicherung? Car, dude. Okay, English doesn't do that. Okay, English, we just say car insurance. You have insurance and you have car insurance. Reichsgeschlussverfahren. It's important. No one knows how to do that over here. All right. Anyway. So, 95, I wanted to do an Eve flyby with the transfer vehicle, but it's very clear by what I was seeing here before. Like, I was having trouble kind of concentrating on what was going on here, but it's pretty damn clear that this is broken. Y'all have thought otherwise. Don't do that again. Powered vehicle liability insurance. Oh, how efficient. I mean, no wonder you guys are good at engineering. It's buried right into your language. Jeez. So yeah, 95, my transfer vehicle is broken. I'm convinced, like, every file that I put that thing into breaks completely. Because, like, we should be able to launch this thing right now, and it really shouldn't be an issue. Like, this thing should be able to pop this thing up into space, no problem, right? All right, let's just test it to make sure that it's not worst rocket. I'm still kind of figuring out the ins and outs of the dang editor here. How's the back? I'm okay, Flash Booty. Yeah, there we go. There's that sagging again. Today's my 23rd birthday, so here's my money. Why are you giving me money on your birthday? All right, whatever. When do you think patches will be coming out? Bleak, I'm going to say either sometime this week or sometime next week, or maybe even a little bit of the week after that. The devs are chasing a lot of... And this is not anything that we didn't know. The devs are chasing after... they're chasing after game-breaking stuff. That's really what... I mean, they have a bunch of small stuff, obviously, right? That the QA team is working on. But the development team right now is really chasing the game-breaking stuff. So, like, save-breaking stuff... instance breaking stuff. Yeah. So the bugs that I'm trying to look for are bugs that screw with the gameplay. Like this one right here. Something is very wrong with this. And I'm not exactly sure what it is. From my experience with the editor, albeit, however, how limited it is, this problem here seems to come from rerouting vehicles. I'm pretty sure it's a hierarchical reroute problem here. Is this even back? Josh, I'm trying, man, but my launch vehicles keep breaking. There's a hierarchical problem here, and I'm not 100% sure how to go after it. Because look, what's wrong with the nav ball over there? Check that out. Something is not right here. There is an imparted velocity on the vehicle at 5.1 meters a second. That's pushing the vehicle down right now. And I'm not 100% sure what that is. Right? So, if I quick save and I quick load, I'm wondering what's going to happen. Is that same imparted force going to be applied to the vehicle on quick load? Hey, Rocket, what's going on? Yeah, there you go, Aqualux. Yeah. Yeah, see? Something is very abnormal here. You see the top? The top freaked out, right? Maybe I should use a different rocket design. Yeah, yo, it's less than before, but that imparted force still is being pushed down on the vehicle. This time that imparted force is pushing to the west. So that means it's pushing the vehicle that way. See, that one's strange. I don't know what causes this. I do think it has something to do with hierarchy. It has something to do with me putting this vehicle together, and it looks like it has something to do with copying and pasting files as well. I think that screws up things a little bit. Try testing it without the fairing. Yep. Last Kraftwagen. Yeah. Yeah, Death Roams, we know about the jet engine trick. We know about that. We flew into the sun the other day using that to our advantage. So let's belt that fairing off and let's see what happens. We'll get rid of the fairing and we'll see if that has something to do with it. Because it's very clear that what you do to one craft file, if you have another workspace that has a similar craft file in it, it's going to mess it up somehow. So there's something weird with copying and pasting craft files that I haven't really honed in on, but I think it's something to do with that. Let's belt it out. Let's see. Yeah, see? That time, no problem. It didn't sag on the pad. We can full time warp, and we have no downward pushing force on this thing. But the fairing, like... Do you still have a radial attached truss with the probe core? I noticed the game doesn't like the radial attached trusses. I do, Fleet. Yeah. What do you think about Cities 2 being built in UE5 and not Unity? Yeah, somebody... Dude, I wanted to talk about that. G actually asked me about that a second ago. G, if you're still here, sorry, we're talking about languages. UE5. So I had a theory about the Unreal 5 engine when they showed that demo trailer. Do you guys remember the UE5 demo trailer where the like, it was like a Tomb Raider-esque cinematic where the woman was like going through like rocks and tombs and stuff? It is not UE5. It is, in fact, Unity. The devs confirmed that on Twitter. Oh, okay. It's not UE5. All right. The cinematic was likely done in Unreal 5. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that makes more sense. I was going to say, dude, I had this theory about UE5 and what you could do with the engine. So, UE5 is very capable of doing extremely detailed environments that are relatively large, well, decent enough scale, right? You can do a pretty big environment with UE5 and have it be like photorealistic. I'm almost wondering what would happen if you took UE5, and I said this at the time, if you took Unreal 5 and didn't make everything photorealistic, realistically, how big of an environment could it take? I mean, if I was a game developer, right, and I wanted to do something with Unreal 5, and I wanted not super detailed maps, but, you know, like, I'd say, give it think like, I don't know, Grand Theft Auto 5 graphics. Those aren't super photorealistic, but, I mean, you can still tell it's a video game, except if somebody cranks the shaders on it, right? Like, GTA 5, like, good enough graphics, or even GTA 4. You take a game like that with good enough 3D environments. With UE5, you could theoretically scale an environment to hundreds of square miles and have it be pretty detailed over hundreds of square miles. So, can you imagine like I don't even know what type of game you could do with that. You could have some type of free roaming game that has like, that's the size of a freaking small country or something. Like, think what Arma does, but bigger. Hey, Whitney, what's going on? Do we know when we're getting gameplay footage? No, nothing yet, Josh. And it's important to know that trailer was kind of interesting, dude, because it showed like a rundown city, and then talked about rebuilding a rundown city. I'm not sure what to make of that, dude. I'm not sure like if we should read into that too much. I don't know. Good to see you again. How's the back doing? I went for a walk, put some heat on it, and yeah, we're good. I'm good enough. It still hurts a little bit, but I can do this and I can talk correctly without it hurting too much. Whitney, how are you? Good, good, and you? I did a little break. I needed it. Gotta do what you gotta do. You could play the trailer. I really, really want to try to focus on this Eve mission, dudes. I've been trying to do this for a good while now, but we end up troubleshooting stuff. I'm just trying to figure out what works and what doesn't, you know? Does the JSON from pasting in the editor contain part identities? I mean, something is not going too well, Aqualex, with copying and pasting. Yeah, something's not going swimmingly with that. City Skylines 2 will have hailstorms, rat infestations, and 150 map tiles in a single city. Yeah, Rin. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Are the hitbox on the fairing payloads up? Something is wrong with the separation on those things, Death. Something is very wrong with the animation on the fairings. The hitboxes also seem to just be around the rim of the fairing, like right at the bottom. They're not collidable right now. Sorry, City's hype. No, it's all good, dude. It's all good. All good. Cities 2 Epcot's going to be amazing. City Skylines turned to arcade for my taste. I'm not too hyped for 2. I crave a more realistic simulation than paint a city approach. Yeah, Faradar, whenever I play cities, dude, I always try to... I do feel that with the later expansions, they kind of made it really too easy. You could just bank on state-subsidized oil and make bajillions of dollars and then make whatever you want. But that seems to be like... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They don't really... I know what you mean. It did get a little bit too easy to just make money at the end. Yeah, I would really like something more like SC4, but what I would want is just difficulty settings, configurable difficulty. So, you know, if somebody wants to paint a city, that's fine. And if someone wants to go hardcore and play on hard mode, basically what they did with Cities 1. Cities 1 has hardcore mode, but nobody ever plays it. Not even me. Maybe I should go check that out, but... I'm curious if I should try to go and make this rocket, right? If we should try to go and make this rocket and the transfer vehicle all in one craft file. I think that's what we should do. So yeah, Josh, that seems to be the case, you know, because you're dealing when you're making a game, you're dealing with a wide variety of people. So, you know, I think keeping the configurability open and then keeping mod content open, like especially with a sandbox game, that's key. Like that's the key for any type of sandbox game. Have it be moddable and make everything modular. So, you know, like difficulty settings, modular difficulty. Just really make the game as functional as you can. Build the foundation as strong as you can, and then I mean, look at Cities. 8 years out of the gates, I'll still play it. Cities is still a good game, you know? I'm with you on that one, pal. All right, let's go. So, all right, let's think about this. How are we gonna do this? I want to build out an Eve mission, and we need to build out that transfer vehicle. And I have a feeling it has to do with... copying and pasting stuff. I can't prove it, though. I don't know. Somebody would have to go bug test this a little bit more. But what I'm going to do is we're going to do some SPH stuff, and I will build... I want to see if we can build something out to, like, KSP1 level of detail, especially with my core stage. So that's what we'll do. When do you think we will get extra large boosters and engines?
Discovery, go at throttle.
I don't know, Death Rooms. I'm not really 100% sure on when that's going to happen, dude. But I will say, like, once again, I'll say what I've been saying this entire time, dude. I guarantee you it's going to come sooner rather than later. I'm pretty dang sure from what I've seen from people digging through the craft files that, pretty sure that what I've seen from people digging through the craft files, it very, very much seems like, It very much seems like a lot of this stuff is already in the game. Dude, yeah. Hey, Twilight of the Gods. Thank you for the Prime sub. All right, so I'm going to try to get crazy with this build. A little bit more crazy than what we have. The last couple of like SLS-style rocket builds that I've done are pretty straightforward. So we're going to go hardcore with this, all right? So I'm going to build it to the best of my ability. Like, I'll try to pull out all the KSP-1 style stops, and we'll really see what makes this thing tick. All right, so the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to start out with that fairing, all right? And then what I'll do so I can get some better camera controls is we'll get the fuel balls and put them in the background. The reason why I want to do this is so I can focus the camera on stuff in the background, and that actually helps. That actually helps me, like, if you focus on stuff in the background and then you zoom in on stuff, like if you hold left alt, you can do fine control zoom, right? That actually really, really helps. I'm just gonna move that a little bit more in so we can see what the heck we're doing. See, this really helps with placing stuff. And then if I kind of select over here. Hey, cats, what's going on? Hope you're keeping well. I'm doing all right, man. My back was killing me this morning. And don't get me wrong, it's not the usual back pain that I get. I do have herniated discs back there, but I legit just pulled a muscle. And it was hurting, dude. I will tell you that. It really freaking hurt. All right, so let me think. Let me think about how we should do this. Do we have craft width? The craft width is reading at 4.89. And now let me do our standard Kerbal scaling here. I'm going to try to build this like I built the ET for the shuttle and see if it really does what I think it's going to do. This will be kind of a test. I want to rebuild the rocket and I want to get it ready for Eve, right? But this will really be a test to try and see what makes the editor tick. So if you guys just sit back, relax. I'm gonna go and do some pretty hardcore building in here, and show you how to make inadvertently kind of show you how to make a really strong freaking rocket. This thing should not be impenetrable to the Kraken because clearly it's not. But I have a theory that if I build everything in the same craft file, then I don't think we're going to have that much of an issue. I think that might have something to do with it. I think this editor is really tailored to build everything in one workspace. I think that's what's going on because it clearly doesn't like copying and pasting parts. So, hey, Purple Haze. Good song, man. Thank you for the Prime sub, dudes. Thank you for all the support, guys. All right, so let's do some calculations out. We know that Kerbal 1 runs with a 60% scale to its real-life counterparts, right? And we know that basically our datum for that is the Mark III fuselage, and that seems to be exactly the same size. So if the Mark III is exactly the same size, then that's a pretty damn good indicator that we can run with the same scale. So here's how I build stuff in KSP1. And this will work in KSP1, and we're kind of going to test to see if it works here. So, SLS, we're trying to build an SLS-style rocket. It's 8.4 meters in diameter. So, times that by 0.6, I think it's 0.61. And that gives you 5.1 meters, give or take. Let's just round it to the 100th, right? So, 5.12 core stage width, all right? So,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Here's how we're going to do that. I'm going to try to see if the rulers do their thing. And once again, we're using the verboten part. The verboten. Okay. Let me think about how this can get done. So we need to get the right width, right? So this tells you width right there. Our width is 4.89, so we're a little bit off. Let me think. Going with a more run-of-the-mill design might not be the worst thing. All right, well, let's go. Death Roams with the 2-monther. Thank you. All right, so we might not even need the rulers because we have the orthographic views. I'm sorry. The hell is this about? No orthos. I was serious about you following your job dreams. I know you were, Joe. And I was serious about what I said back to you, dude. I know. I'm good at this. Turns out I really only planned on doing this for a couple of years back in 2015, but the thing is that I'm actually pretty good at it. Who knew? Pretty good teacher. Yeah, Aqualux, I already did that. Yeah, I tried toggling that. Let's reload the editor space. Hey, Alpha. I have come to haunt you. For the good. Thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Yeah, resetting the scene seems to have done it. But it only did it once. Am I missing something here?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey! DKG V2. Another Prime sub. Thanks, guys. I don't like taking days off, dudes. Like, that's really my thing. Even on the weekends, I'm like, ugh, you know? And so, I try to be here. That's the big thing with streaming. You gotta be here.
Discovery,
so I appreciate all this. Fred, thank you. Appreciate all the support, guys. Really, I do. Thank you very much. I'll try my best to keep you entertained. And you have my word on that. Let's restart. Let's see what happens. It took me 5 years in a house to convince you to take weekends off. I don't know, Aqualux. I haven't... Dude, we could sit here and try to figure that physicsless problem out. I have my theories about it, dude, to be honest. Hey, just found your channel yesterday, but I love the way you explain things and play the game, so might as well give you the Prime if it helps. Oh, it helps, DK. Absolutely. Oh, yeah. Every little bit helps, man. You know, thank you. Yeah. I appreciate it. Looks like NASA did a post-A1 briefing. It was on Novus when my back was hurting for the most part, so I was like, I don't want to do this. Didn't see it for long enough. Is that the ISS or mirror? Oops. Hang on. I gotta reopen the resource monitor. I have it up on there. I had the wrong window. Here. Kerbal does not take very long to restart, so I'll show you. Take a look. That's my desktop background. This is a picture from a Soyuz that is going to dock with the ISS. It's going to dock to Rasvet, but that's the shuttle at the station. I think this mission is... I think that's STS-1... It's either 134 or 135. That's one of the last shuttle missions, dude. I just love this picture. It's one of my all-time favorite pictures from the shuttle program. Thanks for doing what you do. Yeah, no problem, G. Pace, thank you. Either way, it seems like the editor also might be... yeah, Aqualux, I think you might be right. I think the physicsless parts are borking things in the editor. And, see, I think my personal theory is that there's a clue there. And here, actually, fellas, hold on. Shuttle at ISS. This is a NASA picture, so you don't have to ask permission for it. It's all public domain. But if you go here and you go to the NASA website, they're using it as a backer for the... Okay, so which shuttle is it? It's Endeavour, so that has to be 133. It has to be 133. But this picture is superbly high res. It's like in 6K or something. 134. Oh yeah, 133 is Discovery. So it is 134. I was right. The reason how I can tell, fellas, and this is the dead giveaway. That's why I said it's 134, 135. If I could read the name on the shuttle, obviously, but with this higher res picture, you absolutely can. The reason how I know it's 134 or 135 and it can't be any other shuttle mission is on the integrated truss. See this kind of diamond-shaped thing right there? That's the AMS-02 experiment. AMS-02 was delivered on STS-134. So see that payload right there? It's the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer 2. AMS-1 is somewhere else on the station. But knowing AMS-2 is out there on the S4 truss segment, I know it's 134 or 135 because that wasn't there for any other shuttle missions. It has to be one or the other. Also, this is post STS-130 because Node 3 and the cupola are there as well. And it's obviously... So this dates right there. These two things dated as 2011. And that one dates it as May 2011, which is... Yeah, this is what I do. I'm a freaking nerd, man. There's another picture that Soyuz took right there. It's an amazing picture. That's an amazing station, dude. And that's an amazing spacecraft. The shuttle's beast, man. It doesn't get better for low Earth orbit access. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I had to choose between a shuttle and a Saturn V, I'm taking the Saturn V. But also, you'd be hard pressed to not for like low Earth orbit. Think about how good the shuttle would be at building like Starlink and stuff. It would be insanely good at doing stuff like that. You feeling better? I'm all right, Bith. Yep. Like, yeah, it's... The shuttle is so good at doing stuff like this. It would be so good at building Gateway. Seriously, you build Gateway and then put Gateway on some kind of ballistic transfer with its Hall effect engines. It would be disgustingly good at it. Yeah, at 500 million a launch, of course it's expensive. You want a Mercedes or do you want a Lada? Which one of those is more expensive? Do they do the same thing? Yes, they absolutely do. But one of those things does a lot more than the other one of those things. You get what you pay for with spaceflight. Every time. Without question, man. Anyway, back to Kerbal. James is like, I'll take the Lada. He was like, I don't want car. The Hall effect? Yeah. You want me to so the Hall effect is
Discovery,
all right.
Go and throttle up.
So the Hall effect is the production of a potential difference across an electrical... I don't have a good explanation for this, so it's off the wiki page, so take this for what you will. Hall effect is the production of a potential difference across an electrical conductor that is transverse to an electrical current in the conductor and to an applied magnetic field. It was discovered by Edwin Hall in 1879. It is sometimes termed the ordinary Hall effect to distinguish it from other related effects, which occurs across a void or hole in a semiconductor, or when a metal plate is currently injected via contacts that lie on the boundary or edge of the void. The charge then flows outside of the void with the metal or semiconductor material. The effect becomes observable. It becomes observable in a perpendicular applied magnetic field. As a Hall voltage appearing on either side of a line connecting the current contacts, it exhibits several It exhibits apparent sign reversal in comparison to the ordinary effect occurring simply in the connected specimen. It depends on the current injected. It depends on the current injected from within the void. Let me take a look here. In the diagram A, the flat conductor produces a. In diagram A, the flat conductor possesses a negative charge on the top, symbolized by the blue color, and a positive charge on the bottom, in red. In B and C, the direction of the electrical and the magnetic fields are changed, respectively, which switches the polarity of the charges around. Indeed, both fields change direction simultaneously, which results in the same polarity as in diagram A. Electron's flat conductor, which serves as a Hall element. Yeah, you get what you pay for, Vulcan. It's not that much more expensive. And you got to remember, that $500 million price tag that's the stack. Operations would have gotten a little bit more, so it's like $1 billion all told. So you're all in $1 billion on the space shuttle. For, like, total cost involved. It's pretty damn good, man. Pretty freaking good for what it does. It's pretty freaking good. Doesn't get better. No, like, seriously, it doesn't get better than that. It's a pretty damn good design. So it looks like, basically, yeah, I mean, need a little bit of a refresher here, but it looks like it's picking up on ionized electromagnetic fields. That's if I'm looking at this right. I'm not too good with electrical stuff, guys. Like, I know what a Hall effect thruster does. It ionizes. It arcs a bit of current through an inert gas to get it to release electrons, to get it to ionize. Electrodigital. I'm not too good with the digicals, fellas. Interesting. That's cool. All right. Anyway, let's so basically the Hall effect is, yeah, you can, I guess yeah, that's I haven't really came up with like a way to really describe it well, like describe it in the EJ way of describing it, you know? See what I mean about craft? Okay, all right. With Hall effect, yeah, you'd have to go check it out. I'm sure there's somebody that has a better explanation than me out there, dude. To be honest with you, I didn't mean to disrupt the stream by reading wiki, but if you're learning, yeah. Well, shoot, I'm not, dude. I don't know everything, man. That's something that, as a streamer, that's kind of hard to grasp your mind around, dude. But yeah, the second I started doing that is the second I started learning more stuff. So I know what the Hall effect does in terms of like a Hall effect thruster. You arc current through an inert gas and it ionizes and it releases electrons. I'm going to go ahead and guess that what's going on with that plate is something very similar to that, but I just don't really have a good way. I don't have an EJ way of explaining it because it doesn't really... Dude, sometimes I get introduced to concepts and like, I know what that's doing. I know what it's doing. I see what it's doing. You can see the diagram, right? It's pretty straightforward stuff. I just don't... My brain, it just doesn't click. You know what I mean? I'd have to go read about it more. I'll get back to you on that one. I'll give myself some homework tonight and go read about it. So, Hall effect sensors on high-end gaming controllers basically are used to determine position. They're used as, It's used as a potentiometer. That was the right thing. That's what it does. It's basically that. See, that's what it's doing. It replaces the potentiometers. That's so you can get you're more accurate. It's a more accurate read with the joystick. Yeah, it's using the Hall effect, right? It's using Hall effect to determine position, which is actually pretty smart. Using Hall effect to determine position, believe it or not, is not anything new. Cars have been doing it for 30 years. So when automobiles, right, switch to computer-controlled systems and away from like mechanically controlled systems, like from carburetors to fuel injection, right, and coils instead of distributors. Basically, the way that the engine distributes charge to the spark plugs, because you need the spark plugs to push the piston down. The computers needed ways to pick up on camshaft position and crankshaft position, so the computer would be able to send the spark to the spark plug at the right time. They use Hall effect sensors to do it. Same exact idea. So, like, there is a gear almost spinning on the camshaft on a modern engine and on the crankshaft, and then there's positional sensors, and that camshaft has like a when it rotates every 360 degrees, there's a gap in the teeth, so that interrupts the Hall effect from the sensor, and the computer can determine the position of the camshaft from using the Hall effect. Same idea that with the joysticks, it can determine position. Yeah, I know that that's what the Hall effect does, and now I got a little bit more, makes more sense now, because it's looking for interrupted signal, and from that interrupted signal, depending on how interrupted it is, the computer can extrapolate camshaft RPM from that, and it can figure out where the position is. That's actually really freaking smart. And so yeah, like a computer controls all the mechanical components on a modern car, right? And that's actually super simplified over the mechanical systems that were needed to make a car work. You can make the engine 1,000 bajillion times more efficient when you have a computer controlling it. The reason why is because everything is dynamic, right? You can change stuff. You can tune and that's what modern engine tuning is, where you're changing around, like when you want the spark plugs to fire, and you're changing around like changing around when the spark plug wants to fire is ignition timing, and then you can, with a modern engine, you can tweak like fuel delivery and stuff. But yeah, that uses Hall effect as well. So do I have to upgrade my GPU? Echo, honestly, if you have something above like a 1070 or above or equal to like a GTX 1070, you honestly buy more RAM and get a better processor. Kerbal is going to need a beefier processor and RAM in the future. You don't need a hardcore graphics card to play this game. Yeah, shooting. Mm-hmm. I'm all right, Vasi. I'm okay. I went for a walk, put heat on it, and yeah, I'm good. Just went for a walk, stretched out my back. It ironed it right out. I mean, it still hurts. It's still sore, but I can talk now, so that helps. All right, dudes, let's roll. So, this craft file's broken already. It's already broken. I can't even get into orthos with this thing. Even the scene change, if we go back to the Space Center, right? And then if we go back over here, right back into the craft file. Okay, we have orthographics now, but it's only once. All right, let's start eliminating possibles here. I do, Jackal. I do. Hall sensors are just better. Yeah, VRL for sure, man. Alright, does adding a new part change anything? No, it still locks out orthographic views. Hey Noah, how are you? Or not Noah? Random question, what racing wheel do you have? A G29, Logitech G29. It's not anything special, dude. This is a fairing plate Aqualux. My money's coming down in favor of this thing. This thing might be the problem. Let's save and let's reload. Yeah, orthographics get locked out when a fairing is in the scene. My guess is because my guess might be is that it might be the root part. So let's go over here like this. Save the scene now. Reload it. And then let's go to the training center. Get that sawtooth. The brake pedal sucks, Jack. That's the reason why I suck at racing. I can't trail brake with that thing, and I can't go any faster because the brake pedal is terrible. Dude, give me the synthwave all day. But look, interesting thing, guys. This scene for the training center is being projected in front of the VAB scene. I know because the fairings and part of the VAB UI is still showing through here. But we'll go back over here and see what happens. All right, so now, nope, no orthos. All right, delete the fairing out of the scene, see what happens. Reload it. Let's switch craft files to this one. Huh. All right. How you doing, Pietro? I'm all right. My back's still a little bit sore, but I'll be okay. No orthos. Nothing. All right, let's restart. I just stretched my back out. I just pulled a muscle, Pierto. So I put some heat on it and went for a walk. Believe it or not, I went and touched grass for a little while. Or that poor excuse that we have for grass during winter. It's more just mud, a mud pile with some dead grass on it. Yeah, Drardek, I'm with you. I'm with you. It's something that's broken. Yeah, something. But see, something is. Yeah, it's broken globally. Exactly. We did something, right? This craft file breaks it. Now, can we go into the real thing? Is can we go into like my plane craft file, for instance? Let's get the KA100 out, right? Nope. Nothing. Ooh. We'll call it the cart, Jackal. I like that name. All right, so going back to the main menu should fix that. Go back in here. Autosave 2, right? Okay. Trying to, some of my favorite stuff to do is figure out what makes this game tick. Any game. That's my favorite thing to do. I really enjoy it. I hope you guys enjoy it too. Now reuse it. It's just an expendable craft file. That's all. All right. So load up autosave 3, right? And draw our deck. Let's see. Let's load right into that KA100 craft file and see if the ortho views are still broken. Because if they are, that tells me that you're right. It's global. It's something with the save. It's something with the save. The save is caca. That means we broke something in the save. Which tells me that, once again, I mean, Aqualex... Come on, man. You were saying, like, you know, it has something... that micro struts have something to do with the editor as well. Yeah, see? Junk. Huh. Is there a game you haven't broken? No, I like breaking video games. But, see, here's the thing. That's not even the whole stick of what I do. There are plenty of other Kerbal players that love breaking the game. I like breaking the game, and then I like figuring out why I broke the game and figuring out a solution for getting around that to get the game to do what I want it to do. That's the difference. I have no orthographic views, Rocket. My orthographic views are locked out. Probably try removing some of the balls. Well, there were other craft files where orthographic views were working just fine. Like, this is the first craft file I ever... Oh, boy. Nothing. I don't know if it's something like that, Aqualex, but I do know that there's something screwing something up badly here, dude. Something is really wrong. No, Cats, this is not something... It's something we did. Something we did to break it, and I'm not 100% sure what that is. Interestingly enough. Hey, Big Sauce, I'm trying to... I don't have any orthographic views, and it's really kind of messing me up here. I wanted to start... Yeah, it's breaking the editor, N3. That's the weird one. It's breaking the editor. It's very strange. It's just... Yeah, see? No orthos. I can't... Orthographic views locked out. I'm not sure if this is intended or not. I don't think it is. It doesn't... Very much doesn't seem like it is, but... Yeah, it's the save N3, I think. We've tried restarting multiple times, dude. I'm trying to troubleshoot. I'm trying to figure out what's making it break. But I think I just clogged this save up with nonsense.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's go to the Space Center and see if we can get our UT. So we're at year 3, day 121. Just keep that into account. We can time warp this save to the new one. Let's make a new save and see if that's what's going on. Yeah, no, it's all good, man. It's all good. I know you're just trying to help. All good, dude. Don't worry about it. Epilepsy warning. Sorry about that, guys. I'm just gonna get off this screen so I don't kill somebody. Yeah, I know, you can see it on you see it on my face. Nice. Alright, so I put us to year 2, day 347, dude. A little late, huh? Yeah. Kind of started doing it and I'm like, yeah, we should probably say something. You know what? You know what we should do? Here's the solution for this problem. Let's go to the, not the training center, no. Tracking station. Here we go. And let's just do a little bit of that. Year 3, day 121. We're at year 3, day 89. That's close enough. Alright, let's just put it to daytime. There we go. Alright, so let's try to... The save. Something in the save broke that. Okay. Yeah. That's bizarre. But, yeah, I guess we'll roll with it. New save time. Alright, do I have any... There should be nothing in here. Alright, cool. Let's start from scratch. Let's do this Eve mission. Or at least let's start building it and see what happens. The hell? The hell's that about? That was weird. It drew a little fairing on there. There was like a tiny little guy in there. Booster 9 is receiving its engines. Cool. Well, that was the first save. It, you know, I'm actually pretty impressed, Kem, that it took me a week and a half to break the stupid thing. I'm surprised we didn't go to another save earlier. All right, so let's build the vehicle first. We're aiming for a 5.1 core diameter, so let's go in here like this, and I need a small part that I can place. intents and purposes, just use the stupid RCS ball. Give me 1 second. Sorry, it's my mom. She's wondering if I was okay. I had to make sure. Okay. Yeah, that's so dang freaking close. We might as well just... Alright, well, let's go and see if we can mess with this. This fairing shape doesn't show up on width in the VAB. Writing it down. Bearing width doesn't show in the VAB. It doesn't show in the engineer's report. How would you go about building a nuclear tug that is more like a ferry that can go out and come back Kerbal for reusability? Ghost One, what I ended up doing... Here, I gotta shut my door. Hold on, it's getting cold in here. What I ended up doing was building something like, if you Google... Mars Transfer Vehicle Copernicus, like the scientist Copernicus, that gives you that's what NASA's idea was, and we have the parts in KSP with the truss segments to build something like that. All right, let me go in here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wednesday. Go, 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 go. Thank you. I'm going to use a tried and trusty part here, the I-beam. We can use our orthographic views now, so we got that going for us, which is nice. .13. That's a... Oh, I broke it. All right, that's the tank size that we're looking for right there. All right, cool. All right, so now what I should be able to do is just copy it. Cool, we can use that as a template now. Excellent. All right, so that's the forward skirt of the vehicle. So I'm going to make sure we set this fairing correctly. No ejector force, no fair... No... Yeah, no fairing enabled. Perfect. All right, so this one will be the forward skirt of the vehicle. So what I'm going to do is... We're going to try to get a good orange going here. There we go. That's good enough. That's good orange. Aren't you glad that it's... Yeah, all right. Forget I said that. All right. So that one can act as our forward skirt. That's our template part. Let's save. This is the... we'll just call it Heavy Launch Vehicle. Heavy Launch Vehicle 1, workspace, and payloads. Heavy Launch Vehicle. Yeah, great name, I know. It's not just a clever name. What the EJ doing? Alex, I gotta go look at it a little bit more. I broke my save. No orthographic views, believe it or not, in the other save. So the one that we went to the moon, Minmus, Duna, and Ike in, broken. I don't know. I'd have to go troubleshoot it off stream, dudes. But yeah, that's what's going on, dude. I don't know. So I built I'm building a new one. We dialed in another save here, so I'm building the rocket again. I'm not exactly sure. The worst part is that I'm not exactly sure what broke it. I don't know. Something is very wrong with that. It's the save file too, because ortho views don't work for any craft file, any of them. So something is broke save wide, and I have no idea what it is. Feeling better? Yeah, Ford. I lied down. I took a walk. I didn't take a nap, believe it or not. I lied down on the heating pad for a little while. I'm good. Copy and paste from save to save. See, I don't know if it's craft files that caused the problem either. So yeah, with blackjack and skyhooks. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so that's going to serve as the forward skirt of this vehicle for the most part. Now what I'm going to need to do, and this is how I used to build these things in KSP1. All right, we copy that fairing, right? And we move it back. And actually dump that and see if we can copy this one. Can we get away with it? No. Alright, what about if we do this? Nope. It just deletes the fairing. Did you provide the developers with the file? Well, that just happened this stream. I've been sending off bug reports to the devs pretty much based off of our interactions that we have. Not interactions with the devs. The interactions that we've done on stream. Like the strut to launch clamp. I isolated that and I sent it off. That one should be fixed sooner rather than later, whenever the patch comes out, you know. Whenever the patch for the game comes out, Gene, that's when it will be fixed. All right, so give me another fairing here. And how did we do this with the old one? We did it. If you rotate the second fairing, will it delete it too? Yep. It doesn't remember. Copying fairings doesn't retain fairing shape. So, close fairing off, remove the top segment? What do you mean? Alright, well, you're talking about closing it off like that? And then just hit that check mark? Nope, still doesn't get rid of it. Yeah, iRobot, it's what I said basically at the beginning, guys. It's in my best interest that this game does well. really need that. I really need it to do well. That would be good for me. So yeah, I'm trying to build out a rocket that's going to be Kraken proof. I'm trying to use the tricks that I know from KSP1, and I'm trying to see if they work. So if we copy this, does it retain the shape? It does. Interesting. Yeah. Strange. Copying fairings. And attaching does not retain fairing shape. Thank you. Nothing is Kraken proof. Well, let's see if my build techniques can fix it, Buck. Let's see. We'll see where it takes us, man. What you making? A better version of the the SLS style rocket that we've been trying to cook up here for a little bit. Yeah. All right. There's an old KSP1 trick, and you guys can use this, but we have to use the verboten part. Nope. Do any of these support radial attachment? Yeah, there we go. That actually reminds me. Editor needs world orientation. Snap. Yeah, world orientation snap was part of how I could make such really pristine craft files in KSP1. That's really super important.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But we could still do this in here. We can get away with it. We can use some old KSP tricks. So, what I'm doing here, guys, is I'm going to make a ruler. You make a ruler out of this thing if we do stuff like that. So, we're going to have to go into the orthographic view, and I'm going to need to basically eyeball the straightness of the ruler, which is not really what I want to do. With world orientation, it makes it really easy because you can snap it to, well, world. But we'll go over here like this, and I'll use the top edges of the octag struts to make it nice and flush. And now I know that the strut is perfectly straight. We know that that's straight. Hey, Tom Cream 913 sub. Thanks, dude. So now what we can do is take that, and we should be able to place it as a sub-assembly, and the strut doesn't run. Okay, cool. And now the strut isn't there on the duplicated part. Oh, that's good. And we can't shift move. Well, that trick doesn't work. Can't make rulers anymore. You can't make rulers in the way that we were making them, at least. So we're going to have to find another way around. So let's go here like this. And I want to make another fairing that basically closes on this thing, right? So if I take a strut piece, right? That strut piece is going to have to... There we go. We can just take the strut and just move the strut around, right? And now what that did was now I have rulers. I have a ruler to draw the fairing. So if we go back into this, right? Go here like this. Take angle snap, turn it off. Make this flush. And then hit the plus. Flush and plus. There we go. Check mark that fairing out. Now we essentially have a duplicate. This is why I was kind of like bumming that we couldn't duplicate a fairing, but that's okay. This can move back like this. Now what we have to do is find a way to mount that fuel tank. So the tanks that I was using previously for my shuttle ET, I think was... I think it was that. I think that's right. How are you doing? How was your weekend? It was fine, S. How are you? I spent it doing taxes, dude. Yeah, Alex, that's cool. Yeah. Use the guidelines? Yeah, I suppose we could use the guidelines as well, Cirrus. That's not a bad idea. All right. Okay. Yeah, a 5 meter. That's what we were doing. We had a 5 meter, and then I had the adapter, and then I had the adapter again. That's what we were using. So, because what I'm building here, and I'm trying to make it super freaking strong. So, instead of just having fuel tanks to get it to be proportionally right and everything to make it look good, I have a fairing surrounded by fuel tanks. That's what I do in KSP1 to not make it look like I have a bunch of stacked fuel tanks on top of each other. And it also helps because it occludes the tanks and arrow is applied with fairings to the right spots on the vehicle. Yeah, that's how we did it. So what I'm going to do, because we can node attach that to the fairing, is we will move this up. Right? We got to make sure that we're centered on those lines there. Okay, that's centered in position. So this piece needs to go right here. Well, we couldn't have been using that. So what 5 meter piece was I using?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey Sawyer, what's going on? 78 months. Why did 7 not want to go to dinner? Because 7 ate already. Ah, get it? You know you liked it deep down. Did I, though? Okay. And then in my other craft file with the other rocket, we had this tank. So how much does that tank hold? Here, let's just attach that there. Get that fuel tank going in here. 12.8 and 51.2. And then I had this tank behind that, and this one had half. So we have half of that. So that's how much fuel we needed for our SLS style booster, using shuttle engines to get into space. So how much fuel is this total? Let's just do some quick calculations. There's some good info in the A1 post-flight presser if you get a chance to listen to it. Okay, man. Thank you. All right. 12.8 plus 20 plus 25.6. We need something. We need 38.4 tons of methane, and then we need 153.2 tons of oxidizer. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
$38.4 and then 153.2. Save. There we go. I never played KSP before. I find this game very interesting, but I still think I'm going to wait till it's less buggy. Yeah, McLean, I implore you to reconsider. No, KSP 2 is buggy right now. And if you're a newer player, it will help you with tutorials and stuff. The tutorials, believe it or not, aren't very buggy for what it's worth. It's just when you get out on your own, that's when it starts to get buggy. Hey, Blueberry, 11-month resub. Crow with the 29-monther. Thank you. Binkelberg. Yeah, KSP 1 might be a better investment right now, dude, if you want to kind of get the hang of it. Because KSP 1 is pretty dang solid right now, comparatively. Yeah. There are still bugs with KSP 1, don't get me wrong. You'll still find ways to break it, but it's Kerbal. But I would say that KSP is one of the most gnarly sandbox games you can find. Hey, Red, what's going on? Hey, Red, I missed a raid from you the other day, dude. I apologize about that. That's my fault. It was like 2 or 3 days ago, or maybe last week. Thank you very much for the raid. I felt really bad. I was kind of in the middle of something, I think. I was probably had my head too far up my own tailpipe, you know what I mean? But either way, thank you, buddy. I do appreciate it. Wonder if setting CPU priorities and affinities will improve the performance. KSP2 right now is in a pretty unoptimized state, Echo, because it's because early access. The devs are doing like early access to a T. You know what I mean? Like they're doing it this way on purpose. So I don't know. Take that for what it's worth. All right, so I wrote down how much we needed. We need 38.4 tons of methane and 153.2. So I'm going to take those numbers, we'll divide them, and then we can figure out how much fuel we need. 38.4 divided by 2, 19. We need 19 we need a combination that gives us 19 tons of methane. So get rid of this, and I think this tank volume might do us right. Let's go in here. 6.4. No, we're short. So 12.8 plus 3 is 15.8. We're short a little bit. Story of my life. Yeah, McLean, and you consider KSP 1. KSP 1 doesn't have any tutorials, dude, but if you have problems with it, come in here and ask me straight up. I'm usually here Monday through Friday, 10, 12 hours a day. Yeah, I got a bad streaming addiction. Don't tell anybody. Yeah. Hey, Scott's Arcade, thanks for the raid, buddy. I do appreciate it. And yeah, you can always ask me a question. You want to learn how to do something? I got you. We also have KSP2 tips. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I'm not short in that regard, Aqualex. Yeah, but I do get what you're saying. So We have 6.4, so it's 12.8, so it's 15, and we need 19. So we need another tank that holds 4 tons of methane. How much does this sucker hold? That's 1.8. That's no good. What about you? 3.6. Maybe if we did that. This seems like something I would do. Been enjoying myself messing around with KSP. Been enjoying messing around with KSP too. Looking forward to its patches and improvements. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. It's gonna be fun. Okay. Oh, very nice. Sometimes I wish I could go to space just for that extra inch. Soon, maybe soon, dude. Yeah, Death Realms, I'm with you. What are you trying to make? I'm trying to rebuild one of my lifter designs from KSP1. Alright, so 19 is what we're looking for here. So let me take that subassembly, attach it here, do this. 6.4, 12.8, 19.2, 21. Okay, we don't... Yeah, that's good. This will get us where we need. That right there, this tank combination. So, what I'm going to do is I don't want the tanks in the mainline hierarchy just yet. The whole idea from this was going fairing to fairing and putting the tanks inside of said fairing. So, take that, rotate it into position, and then just make sure we're more or less aligned on the center. Just like that. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm going to save my work. All right, now we take this and we move this into position like that. Now, if you notice, you know, why do you use the conic tank there? Well, maybe if I want to make this into a shuttle external tank later, we can do that. I have a kind of unhealthy obsession with that thing. All right, so now what I'm going to do is let's go back into orthos, right? And this is why I needed them. This is why we ended up chasing that damn bug, right? So let's go back into orthos, hit this right there, and then see if we... Well, it's good to know that our struts are crooked. This is what I mean about not having world snap, but it's okay. We fixed it. Strut still is crooked. We'll use the lines instead. Just get rid of those. The guidelines are probably better anyway, so. It's important to line the fairings up or else this thing's going to look weird from the outside. It's close enough. Why are you going to put that on that side? Can't see, there's a damn plus sign in the way. Okay, we'll use this one instead. Alright. So once again, I'm trying to use the blueprint lines here as actually rulers. Oh, nice. It let me do it. Excellent. Sweet. Take this. Move that back over there. Paint that to look like that. Oh, yeah, baby. Very nice. Sam, I'm alright, dude. I'm okay. Just, yeah. Hurt my, pulled a muscle, dude. I'm fine. I'll be okay. Oh, yeah. Quality spray-on foam insulation. Cool. Alright, so that's good to know that that works and it looks good. So I'm just going to take that fairing back, right? Unsheath it for a moment. Go in here. And now we got to do some strut work. Alright, so the strut work that we have to do is as follows. Let's take this right here. Set it to 3 times sim. And we will start up at the front and go 3 times symmetry. From there to there. We don't need orange struts. We don't need orange struts. Alright, so that connects the hierarchy from the tanks back in, because the tanks are technically connected to that fairing, which is connected to that fairing. This kind of closes the whole gap. So now we got to go in here like this. Set this as focus part, then let's move in. And now I'm going to select the bottom of the conic tank. Just to make sure we're doing this correctly. Let's go in here like this. And move the struts out. There we go. What is that? Oh, those are the spares. Yeah, those are broken. Okay, cool. All right, so now let's go in here. And you see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do inverted 3 times symmetry, and we'll attach that tank to there, like that. And then what we can do is take the struts and we could just fine-tune place them like this. All right, cool. Now this thing should stay together. It should hold together really, really nicely. So let's go take the fairing. Move this back up to here like this. And then checkbox it. And now that's nice and strong. We know that's super strong. Good. This is going to serve as the structural center point for this vehicle. All right? So Yeah, Jacob, I'm all right. FYI, I put up a suggestion for us to allow. Yeah, I saw the link. Yeah, cool. Sam, I'm doing okay. I'm trying to build. I'm trying to build something that's more or less Kraken proof. That's not going to fool the editor, or not going to break the editor. I think I'm trying to, because yeah, I have a very bad feeling that the crappy optimization in the game is coming from certain craft files. So I want to build something, and I'm going to build something straight as a kind of trial. I want to build something in my straight old KSP aesthetic. Like, I'm going to build it KSP 1 style, like how we would do a rocket in KSP 1. And I'm going to kind of go from there and see where it takes us. So I have my fairing enclosed tank design that we used to do. And we'll see where it goes. All right, so now what I'm going to need. Pineapple staging? What? Pineapple staging? Are you drunk? Hey, Apollo, I left my computer on the channel. Welcome back. Hope you're feeling better. Thank you. Yeah, I'm feeling okay. I just needed to go for a walk and stuff. So oh, 154 feet. Perfect. 47 meter. Okay, so we're doing this, but we're not putting the cone on. I'm just making a conventional rocket, kind of like SLS. So what we're going to do here is, this doesn't really tell us total tank width, but we know that the LOX tank is half the size of the LH2 tank, right? We know that. And I don't really have a way to put an inner stage in here. What is this? I'm new here. I'm building a tank for my new rocket, but MGI, Kerbal's a little glitchy right now, so a little would be an understatement. So I'm trying to basically figure out ways to beat the Kraken, to get something that actually works, and it works pretty damn reliably. Does that make sense? What are the hydrogen tanks used for? Nuclear engines, Jig. They're used for the Nerva motors. Yeah, sure. All right, cool. Right on, man. Yeah, so I'm trying to employ KSP1 build tactics in here, because there were ways to beat the Kraken in KSP1 as well. 29 meter. Like the 7. All right. What do we need to do to get this to 29 meters? $22. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I can do this. No problem. It's a Unix system. I know this. All right, give me another fairing. So we're going to do the inner tank right here. Cigarette! Yeah. Give me... Nope. No. Give me a couple of these. A couple of these guys here. That should give me the dimensions for the inner tank here. Actually, you know what? Hold on. So, once again, this is like more advanced, on the advanced side of KSP building, guys. So, yeah, if it seems like, dude, what are you doing? It's just give me a moment. I guarantee you I'll make it fun. 26, 28. All right, that's how long this thing needs to be. The inner tank, or the inner stage, needs to go... Yeah, well, no, it's an inner tank. It needs to go basically to here. So it's one of these guys long. Actually, I can take a tank and we can mark it. And then my hydrogen tank is going to be... Not... Yeah, I say hydrogen tank. It's not really going to be a hydrogen tank, is it? Yeah, I'd say that's about right. Okay, cool. So let's go in here like this. And then we'll use these tanks here to get our total length. Then we should be good. All right, so what I'm gonna need is another fairing. Grab another fairing and then move this all the way back. Go into our top orthographic view here. I'm going to change up the title, guys, to Trying to Build Kraken-Proof Rockets. He's trying to build Kraken-Proof Rockets. That's what we're trying to do here. So, yeah, that should be fun. This is going to be a fun endeavor. And I'm using the white line as a guide for my fairing here. That works. All right, so just checkbox that. And now what I'm going to need to do... Yeah, the blueprint mode is sweet. Yeah, super, super, super useful. So now what we're going to need to do is I need something structural in here to tie this whole thing together. We need a structural part that we know we can rely on, though. That's the hard part. What's your job? I stream. I'm a streamer. M-streamer. I teach people about STEM, about science, technology, engineering, and math here on Twitch. That's my job. That's what I do. Been doing it for a decade, man. Can confirm the old KSP building techniques mixed with new KSP works well. You might like this. Dude, did you... Maston XS1. Very, very, very gnarly. That's cool. That's freaking cool. Hey, okay, thanks, bye. You're damn good. Oh, I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Can you help you with math? Well, what do you want to know? If I can, I'm sure somebody in here could. There's no construction mode yet? Gore-Tex, you're talking about, like, base building? No. Yeah, so guys, I went to try and do the Eve mission, if you're wondering. I went to try and do it, and all my craft files basically bugged out because of the save. And that led me to kind of believe that craft files might be the issue here. All right, so this is a structural piece. Is math even real? Does anyone here know geometry? Yeah, of course. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so this structural piece is going to be where the SRBs tie in. All right, so let's go into our top view again. Once again, I'm not 100% sure if these strut pieces are going to do what we want them to do, but... The structural piece was added for aesthetic reasons? No, actually. No. That's their... This piece is going to be structural. I actually probably should just use one. One piece would be better with struts, I think. No, this piece is... actually, that's... I don't know if that's going to attach correctly. This piece is holding SRB, going to be holding SRBs together. Yeah, this is... There's a reason. There's a reason why I'm putting this here. This should be about midway through the inner stage, right around there. Okay, so now let's strut it. So let's go into mirror sim mode. We're gonna need a pair of struts going from that dot to there. Strut angle of the dangle absolutely matters, dudes. Yeah, that's why I take the time to place them. Okay, cool. That's actually really good. Came out really nice. Any tips to speed up probes in geosynchronous orbit to get them back into 120-degree separation? Years have slowly drifted over the years. Yeah, change their orbital period slightly. If you want them to slow down relative to other satellites, increase apogee temporarily and then recircularize. If you want them to speed up, decrease perigee, and that'll speed it right back up. It'll fall right back into phase for you, man. You just got to figure out the difference in timing. Yeah. Okay, cool. Now, what we'll do is we'll take a set of struts. I hate that. I hate that thing so much. But it apparently... Yeah, that's not going to do anything. Just get rid of that stupid thing. I don't think that duplicate strut thing is supposed to do that. It might be quality of life, but who knows? Trying to build this thing so it's Kraken proof. It's just taking a second. How's the Kraken going? It's going alright. I really wish I had World Snap, dude. I need it. I really, really need it. I don't like being too incredibly vocal about this stuff, but... Is this what working at NASA would look like? Then NASA wouldn't play Kerbal. But yeah, something like that. If you want to do 3D CAD work, yeah, it's not too far off. All right, so that structural segment is good. So let's just... Excellent. I'm just wondering how placing fairing on fairing... Rocket Guide, you didn't happen to place fairing on fairing like this. Does that break stuff? You did, and it did not. Okay, cool. Thanks, buddy. Alright, so let's take the inner stage, right? And let's make it a slightly different color, orange, so we can tell. Slightly lighter orange. It's newer spray-on foam insulation, we'll call it. There we go. There we go. Very nice. Yeah, it might be useful, sure. Now, okay. I don't know if this is a no-no or not. I haven't, people have told me it is, but I haven't really tested it for myself, so we're gonna do a potential no-no, chat. Just keep that back like this, temporarily, and then we're gonna put 2 docking ports in mirror. This is how I did it in old school KSP. It almost looks like a Duracell battery. Alright, I'll take that. What if they fix the game and it becomes too easy? I don't think we need to worry about that, dude, to be honest with you. No, the hierarchy has to be as simple as possible. All right, so here's what we're doing. Take the docking ports. These should be my docking ports for the SRBs, for the separators. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to move them out. We'll move them into position like this, and then we'll strut to the girder segment. Can we not? Yep. Oh, you can't strut. You can't strut. Can't strut to a docking port? No way. Oh. That could be a problem. Write that down. Write that down. Write that down. He's just a guy that watches the stream. Is the fuel line rigid? I don't think so. No, fuel lines are not rigid. At least they're not rigid in KSP1. Yeah, I was going to say, there's no way it's letting me do that. I didn't click on that docking port. I was in the fairing editor, but that's fine. Yeah, that KSP1 build style might not work, dudes. It might not work because, yeah, I can't strut. I can't strut to anything there, but... Well, we'll see what happens. Alright, now give me another fairing. That's as far as it'll go, huh? Okay. Plus, you can't decouple docking ports in stage. Yeah, well, it was... And the AG sometimes breaks. I would suggest a decoupler, sadly. Alright. Yeah. That's just gonna have to be how it's gonna be, man. Cool. Alright, well, there's the decoupler. Can we strut too? Oh, you can strut to decoupler, huh? Oh. Oh yeah, that's right, you can. We tested that yesterday. Okay, so let's do that then. Now, you know what? The decouplers seem to be strong enough. Let's just roll with it. This is the most reasonable one I've ever seen. Oh, well, that's good. Why would you use a docking port as a separator? Atlantic in KSP1? Why would I do it? Reuse. So I could reattach the stage to a launch pad. Yeah, reuse. That's the reason. They basically serve as a reusable decoupler, dude. Hey Rex, how are you? Okay, well, alright, how this is gonna have to roll then is copy these tanks. Yep, that fricked up that symmetry. Alright, cool, good to know. Okay. Okay, now I'm just gonna strut these tanks together. Make sure this is all nice and strong, because everything in KSB2 is floppy. Say goodnight, floppy. Attaching struts to upside down parts causes strut inversion. It won't duplicate the struts over with it, Black Sea. I'm not doing that. Yeah, see? It'll cause strut inversion. Nope, that's no good. I hate how it resets camera focal point. That's really, or focus point. That needs, yeah, I gotta write a note of that. There we go. Manually attach the struts. Okay. So there's the fuel tanks and everything. That's all fine and dandy. Let's go in here, and we should just be able to go into our ortho views, right? Turn off snap. Close it on that, and check the box. Now go over here. Word. Excellent. That part needs to be right there. Sweet. And then take that and then set that, or no, we want the inner stage set to a different part. So how about we set inner stage to a clamshell ×4 and save. There we go. Yep. Oh, that's not working. All right, now I need another fairing to basically go as far back as we possibly can. Like this. We got to take this thing, make it go as far back as possible, like that. And that should give us pretty much exactly double the size of the LOX tank. But if you notice, guys, I'm not putting any fuel tanks in here. The reason why is because, well, if we're trying to build something, that's awesome, Rocket Guy, by the way. If we're trying to build something like the Space Shuttle external tank here, right? Or let's just say SLS core, right? We're trying to build something like the core stage here. The core stage, the LOX tank is basically about half the size. With the core stage, it might be a little bit different. But because I'm trying to build something like this, right? Hydrogen can't be stored in a really low volume at high pressure because it'll just leak. So, yeah, that's just, hydrogen is so small, it really gets to be a pain in the butt. But the reason why they use it, why NASA uses it all the time for the shuttle, why they used it for the shuttle and why they used it for SLS is because the performance that you get from it. Hydrogen, it has the most efficient burn by a long shot. It is the most efficient. Basically, everything that they put inside of the engine, like, it combusts the most, and you get the most efficient explosion out of anything, out of like kerosene or methane or whatever. Kerosene is the most energetic. You get a really powerful explosion, but it's not very efficient, right? So Keralox rockets tend to be a little bit easier, but they're not as efficient. Hydrogen are super efficient, right? But it's kind of harder to make a bigger hydrogen engine, but the shuttle engine, that's what makes the shuttle engine so good, because it's really difficult to make a really powerful hydrolox motor like that that's super efficient. But once again, shuttle motors did that, right? So in the middle of that, like if you have kerosene over here, hydrogen here, in the middle is methane. Methane is, you get a little bit better performance because most of methane is hydrogen, right? It's CH4, so carbon with 4 hydrogen attached to it. Hydrogen in 4x symmetry, let's call it that. And that kind of offers you the best of both worlds. You're a little bit more efficient, not as efficient as hydrogen, but you're not as inefficient as kerosene. So you can kind of find it right, you can kind of go right in the medium. That's where the rocket industry is kind of going. It's kind of trending towards that, towards using liquid methane because you get better performance with it, but it's not super inefficient like kerosene is. And it's a little bit more difficult to handle, but not as bad as hydrogen. Why would methane be less efficient? Methane would be less efficient because it has a carbon holding that hydrogen together. There's a carbon molecule holding the hydrogens together, and that makes it a little bit easier to handle, but you're still going to get an inefficient burn. You're still going to have some carbon emissions from it. Hydrogen, you don't have any carbon emissions from it because there's no carbon. Why is it hard to make a hydrogen engine? Funky, hydrogen is really small. It's a really small atom. If you look at the periodic table, the elements, it's 1, number 1. It is the tiniest thing. Not only that, a rocket needs to carry hydrogen in the form of a liquid. The thing about it is that hydrogen has a very, very narrow window of being a liquid. It's near absolute zero, and it's only for like a couple of degrees Kelvin, right? So keeping it at that temperature is difficult. If it starts to turn to gas, those gaseous hydrogen atoms are so small, they literally just leak out of everything. It'll just leak. You just piss hydrogen gas right out of the tank. It'll go right through it. Crazy, right? Yeah. That's why it's a trade-off, right? That's why SLS has that orange foam on it. The orange foam is to insulate the hydrogen to make sure it doesn't turn to gas. Turns to gas, you got a problem. So what I'm doing here with this design, what I'm doing is I'm trying to mimic the hydrogen tank, but we don't need all that extra space, but I want my rocket to look like it carries hydrogen, but it's really using methane because in Kerbal 2, they said that liquid fuel and oxidizer is just methane. So I cram the methane tanks in there, right? We cram the methane tanks in there, and now I'm going to extend it out the back with fairings to make it look like it belongs. Cool, huh? Yeah, a little bit of trickery. This is how I play KSP. This is how I mess with it. I have a great deal of fun doing this way. It's spray-on foam insulation, Han. Yeah, the orange. The orange is called Sophie. Spray-on foam insulation. Sophie is its name because of acronyms, right? Yeah, it's like home insulation. If you have that polyurethane insulation that you like spray and it expands, it's kind of like that, only more space-y, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So right now, these back pieces, we don't really need... There doesn't need to be any fuel tanks in there because we have the performance, but I want it to look right. So this is a little bit of an aesthetic choice here, but we want it to look, it's got to look good, man. Can't not look good. So on the SLS core, it looks like the LOX tank is about a third. So 3 LOX tank bulkheads would make up the hydrogen tank. So let's just take another fairing, right? And once again, I'm not sure if Kerbal is going to understand this, fellas, but we'll see. Gotta say, Tasty Burger lives up to its name.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I wouldn't steer you wrong in that regard, man. I would not steer you wrong with a Tasty Burger. This is a tasty burger. So fellas, something that I've noticed with fairings is that if you copy them, look, it made a fairing there. See that little, see the tan lines? Or not tan lines, grayish lines? It made a fairing there, even though there's no fairing that's supposed to be there. And if you plus in the fairing, it gets rid of it. Interesting. Royale with cheese. Alright, now what I'm going to do is just so I can see some scale here, because we're not, the thing is, guys, we're not exactly making an SLS core because I don't have 5-segment boosters. The only boosters we have are Clydesdales, and the Clydesdales, okay, they look strange in orange. Let me put it to you like that. The Clydesdale boosters... We need to make sure we get the length correct. Yep, those won't move any further. Yeah, so we can't do something exactly like that because the Clydesdale booster is not big enough. Okay, all right, we're gonna have to shore down our hydrogen tank a little bit. That's fine. That's okay. It'll look just fine. In fact, this is going to end up looking a lot more like direct than anything, which is kind of what we already knew. We already knew that it was going to do that. Just needed to make sure we get our scale right. The scaling is important. Okay, so that's about where the booster needs to be. It's obviously not going to be that far away. It's going to be right next to it. But we gotta make sure we do it right. You could always throw on some Energia side boosters. Get out of here. Go away. Don't. Go away. Just don't do that again. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, so take this. Something about that doesn't look correct. Put it back that way. This section needs to be a little bit shorter. All right, cool. The Buran with 4 SRBs? What? No, I'm not doing that. I want KSP too bad. Should I get it or wait? If you want to play it, play it. It's buggy. It's buggy mid-cloud, but it's good, dude. It's real good. Alright. That looks good. Now I need to make the engine section. That should... You know what? Screw that. I don't think we need to do that. Alright, let's go into the top view here. Take the booster. And attach the booster where we think it's going to be. Not where... Well, actually not where we think it's going to be. Attach it where it is going to be. And now, actually, what I'm going to need is we got to put our shuttle engines on this thing. Just for scale for a second. Just one. One will do us right. Now go back into that top view. And there. That's where that piece needs to be. Cool. So now build this fairing out. We can take the booster. Just move that out of the way. Actually, you know what? I should be able to just leave it there. So we can get the right size and whatnot. So let's go here like this. Undo snap. And then... Cool. Alright, so now what we're going to do is take these struts right here, right? And then let's do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Make sure we strut this whole sucker together. Okay, so now we got to work on the engine section here. The engine section shouldn't be too hard to make. But, yeah, we gotta work on it. And then we gotta work on our SRB attachment systems too. But you can kind of see the beginnings of what that's gonna look like, and it doesn't look too bad. So we can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. We'll save a new version of this. Yeah, single SSME SLS. Yeah, it's SLS Rion 5. SLS Rion 5. So now we take this. And we rotate it 45. Now what we're going to do is I'm going to work on where the engines mount. So what I used before for this was... We could probably get away with the small cargo bays, believe it or not. Yeah, that'll work. Alright, so can we radial 4 nose cones in here? We can. Radial, 4 nose cones, and then the cargo bays for the spacer. Right? And then, so we take these, right, and we move them up and out like this. No and then. No and then. No and then. Oh yeah. That's looking very nice. Very good. Oh, please, no, don't. Yeah, no, that needs to go that way. That one also needs to go this way. The reason why is because I need to run engine struts here. Alright, so now what we'll do is take 4X sim struts with the nose cones right here. And I'm going to run that to the bottom of the engine section fairing plate. Or, well, the top section of the engine section fairing plate, like that. So this should keep that nose cone from moving around, because that nose cone is technically my engine mount. We don't want that moving at all. And stuff in Kerbal likes to bend. We know that. Stuff in KSP2 likes to bend, particularly. A lot. Now what we need to do is I need to scroll these up here for a moment. And what we need to do now is take the engines. And we have to strut from nose cone through the cargo bay to the motor. Like that. That'll keep, I mean, I don't think we need more than one strut here, but that should keep the motors pretty much in position. Alright, so now we can take this piece and we can gizmo it back down into position. And now that that strut is working, what we can do is close the cargo bays, because the cargo bays basically are just taking up the position where the engine turbine machinery would be. And now, to make sure that the cargo bays are super strong, we will strut those as well. And we'll do that double strut thingamajigger. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do that, because I'm still not convinced that that doesn't break stuff. To be 100% honest with you. I'm still not entirely sure that that doesn't break anything. See this, what we did here will keep this thing nice and strong. Nothing should break. And now that I said that, something's gonna break. But, you know, it's fine. But yeah, if you're wondering, like, you know, how I went about building things in KSP1, this is how I did it. We made sure, I went through the entire vehicle with a fine-tooth comb when we, like combing the desert, you know what I mean? When we built, whenever I would go and build stuff. Everything would be kind of very precise. And yeah, I really, really like building this way. Found anything yet? Not a thing, sir. Sir, are we being too literal? No. I said comb the desert. So that's what we're doing. Alright. There we go. Nice and strong. These are RS-25s. We ain't found nothing, man. Now, how's that? Does that look good or what? Looks the part, that's for sure. Hey, Doom. What's going on, buddy? Is the spacer just to make it more realistic? It's there to better mimic how hydrogen is stored and the proportions of the vehicle. Because this is the amount of tanks that you need to get into space with the shuttle engines, because they're super efficient. See those 3 tanks right there and those 3 tanks right there? That's all you need. So that would look strange with the SRBs attached to it, right? The external tank would be, or the core stage would be too small and the SRBs would be too long. So I put spacers in there to make it look like the hydrogen tank. Yeah, I did this in KSP1 as well. The thing is, in KSP1, we couldn't paint parts like that. So now that we can paint parts, it looks mint. Look at that thing. that looks like an SLS core stage. Or it's more like direct, but yeah, whatever. And it has all these struts holding it together, so it's nice and strong. All right. Okay, explain to me this Kraken-proof tank. Well, I haven't proven that it's Kraken-proof yet, Bobby. Give me some time. Basically, the tank is... It's basically... I mean, dude, you can make stuff Kraken-proof. You can make anything Kraken-proof. I made some of the rockets that you saw me make the other day, like when we went to Duna Kraken-proof. But I think there are certain things in the KSP2 editor that breaks it, and it breaks craft files. Because remember, Bobby, this is like right around the time when you subbed a couple of days ago. Yes, I remember all of that, because I'm weird. Remember how I was saying the lander was breaking the game? I'm like convinced the lander is screwing my performance right now. I don't know. There are certain parts that just the game hates for whatever reason right now. So I'm rebuilding everything to try and make him Kraken-proof. And now that I know a little bit more about the editor, I can put in my more, I would say, more advanced Kerbal building styles, dude. Lethargic, I remember everything. My memory is sharp as a tack. I have no idea why. I couldn't tell you. I remember everything, dude. Every not every single freaking conversation, but Lethargic, you and I were talking about yesterday. Yes, I mean this is short term, right? But yesterday you were helping me debug the launch clamps. I remember that. And if you weren't there yesterday, it was when we were trying to debug the Duna vehicle. Yeah, Path. I'm just teasing. Yeah, yeah, I know. I got you. As a newbie, you're wondering what the Kraken is. Okay, so Kraken-proof stuff. All right, if you're a newer player, let me bring you up on KSP lore here, okay? Kraken-proof stuff. So, okay, back in the day when Kerbal 1 was an early access game, this is like 2013, 2014, something like that. It was super buggy. It was like just as buggy as KSP2 is right now, if not more. It was really hard to get anything done in that editor, right? Really difficult. So, the thing is the community, instead of... Actually, it's kind of strange, like, the community, instead of doing what a lot of people are doing now and being like, oh, this game sucks, everybody's like, oh my gosh, this game is great, it's a little buggy, but, you know, we'll find ways around it, right? So, what the community did is basically they came up with the Kraken. Oh, the Kraken blew up my craft file. The Kraken blew up my space shuttle, right? Basically, anytime you ran into a glitch with the game, they would just say it's the Kraken. The Kraken took it. So, like, sometimes in the old KSP, you'd have a vehicle flying around, right? Like, I was doing a Duna mission once in Kerbal, right? And I had a huge transport vehicle full of, like, landers and tanks and all this other stuff, like extra fuel, ISRUs, whatever. Not even ISRUs. I don't think ISRUs are in the game yet, but that's another story. I had it orbiting around Duna, and then I went back to Kerbin, and then I went back to Duna, and it just disappeared. It was just gone. The Kraken got it. So anytime, when I'm trying to make a Kraken-proof external tank or a Kraken-proof rocket, I'm trying, basically, that's like old school Kerbal terminology where you basically say, I'm trying to make something that's not going to pop as much. I'm trying to build it so it won't be as susceptible to glitching. Yeah, not necessarily bug-proof N3, there's no guarantees, right? But something close, you know? So that's why I'm taking my time. Really, building something Kraken-proof is kind of knowing how stuff goes together, and then just making sure that it, you know, when you go to build it, that you build everything kind of, I'm not going to say correctly the first time, but you don't do anything weird with the editor, right? And if you go slow and you take your time when you're building, like I took my time when I built this core stage, it looks freaking phenomenal. It looks awesome. That looks really, really good. And with the SRBs on it, it's going to look better. Yeah, you can really take your time and really make stuff that doesn't glitch out, really. It deleted my forward fairing. Game, I swear. I swear, Kerbal. Yeah, see what I mean? Kraken got us somehow. I don't know when that happened. That's okay. Unfortunately for you, I have a backup. We have a backup plan. The backup plans. I said I'd be here. So I can just do this. Because I have the white line right there, the grid, as my ruler. We can just... boop. And then go back into here. Wrench on this fairing. And then go forward a little bit. Like that. And... we're good. Easy fix. What's wrong with the struts? Oh no. See what I mean? I don't have the whole editor figured out. It, for whatever reason, it deleted my struts up there. It might have been because I copied this part and tried to build it over here. We know that that does cause a problem. That's what I mean. You got to figure out what makes the editor tick, and you got to figure out what it likes and what it doesn't like. Now, don't get me wrong. Not everybody's going to play this way, dudes. But, yeah, see? We're definitely, yeah. We summoned some we have some Kraken bait. See that? I didn't tell those struts to X like that. And because I didn't tell him to X like that, that's Kraken bait. We don't want that. So we got to go in here. Just take this, go in here, take a look, see what happened. So, I know what happened here. We attached to this tank. See that tank? It's backwards, right? It's pointing down. It's conic going down. When you attach struts that are backwards oriented in the editor, it inverts them for whatever reason. I don't know why the game does that. But yeah, we do know that that's the problem. So... the easy fix would be to go into one-time symmetry here. And this is what I mean. About just figuring out stuff about what makes the Kraken tick. And what makes the game hate you and not hate you. This is the kind of stuff I like doing. This is how I like playing. So I'm just going to go in one-time symmetry, right? And place some struts. And then we're going to go down here. I refuse to be deterred by how many bugs are in this game. I refuse. I reject your Kraken and substitute my own. So now we should just be able to get rid of that. And if we go back over here and look at this, right? See? Now those struts are run correctly. And now we could just seal up the engine cover again. And we're good to go. But... I know because we tried to duplicate these tanks that it, yeah, we had a problem. So we got to do the same thing. We got to peel back the skin here for a second. And I got to go and redo some of these. Yeah, because they did not come in correctly. That's for sure. So yeah, you got to be careful about duplicating sub-assemblies with struts. Duplicating sub-assemblies with struts, so parts of the vehicle, the game hates it right now. And these exercises that I do of trying to make stuff Kraken-proof helps me learn the editor, and it helps me find bugs, too, at the same time. So it's kind of twofold useful. What kind of shenanigans are you up to? The kind that's like the restaurant with all the goofy stuff on the walls and the mozzarella sticks? Okay, there we go. Now let me edit that thing, and let's put that all the way back into the position that it was in. Save. Good. Excellent. Perfect. Rotating struts, Funky, it really doesn't do much, dude. Rotating struts is a visual cue that I use to make sure that I know that I placed that strut. So, in Kerbal 1 and Kerbal 2, you know, you just go attaching struts together. It's going to attach in a really funky way. Like the X strut that we just saw, that we knew, I know I didn't run that. I knew that that was a problem with the editor, right? The reason why I knew is because I didn't make it that way. I wouldn't place a strut like that because I make everything line up. It's a good way to know because sometimes in Kerbal 1, the game likes running struts for you for whatever reason. It has to do with strut orientation and inherited transform information from the editor. That if that just meant a bunch of gibberish, sometimes it runs struts in the direction that you didn't want. So what I do is I make sure that I make all the struts point at each other. I make sure they look nice. It takes a second, but it's a real good way to see that, you know, is it the game running a strut for you? Is that strut supposed to be there? Is it not supposed to be there? It's a really easy way to spot. Yeah, that's what I mean. You learn really good building techniques when you go to try to beat the Kraken. And also, this stage looks baller, dude. I'm really happy with it. So, let's put a probe core on it, and we'll put some launch clamps on this thing, and we'll see what it does. Let's see if it's a floppy mess, chat. Anyone down for a green run? Yeah, Alex, for sure. Let's just go in here and make sure that those struts are still run. Yep. Yep, all my struts are still there. Okay, so now what we'll do is we'll go back up to the top of the vehicle, and let's just make sure that the plumbing works on this stage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a static fire test. Something similar to... let's just make that back to that. Something similar to what NASA would do if they were testing a new stage here. So I'm just going to put a decoupler up. Actually, we don't need the decoupler up there. What I'll do is we'll make this simple for now. Let's just put an RGU, a remote guidance unit in there, and let's put some batteries on there, and we will call it a day. All right, save. So, in reality, the real SLS space shuttle, they were all held up by the SRBs. That's why I have launch clamps on my decouplers right there. Those decouplers should hold the vehicle up. So let's go launch pad 1. Let's make launch pad 1 our test stand. And let's go hit the launch. I saw the new B-21 pictures, dude. Yeah. All right, so Alright, let me just throttle down the engines there. Oh. See that? No good. Need more struts in there. Other than that, this thing is actually pretty good. Yep. Cool. Good test. Good test. Real good test. All right. See? Putting it out on the test stand, and that's just the core stage. Putting that out on the test stand really showed where I need to run struts. It's pretty cool, right? That shows what's needed. Now, I did run a strut in there. I'm just not 100% sure if the game. Oh, it still did run it. Wow. Okay. Jeez. Engines do be powerful, though. Alright, so let's just bring this whole sub-assembly out here, and then what we're going to do... So we strutted to the nose cone, and the nose cone wasn't really moving, but the engine was. So what we need to do is we need to make sure we're in 4 times symmetry again, right? And what we'll do is I'll run a set of struts. We'll run a set of struts to the cargo bay, right? And then give me another set, make sure we're in 4x symmetry. Like that. Cool. Now, those are strutted to the cargo bay. That should be really, really strong. And that's part of the reason why I used cargo bays for this, because in reality, the shuttle engine has a bunch of turbine machinery on top, so I wanted to give space for it so it looks right. So let's move that back in there. Like that. We have inspection covers, dudes. Yeah, Dublin, yeah. It's a new one, man. Pretty good, huh? Pretty good. Actually, if we really wanted to simulate the load characteristics of SLS, that would be in 2x symmetry as well. This thing should hold together like this. Actually, that's not really the attachment point for it. The attachment point is up here. Because SRB attachment points. Okay. Let's hit that save button again. See Ian's last. Interesting news. New Cape Canaveral Space Force Station pad allocations. Is that coming from Thomas? Let's see. U.S. Space Force and Delta 45 have allocated 3 launch pads to 4 companies. Slick 15 is a former Titan pad going to ABL. Slick 14 is going to Stoke, and Slick 13 is going to Phantom Space and Via Space. Increasingly, Slick 13. Interestingly, Slick 13 is currently LZ1 and 2. They're 14? Oh. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. LC-14, guys, is where John Glenn launched into space. That's the Mercury Atlas pad from the very beginning of the U.S. space program. It's right there. It's right next to SpaceX's landing pads, believe it or not. That is the pad that launched Clouds. That's the pad that launched John Glenn. Godspeed, John Glenn. Right there. That's 14. You know, because it has the Mercury 7. The Mercury 7 monument in front of it is right there. Ian, I think Stoke's going to use it. I mean, dude, you know what? As long as they keep the heritage of it and stuff, like don't demolish the blockhouse, dude, sure, they should use it. Use the damn thing. You know, like just don't demolish the whole damn thing, right? Cool, W. Nice. Yeah, and then they allotted Phantom Space and Via Space. 13. Yeah, if they use it but respect the heritage, I have no problem with that, Aqualux. Yeah, it's kind of a museum, guys. That's the thing. You know, there's like the parking spaces. The parking spaces up front are you can't really see them in this because the blockhouse is kind of covering it. The parking spaces have all the names of the Mercury astronauts and stuff. It's really cool. Like I had the privilege of seeing it. Yeah. It's an awesome pad. That's where Mercury Atlas, John Glenn, launched from there. First American to reach orbit, right there. It's a cool pad. 15 is this one right here. That's an abandoned Titan pad. Good. Use it. So that puts almost all of these pads right here are in use. Almost all the pads at Missile Row are in use. 11 is in use. 12 is not right now. 13 is SpaceX's landing pads. That puts 14 at use, 15 at use, 16 is relativity. And then there's 18 and 19. 19 is Firefly. Blue is using 12 for storage, huh? Yeah, exactly. All these pads are left over from the early parts of the space program. More pads are being used at KSC than pretty much since the 60s, guys. It's pretty awesome. It's a pretty awesome thing. Slick 12 is a storage pad for Blue. They have the old Jarvis test tank there. Interesting. 14, though. So they had the stones to allocate 14, huh? Cool. That's pretty neat, man. All right. Let's, Now, if we could get a launch from all of them in the same day. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. All right, here we go. Let's take a look. Same test. With our strut reinforcements. Bottles. How did you adjust the camera? Arrow keys, dude. Arrow keys is mouse look. Nice. Very useful. I'm just looking to see squash and stretch here. Those engines really... If you hit home, it'll reset. Yep, the whole stack's flexing a little bit. I mean, a little bit of tank flex like that happens, but this is a good way to be able to spot it. Cool. This shouldn't be able to take off. Why the engines jiggle? They're testing the thrust vector control systems, Dethroned. They're testing this. See that? That's why they're jiggling. They're testing to make sure they can steer it. The whole engine on a lot of modern rockets, dude, the whole engine is mounted on a ball joint. And they turn the entire engine, and then they have a bunch of flexi hoses that attach the fuel lines and wires to attach the electronics, right? The whole thing pivots on a gigantic ball joint called a gimbal. And the gimbal can allow the engine to basically, you know, it'll wiggle around like this. And then they have two huge, powerful hydraulics on either side of the rocket engine. So if the rocket engine's pointing at us like this, there's one here and there's one here. This one over here can allow the engine to move back and forth this way. And then this one over here can allow it to do this, right? See, that's how they move the engines around. They aren't just like kind of changing the nozzle. The whole rocket engine moves. That's what gimbal is. And that's part of the reason why I put engine covers like this on the sides, because, yeah, in reality, you'd be moving a bunch of turbine machinery around. This thing also works really nice, actually. Really good. I mean, we're getting a little bit of flex on the fuselage a little ways, but not too bad. Yep. Now land it? Okay. Do SRBs have hydraulics as well for gimbal? Yep. Sure. The SRBs have a hydraulic power unit built into the bottom. Now the SRBs, they do just wiggle the nozzle. Because how are you going to gimbal an entire SRB? Like the space shuttle SRBs are these big long pipes. You'd have to turn the entire pipe for thrust vectoring. So if you guys notice the Clydesdales, right? They have that big conic section down at the bottom. It's inside of that. The hydraulic actuators are in there. Urban, I've tried landing a couple of things, dude, but yeah, those pads are super useful. I'm sure, Urban, I am sure I will figure out a use for those things. And I'm sure you will too, bud. I'm sure you will. Dude, one of my longtime buddies, Urban, that's been playing KSP about as long as I have. His name's Jason. He already made Kraken Tech landing legs, like what my old Condor rockets back in the day used to do. You probably know Jason. You probably know him. You've been around that long. Yeah. Yeah, no, not JSON. Jason Lee is the guy's name. He's a good dude, good buddy of mine. Long time
Discovery,
friend.
go and throttle up.
Oh, please. Please, 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 please! I guess not. Hey, is that thing beefy or what? Is that thing strong? That's what I mean about Kraken proof, man. I don't know what we lost. It clearly was something we needed because it's down there, but... If you were going to make Falcon rockets, how would you do it on here? Oh, making a Falcon rocket would be a little bit difficult, Dethrone. Like making something, because we don't have something exactly like Merlin engines. But, dude, I will tell you, here, let me, that test was pretty damn good. Let me tell you this, here. in Kerbal 1, we made Falcon rockets, and I landed them. And I even got to a point where I could reuse the damn things. Land a booster, have the vehicles to go and grab it and bring it home. And then reuse it. Here, check this out. It was a laggy mess because KSP, but here. Dude, I even built the pads and everything. Check this out. See the strong back? All in KSP. Look at that. There's the holders for it. Yep. There's Falcon 9. We used the Bobcat engines for Falcon 9 there, but yeah, there it is, dude. It works exactly like SpaceX's. Hydraulic parts and everything. Don't mind that. That was me doing something dumb. See? Whole strong back. And then I built the HIF for it and the service tower and everything, and yeah, there it is. Oh, you're the guy who built those legs with the docking ports. No way. Yeah. Yeah, that's me, man. Yeah, they undock and then they redock down at the bottom, and AutoStrut holds the whole thing together. Yeah, and then for whatever reason, I decided to play career mode right after that. That's what all these pictures are from. There's the Gemstone too. Nice. That's a good rocket. And then, yeah, there's more. There's more of it actually being used right here. See? I built cranes. Built everything to put the whole damn thing together. How many screenshots do you have from KSP1? Oh, I've lost count. Well, this thing held together pretty nicely. It's something about these rocket engines. They don't like this attachment point. So might just deal with the flex and kind of roll with it. I think that's a fine thing to do. As long as we know the flex is there and it does happen, should be okay. But the other thing that we could do, if we really wanted to be sure, was strut up the nose cone even more. There we go. That should hold that sucker in place. You gotta slap the roof. That sucker ain't going nowhere. Wait, what's... Oh, that's the 3x sim strut. Okay, cool. So down here, you know what we can do? Attach a strut there, and then if we make it go... Make it do to there, and then if we do the exact same thing on this side... Triangulate, man. Just like a bridge. There we go. That should hold it well enough, okay? So, save that. Yeah, Aqualex, we broke something. Hell if I know what it was. But we definitely broke something. It didn't like it. Do you think maybe the nose cones have been a tad bit buggy? I've not had many problems from nose cones, no. Put the decouplers down here, and then... Alright, we don't need to stage all the fairings all at once. That would be bad. Yep, orthographic still works. 2 new things. What's up, Novus? Space news. Just completed a NASA media call. Artemis 2 is currently planned for November of 2024. Looking at a couple minor issues from Artemis 1, including charring behavior on the heat shield that didn't match models, but it's not a safety concern. And then what's Stephen Clark saying? In a media call, NASA's Jim Free says the Artemis 2 mission still calls for a launch in November 2024. Technicians at KFC have already moved over the avionics boxes from the Artemis 1 Orion crew module to the Artemis 2 vehicle. Wow, that's fast, man. We don't know, Cornelius. We don't know what happened there, dude. How did you navigate the rocket back to the landing pad? That's from practice, Dethrone. Just practice. Yeah. When a rocket is coming down to land, dude, you got to learn to fly backwards. Yeah. So, what if you're talking about like fully in KSP1, how do we bring it back? What I would do is I'd launch it, and then we'd separate the second stage. I would, we'd switch to the second stage. You'd go, plop the fairing, hit Z, and then just let the thing fly. I'd switch back to the first stage, turn the first stage around, and do a boost back burn. But I wouldn't boost back directly at the launch site. I would actually point up. So the stage actually went high. We'd kind of put it at a 45-degree angle if the second stage was going that way. And that wouldn't get us all the way back to the launch site. It would get us on a really high trajectory, though. And then, basically, as the first stage kind of coasted, right, we'd switch back to the second stage, circularize, switch back to the first stage, and by the time the first stage came down from its arc, KSC actually rotates into position, and then you just land. That's how Falcon 9 does it in real life. Falcon 9 puts itself on a high ballistic arc, right, after the boost back burn, if it's going to return to launch site, right? And then the Earth spins underneath it. You use the Earth's rotation to your advantage, right? Just go on a higher ballistic arc. You throw it up high enough, throw a ball up high enough, right? The Earth will spin underneath it. It'll come back down. Comes down right over the landing site. Timing, practice. Lots of practice, lots of timing. That's how I got that right. And Core Stage 2 shipping to KSC in June, July. That's good, Novus. That's good. That's good. Tell me why NASA doesn't dissolve because private industry. Oh, Carrot, that's a good question. A lot of people think, oh, screw them. Like why are we wasting time with this, right? Oops. Crap. Excuse me. A lot of people think, screw them. Why are we wasting time with this? Well, personally, I think NASA needs to exist. I think it would be stupid to put humanity's chances of going further in the stars down to just private companies. I think NASA needs to exist, and I think NASA should have redundant capability to any private companies. Basically, if SpaceX can land a person on the moon, NASA needs to be able to do it with their own independent architecture. It's a good way to keep checks and balances. I don't want Blade Runner happening in our lifetime. I don't want that. I don't want Blade Runner. Simultaneously, I don't want The Expanse either. So that's a good enough reason for me. That's how you get Wayland Yutani. Exactly, dude. Yep. I don't want that. I don't think you want that either. Am I right? I don't want that. I don't think anybody here wants that. They need to both exist, dude. I think NASA should have more funding, dude, for their rockets, not less. I know. People get all bent out of shape when I say that. They're like, what? What? How could you want that? I'm like, I'm sorry. What do you want from me? That's right, Carrot. Mm-hmm. Yep. Hopefully that's a good enough reason, dude. Can we radially attach a fairing? No, yeah, there's no way. Okay, it wasn't gonna like that. Alright, no problem. What about a cargo bay? Nope, can't do that either. Okay. Thinking. You'll see. Yeah, for the people that are just like, why, what? What's that piece for? It's something to strut to. We can't strut to the fairings. I need to basically make hard points to mount stuff to, or else, yeah, it's not going to work. And now, why am I using the I-beams? Well, I know the I-beams won't break anything, if you really want to know. This is where the aft SRB attachment point is, right here. And let's see, let's go into ortho. How far are we off the center line right there? There's the center line, so. Go right there. And then just move this piece backwards a little bit. And then let's see if we can rotate it. It's not exactly aligned. There we go. Cool. Now let me get one for the other side. We need to make sure we do the same exact operations that time as we did the other time. So let's go out here like this. All right, we got to go into right ortho view. All right, we need to move it all the way out here like that. And then get out of ortho view. Rotate it into position. Go over with it a little bit. Rotate that into position. Go over. And then one more in like that. And then maybe one tick to the side like that. That's pretty freaking aligned, I'd say. In fact, we will be able to test it. Hey, ask again. 4-month resub. Thank you. Okay. Cool. Yawning. Sorry, guys. It's been a weird day for me. I had to take time off, you know, freaking back and everything. Alright, so now I need a piece to attach to this decoupler here. And I need a 2.5 meter piece. I think I might just use a fuel tank for now. And the fuel tank will make up the top of my SRB for the most part. Yeah, that'll work. So let's go over here like this. Restore agency colors. Paint that part like that. Now, that gives me... Now, these fuel tanks don't need fuel in them because they're basically the nose cone adapter for the SRB, so those don't need that. We can take the fuel out. What is a Kraken-proof rocket? Seaweed, back in the day, in the early days of KSP-1, what we used to do back in the day is call any bug that was in KSP the Kraken. The Kraken would get you, right? So, building a Kraken-proof rocket is basically a rocket that works within the confines of, well, to put it bluntly, how buggy KSP is right now. That's what a Kraken-proof rocket is. Yeah, because back in the day, in the early days of KSP, dude, there was... You could, like, launch your rocket, and then you'd come back later, and it would be gone. It would be just gone. Gone. Reduced to ashes. So, yeah, that was, that's the Kraken, man. So building a Kraken-proof rocket is my attempt to make a rocket in KSP that, well, won't blow up. Because that seems to be really easy to do nowadays with this game. There we go. So these fuel tanks don't need fuel in them. They're just part of the SRB. Oh, cool. Good luck with that. Thanks, man. I should be able to get it. Should be able to. Hopefully. So I'm trying to build this. I'm trying to build this rocket using all of my tricks for making something kind of Kraken-proof in KSP1. Hopefully. So that doesn't need fuel. You know what? I might see if we have a structural piece that's an adapter like that. Oh. That's pretty neat, but that doesn't look right. That's not the right angle that we need. Shoot. Yeah. All right. Using the fuel tank is probably the best one. That's the one that looks the most like it. Most like the SRB nose cones. I might make them out of fairings because that looks ridiculous. It doesn't look right. The nose cone looks bent. Now, let's check to see if we can make fairings in symmetry like this. Ready? Oh, score. Oh. That's hot. That's hot. That looks good. That's good, man. That looks really good. Yeah. See, that's the angle that the nose cones are at. Can we, You really like the 2D view? Yeah, me too, man. It's really cool, isn't it? Here, let's see if we can massage this out a little bit. Massage this out a little ways. Let's try again and see if we can. I don't like that tip-top nose cone piece. That looks kind of stupid, but... Oh, wait a minute. I have another idea. I have one more. One more idea up my bag of... In my bag of tricks. Up... You know what I'm trying to say. You sorry little ingrates! You pissant. Oh, that looks horrible. Wow, sweet. All right. Thanks, nose cone. Very cool. Yeah, we'll just do that and we'll call it a day. That's pretty good. This looks like that just it looks like a party hat now. Yeah. Hog, we could do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably a good idea because that looks just that's something. It's something. That's for sure. Alright, we'll see if we can get the rounded front. Because the SRBs have a rounded front like that. So here's what we'll do. We'll do a little bit of tomfoolery here. Move this out of the way like that. Go back over into this view here. And then just... You know what, Hog? Let's just build that fair... Oh, jeez. Let's just build the fairing out, huh? Yeah. Oh. Good call, man. Heh. Tube.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Because, I mean, we're not going to deploy these fairings anyway, right? So we should just be able to now take this and just... That looks a tad bit strange, but... Oh! Nope! We good. Hog. You hog. Good for you, buddy. Oh, that's nice. Oh, you hog. Thanks, man. That was a good call. So, the other thing is that now it'll be good for us with the separatrons, with the separator motors for when the SRBs go. That'll be good for us to it creates a good attachment point. This is how I did this in KSP1. We just plugged a couple of separatrons on top of each other like that. These separator motors have insane amounts of thrust. It's a lot more than you might think. It's kind of nuts how much thrust they actually have. But see, Gary, this actually helps me out a little bit because now they're not inside of the fairing. So I don't have to worry about the thrust transform being blocked. Don't tube adjust to the dimension of the thing you're attaching to? Yeah, but that looks dope, dude. Why would we do that? That looks amazing. Am I wrong? Tube. Except for the Z fighting, you won't. That'll be singing sentences. You won't notice anything. You don't need to worry about Z fighting. There we go. That gives the SRB a nice hard point to attach to. Not bad for not placing in symmetry. You'll know. No. And that always leaves room to double these things up if we have to. Couple more pieces and we should be good to go. I'm building in structure, and this basically has to make up for the fact that we don't have grandparent strut. Grandparent strutting was so ridiculously useful in KSP1. There we go. But see, this is what I mean about building something that's crack proof. Take your time, really think about it. Oh. The camera kind of gimbal locked out, but we were talking about hydraulic power units for SRBs. It looks like they modeled them. There they are. There's the, that's the HPU, the hydraulic accumulator, and then the gimbal for the nozzle for the SRBs. See? Is grandparent strut the same thing as auto strut? Grandparent strutting was a type of auto strut that you could select. Yeah, Mike. Mm-hmm. Why are you using the beam as the attachment points? Rule of cool? Well, I can't attach struts directly to the fairings, Bake. Right? I can't attach a strut to it. Dude, that's not fuel tanks. Those are fairings. Those are fairings with fuel tanks inside of them. The reason why is that, believe it or not, this is going to be a super light rocket for the size. Well, because most of it's hollow space. Why is it hollow space? Well, the tanks in the game are methane. Methane and oxidizer. Methane and oxidizer tanks wouldn't take up the same volume as a hydrogen and an oxygen tank. Well, the oxygen tank would, but you get the idea. But because the conventional propellant in this game is methane, right? Because the conventional propellant in this game is methane, I gave it the space to give it the hydrogen that it needs. Because if I just made this all out of fuel tanks, we would have to empty some out to get it to fly correctly. It wouldn't fly right because your fuel proportions are wrong. Right? Now they're not. So the end result is that these are made out of fairings and you can't really strut to them. So these pieces are here as a structural carrier. They're a hard point. You have to kind of engineer your own hard points if you decide to make the tanks out of fairings like a moron. Like, I'm sure someone's going to come in here and be like, why did you make that out of fairings? What are you doing? But making it out of fairings affords me to build in the structure. See that right there? If you were watching yesterday's stream, guys, I talked about how the two SRBs in conjunction, like, form a tuning fork in SLS in the shuttle's designs, so the vibrations aren't as bad. There's your tuning fork. See it right there? It's highlighted. If you guys watch yesterday's stream, you know exactly what I was talking about. See that? That's how the real one does it. I like to build to make it perform, not just look, but perform like the real one. Will they be emptying at the same time? These tanks? Yeah. Those tanks right there and those tanks right there are all empty at the same time. Yes. Mm-hmm. So yeah, you kind of have to come up with your own dang hard points here, you know? But yeah. Okay, so now what we got to do is we got to go down here. And we got to... How many tanks did you use? I have 6 tanks. Well, now I know I have to catch up on what I missed. Well, we were talking about SRBs and vibrations. Solid rocket boosters put out a lot of vibrations. The reason why is because solid rocket boosters can pack an insane punch. They have ridiculously high thrust to weight. So there's a lot of fuel in there and there's not a lot of rocket on an SRB. Because what's an SRB? An SRB is just a pipe with a primer cap on the top, full of propellant with a nozzle at the bottom. That's it. It's not complicated. Because of that, because it's so damn simple, it can pack a huge punch, a lot more than a liquid fuel engine can. Now, don't get me wrong, liquid fuel engines have their pluses, right? You could throttle them, for instance. Now, you could throttle them in real time. Let me put it to you like that. Now, with an SRB, they're great. That makes them great first stages. There's a lot of rockets, like the H3 rocket that we watched launch yesterday. That had solid first stages. Ariane 5 and Ariane 6, solid. They have solid attachable boosters. SLS has it. They make great first stages. They're the best. A first stage does not need to be efficient. A first stage needs to get you up there as fast as possible. Get you up there. Get out of the atmosphere. That's what the first stage is for. So SRBs make great first stages because they're super, super, super energetic. They let out a ton of energy really, really fast, right? And because of this, because the thrust, the SRBs on SLS, for instance, put out 14,000 kilonewtons of thrust. Now, for a little bit of reference, the most powerful engine that I've seen in Kerbal is 4,200. It's literally putting out almost 3 times. Well, actually, it is putting out 3 times that. 3 times the amount of thrust from the SRBs on SLS. They have 14,000 kilonewtons of thrust, over 1.5 million pounds of thrust. Actually, that's 3 million pounds of thrust from each SRB, which is bananas. That's unbelievable amounts of power. And because of this, they vibrate. They vibrate a lot. They're doing that. So if you wanted to make like an SRB first stage rocket, like my beloved Ares 1, some people hate this thing, other people don't. It's literally a shuttle booster with a liquid fuel, with a liquid hydrogen upper stage on top of that, and Orion on top of that, right? That's what they were going to use to test out Orion before they built this big chonker of a rocket over here, Ares 5, but that's another story. So one of the problems that they faced with this is that a singular SRB vibrates more than 2 SRBs. Strange, right? Ares 1 would have needed to have a gigantic shock absorber built into its inner stage. It would have needed to have a huge shock, and NASA was planning on putting it basically right here in that conic section. It needed to have a huge hydraulic damper in it to help dampen out the vibration forces, or else the vibration forces would have hit a resonant frequency and popped the upper stage like a balloon. Yeah. We were talking about SRB vibrations and how every part on a rocket has a resonant frequency where something ridiculous happens. Think about like if you have like an opera singer in a wine glass and they're like, meow, and the thing shatters when they hit the right pitch. That happens with rockets, or that can happen with rockets, and it doesn't end well when it does. So you have to dampen out the vibrations from the SRB, or else you're gonna have some serious problems. Your crew capsule will become a paint shaker. Just you'll have Jello molds just a bunch of Jello when you go up into space. Start with 4 astronauts, you get Jello. You don't want that. Trust me on that. I think the astronauts' families would like to have a word with you if that happens. So, believe it or not, a single SRB is going to produce more vibrations than 2. So, like, if you look at something like the space shuttle, for instance, right? Look at something like the shuttle. Right? The shuttle has 2 SRBs. From the Ares 1 test, they showed that has less vibrations than that. Now, how the frick is that possible? Well, if you look, was the vibrations all around or pogo? With Ares 1, the vibrations will pogo. Yeah, they will make pogo. Yeah. But it's vibrations and basically at different frequencies in all 3 axes, man. Yeah, the Ares 1 was a chonker. And here, let me tell you why. So, if you look, see the SRB attachment points right there? The forward attach point is right there. It's inside of this structure here called an inner tank. I have the inner tank modeled. It's right there. It's the lighter orange part. I have the inner tank. Why? Why do I have the inner tank? Well, the inner tank has nothing in it. It's between the oxygen and the hydrogen tanks. Now, if you go inside and you look inside of the intertank, we can see SLSs here. That's SLS, but the shuttle would have been the same thing. See, there's a huge strut. A gigantor freaking strut that holds the SRB attachment point together. What's that, Chief? Oh, yeah. It's Comaneros. Good call. Yeah. See that big piece of structure that holds this whole thing together? Turns out that the SRBs are attached at their forward attachment point right there through the inner tank. Now, if you look and you highlight that, what does that look like to you? Looks like a tuning fork. It's because it is. That bridge, if you will, between the two forward SRB attachment points actually made it so the SRBs became resonant with each other and they canceled each other out like a tuning fork. So two SRBs that are connected like that actually give you less vibrations than a singular SRB in a first stage. Because with a singular SRB, you don't have the tuning fork. And this was all proven stuff. You can go look at this on NASA's technical resource or technical reports. Yeah, freaking tuning fork. The whole thing. Every shuttle mission did that. They solved it by sticking a fork in it. Yeah, the two SRBs like this become a gigantic tuning fork. Crazy, right? Now in Kerbal, none of that matters. But I want it to structurally perform like the real one, so that's why we did this. Yeah, see, here it is. Here's that exact same piece on, this is in the shuttle one. This picture doesn't always come in right, but there it is. See? Big strut. It's a gigantic tuning fork. Cool, right? And that's why the shuttle didn't vibrate itself to pieces on the way up, despite having two SRBs. Hey, James, what's going on? Oh, dude, if there was resonant frequencies, yeah, Nick, the simulation would take a dump, dude. People are whining around about 9 frames a second now, dude. 9 frames. Try like frames per second. No, seconds per frame. I mean, there's a whole conversation going online right now about harmonics and how it affects structures and constructions and how little most know about it. This is kind of hitting the nail on the head nicely. Yeah, but yeah, frames per day, indeed, right? Yeah, vibrations are fascinating, dude. Fascinating. It's ridiculous how at a right resonant frequency, a bolt will just undo itself. So strange. Literally just undo. Like, you have a bolt, you tighten it down, with the right frequency, you could get that bolt to unwind. Unbelievable. That's so weird to me. Yeah, the Tacoma Narrows, exactly. The first Tacoma Narrows bridge, the Gallopin' Gertie. Yep, that's what happens. Resonant frequencies happen. Do you think the carbon fiber SRB will be segmented? It will be segmented, yes. How else, Sawyer, there's no way they're going to be able to move it around. You're going to move that whole thing around when it's fueled? Good luck with that. All right, so now let's see if this works correctly. So if we made this thing work structurally how the real one is supposed to work, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and we're going to attach. We're going to attach the hold down points where the real SRB hold down points actually are. And we should be able to hold this thing up. Those SRBs are actually placed sideways. Oh, they're 90 degrees off. Hold on 1 second, fellas. Hold on 1 second. I gotta fix something. I gotta get rid of my aft attachment points. The SRBs aren't in the right spot. I gotta take the Clydesdale, right? And we just gotta give it a little bit of a 90-degree rotation right there. Now those are in the correct spot. Perfect. Yeah. And then what we're gonna do, because we know we can't rely on those dang attachment nodes, right? Take this, move that down 1 click, go up here like this. And we're gonna need a strut. That attaches to the top case of the SRB. Camera controls are very difficult. Pretty cool though, right? That's what I like doing when I play Kerbal. The other thing, I like showing you guys cool stuff like that, man. That stuff's fascinating to me. And that's, you know, like when people say, well, rocket science, that's the kind of stuff they're talking about. Just vibrations and frequencies and all this weird stuff that happens when a rocket launches. It's really kind of crazy to me that they don't break. Especially with that H3 launch last night. Did you see that thing take a right-hand turn? How that thing did that and not obliterate itself is ridiculous. Like, if you think about it, rockets are only really designed to take load in one direction. Think about it like a skyscraper. You don't use, you know, unless it's like an apocalypse movie or something, you don't use a skyscraper, turn it on its side, and make it into a bridge, right? Because that's not the way it's designed to absorb load. Skyscrapers don't make good bridges, and bridges don't make good skyscrapers either. With that being said, that rocket is designed to take load in one direction because gravity's pushing down on it and the engines are pushing up, right? So it's designed to be pushed basically up. Rockets are designed to go up. I know, funny story, right? The fact that that thing took a right-hand turn in space and didn't just obliterate itself, skyscraper as a bridge, is pretty damn phenomenal engineering. It sucks that the second stage didn't work. It sucks, man. But, hey, what are you going to do? Skyscrapers do need to take load from wind. Yeah, that's right, Likes. You're not wrong. But the tangential force that you would get from using a skyscraper as a bridge, i.e. a skyscraper lying on its side, I think that somehow exceeds the shear force that's induced by wind on a skyscraper. I'm just putting it out there. That, you know, I don't know, you know, unless I had the numbers in front of me. But also, where's my ad time, bro? Jeez. But can your mom take the load? Oh, shoot! I don't know. Chat's gonna have to ask. Yeah, using a skyscraper as a bridge probably voids the warranty. Yeah. That's how that works. All right, so we do need to work on the bottom separator motors, but, yeah. How's the back? Electron, I'm okay. I went for a walk and put heat on it, and yeah, it should be good now. But, dude, how good does that thing look? Doesn't that look a lot nicer than the other ones that we made? That looks a lot more like the real one than the other ones. All right, so let's do a structure test, okay? Save that. Oh, that's the other thing. I gotta go in here. Can I ask something about KSV in general, KSV1 in general, or KSV2 in general? Sure. What do you want to know? You should repaint the 5th segment. To what, Pigsig? Alright, let's do a structural test here. Let's make sure this thing works. What's the significance of the .018 in the separatrons? I don't need them to fire for a really long period of time. They just need to push the boosters back and away. Yep, there you go. Mine's sagging a little bit. Yeah, that's a little bit of sag right there. But wanna see something cool? Here. The real one does that. No joke. I'm trying to see if we can get a good picture of it. Give me one moment. I'll find the right picture. So, I mean, at least we know. So here we go. Here's a good one. Ah, you can't tell from that angle, but that's definitely, see that strut's definitely down. See, the thing is that how they do it is that they design the entire SLS core to contract because the propellants are really freaking cold, so the whole thing contracts a little bit. When it contracts, i.e. when it's fully fueled, that actually goes up and it pulls it into position. Yeah, so it's nice and true when you go to launch. Pretty smart, right? But this picture is when they were messing with the tail service mast. So you see how that strut's bent down a little ways? That's on purpose. It's supposed to do that. Alright, well, let's see what it does. I mean, we're not going to get very far without the top piece, but... I think we need more struts. Yep, I think we need more struts. Oh man, that exploded good. Where's the rocket gone? Where'd the rest of it go? Hi.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh yeah, there you go. Hey, thanks, Forge. Yeah, here, take a look, guys. Look. Watch. See? See that? They bend into position. We're gonna need more struts. Let's do 2 of them this time, shall we? Yeah. Yeah, there we go. There's also a strut that's in here for torsional load. That strut's not there for torsion, but it shrinks about 6 inches. That's nuts, Novus. Can you believe that? Well, you can. All right, let's see what double strutting this thing does. We might need to figure out a better hard point, dudes. But that was good. That was a good test. I mean, it definitely picked it up. Picked itself up by its boot struts. Yeah, that's what happened. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna be good. Okay, we've cleared the tower. Test number 2. There's our roll. Oh, gosh. They add springs. I don't know. The struts are becoming disconnected, dude. So it's interesting. My hard point isn't really moving. It's the SRB that absolutely is. And I'm not 100% sure why that's doing that, but... I mean, yeah, we launched it without a payload fairing, but... It's cursed. It's just an SLS without a top. It's fine. Flies good though. Yeah, super maneuverable. It's wiggling because it's not pointy enough. Wow, I can't believe that struts aren't holding that thing together. That's kind of crazy. Pull a Cobra? I don't think we should do that. Will you show your craft file? Yeah, sure, why not? There is arrow, Willie, yeah. Part of the reason why this thing's kind of a little finicky is because we don't have any nose cone. In reality, I'm pretty sure the aero forces would have ripped this thing apart in real life, though, but yeah, whatever. It's fine. It's Kerbal. Part of the fun of this is that you can do this. I mean, kind of nuts that we actually get some flex there on the SRBs, right? And they're still holding in position. I'm almost wondering if we run the struts from core stage 2 SRB, it might actually fix it. We'll have to check that out. Well, you know, I'm kind of curious to see if that actually makes a difference. Thrust tailing off. SRB standing by for separation. Oh, that's cool. All right. That's pretty neat. Okay. Cool, let's just shut it off. That's fine. And yeah, those things are still kind of wiggling around. But that thing held together really nice. Oh crap, we forgot the payload. Damn it! I was kidding, that was good, man. Yeah, it's not SLS, it's just LS. Do you ever share your ships? Yeah, sure. Little code? Yeah. The only one I don't share is if I build a space shuttle. I don't share that because shuttles are hard to make and I want people to go and build them. But yeah, dudes, you guys can get this one after. I just got to prove that it's actually Kraken proof. I don't want to sit here and say it's Kraken proof and then, well, have it Kraken explode. All right, so these struts were run from SRB to hardpoint. I actually want to see what happens if we reverse it. Strike that, reverse it. The snozberries taste like snozberries. Okay. Let's just run the struts in a different direction. That seems to definitely matter in this game. Because if you remember, when we were testing with the launch clamps yesterday, we figured out that the way you run the strut definitely makes a difference. Because one way we ran the strut to the launch clamp, it blew up. The other way it didn't. Oh, I gotta put these in mirror symmetry. Alright, Everest. New Boca closure for the night of the 8th into the 9th. Likely the ship 24 moving. Okay?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Liam, thanks, buddy. It's 56 months. Been out of the stream for a while, but back now. Yet to see anything on KSP2. Are you enjoying it? I wouldn't be playing it if I wasn't. It's buggy, Liam, but it's good. Your LS reminded me of the 2016 variant. Oh, jeez. No. Alright, so we ran the struts backwards this time to what we ran before. Let's see if structurally it does anything different. Now, we'll launch it without the fairing again, but, yeah. Turn off the engine gimbal? Well, I need the engine gimbal to steer. Alright, so let's get mouse look going. Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of sag, but not as much. Yeah, Rich, it looks like it's not moving as much, dude. What we'll see here in a second. Ready? Oh, that's not as bad. Rich, check that out, dude. Not nearly as bad. Yeah, interesting. It's interdasting that actually makes a huge difference. Here, let me induce pitch on it. Yep, chain is bad. Weird, dude. Huh. I mean, dude, don't get me wrong. It's jiggling. It's jiggling around. But once again, fellas, that ain't anything the real one doesn't do. You know, you think that the rockets, when they go, they're this really strong structural... You know, parts move around like that. That happens. Watch any shuttle launch, dude. In fact, if you see a shuttle launch from a certain angle, you can see the wings on the shuttle. They're doing this when the thing lifts off. They're shaking all over the place. How's the back? I'm good, Doom. Yeah, Aqualux, I think it's good. It loaded up. It loaded up with the compression load right. But it's interesting that running the struts from the center line of the hierarchy out worked better than running from the outside hierarchy in. I.e., from beam to booster is more structurally sound than running the exact same struts from booster to beam. Interesting. That's a really interesting thing. Maybe doing one in each direction would be better. You know what, Limprod? How about we run one backwards? We'll do two going from booster or from beam to booster, and then we'll do one going from booster to beam. We'll see how this fares. See, in reality, the real SRB, guys, on the real one, there's two. There's three struts down here. That's it. Only three. Now, don't get me wrong. The struts are the size of a basketball. They're about this big. They're huge. Absolutely monstrous struts. See those things right there? Freaking gigantic. About this big. I'm thinking like 400 mil. Maybe not 400 mil. 120 mil? 120 millimeter strut? Easily. Now, that's the thing. There's 1, 2, and then there's 3 and 4 on the other side. But the SRB also has basically what's akin to a panhard bar. There's a strut that goes this way. Actually, one of the beams goes this way. The other one goes the opposite. There's two diagonals in there. There's a diagonal strut that goes this way, and then the other one goes that way. Actually, well, that one goes that way and that one goes that way. They're kind of diagonal that attaches this point to the tank and then this point to the tank, right? And the reason why is because they don't want the SRBs, like when the stack's going, it's a torsion. It's basically a torsion bar. You don't want the SRBs doing this. So that bottom strut actually holds them in place and keeps them nice and true. Titanium? No, aluminum. It's just aluminum, Queer. Yeah. There's a strut that would run from here to the center of the tank. And that prevents that booster from doing this. You don't want the boosters doing that. They have to stay perfectly true. Think about it. Think about it. This whole thing needs to be straight. If those boosters aren't perfectly straight and they start doing this, well, that doesn't end well. Yep. Awesome stream. First time watching. I just spent 2 hours on 1.5 to catch up. Love the physics content. Right on. Popplestone? Hell yeah, dude. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Do you work for NASA? I don't work for NASA, Birdie. I'm self-taught. Believe it or not. Yeah, self-taught. I'm just a nerd. Came to that realization a little while ago. Still think launching it by nuclear explosions is more convenient. Yeah, there's that whole exhaust part of that, Pandu. But yeah, Birdie, I'm self-taught, dude, but I have people in the industry that help me out. Yeah, they teach me a lot. I know people that work on SLS, Falcon 9, Starship, New Glenn. There's people that watch the stream that worked on the shuttle program. They all help me out. Because I want to learn. And more importantly, I want to teach it to you guys because it's cool, man. It's freaking good. It's good stuff. How you doing today, nerdy Charlie Day? I'm good, man. Dude, I threw out my back taking the trash out this morning. Well, I didn't throw out my back. I pulled a muscle in my back taking the trash out this morning. And I'm like ashamed to say that, but dude, I started the stream and I was like, I can't breathe. Oh god, it feels like I'm getting poked in the back. So I had to take like an hour and go for a walk and put a heating pad on my back, but now I'm good. But yeah, don't get old. Don't get old.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, Bruce. I was taking the trash out and my back's like, here, have you tried locking up? And I'm like, no. And it's like, oh, I'm going to do that for you. I'm like, thanks, Clippy. You know. Were you working out the day before? No, fish. No. SRBs, how easily could an SRB be ignited? Actually, Olivia, if you want to learn a little bit about SRBs, they use an ignition sequencer. So something big like the space shuttle boosters, an igniter this big is not going to start it. That's not a big enough fire to light the solids on fire. You really want to know how it starts? They have a little tiny, actually, it's a little tiny igniter that's about this big. Not as big as that. But the thing about it is that, like I said, that's not going to start your SRB, is it? They have an SRB that shoots into a bigger SRB, and that SRB is an igniter for the biggest SRB. Yeah, an igniter into an igniter. That's the only way you can scale up enough to light the HTPB on fire. Yeah, crazy, right? I flip for wins. Tier 1 sub. Thanks, man. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. I locked up my neck the other day just yawning in bed. Dude, it's so embarrassing. Who the frick would make that stuff up? Yep. Yeah, the SRB igniters, dude. That's how they work. You shoot an SRB into a bigger SRB into the biggest SRB. It's a staged igniter. Yeah, and it's usually double redundant. There's usually 2 of them. Just to make sure. Yeah, that's how they do it, dude. Yeah. Weird, right? I mean, it's like, that's one of those things that you're like, huh, that's all right. But then you think about it, you're like, yeah, a little spark isn't going to do much, dude, right? Like a little tiny spark, you're not going to light the SRB on fire. Like, you have to put the torch on it for a second, so to speak. EJ, when I do a build, how do I add fuel? Ran into launch with no fuel. Make sure your fuel tanks are in good line for the engines, Charles. That's the reason why I do these tests. I don't just put the whole thing out and send it. We do incremental tests to make sure that our fuel is working good. What if only one side ignites? Matsuro, they thought about that. You definitely don't want that. That's why they have 2. There's 2 igniters going into 2 bigger igniters going into the SRB. That's why they have 2 of them. To make sure that that doesn't happen. If you had a scenario where one lit and the other one didn't, that's death. That's what happens. Death. Like, there's no other way to put it. Death happens. So, the thing about the SRBs is, right, they're once they're lit, you're not holding that thing down to the pad anyway, in any way, shape, or form. No way. Heck, SLS wasn't even bolted to the pad. It was just sitting on it. Seriously. True story. SLS is heavy enough that you don't even need to bolt it to the pad. It's not going to move. It's a freaking huge rocket. Now, with the space shuttle, they had to bolt the vehicle down to the pad. And, you know, SLS and the shuttle are very similar. Do you guys know why? Why would you bolt SLS to the pad? Or why would you bolt the shuttle down to the pad, but have SLS literally just sitting on a plinth? Don't get old, it'll kill you. Yeah, right? That's right. Why would you do that? The cantilever. That's right. That's right. Here, check this out. So when the shuttle takes off, right? Hang on. When the shuttle takes off, it lights the 3 engines first. Here, let me go to YouTube, and we'll check there. It lights the 3 engines first, and the whole pad, or the whole stack, rocks around on the pad. They need to bolt it to the pad so it wouldn't fall off the pad when you go to ignite the shuttle motors. Here, I will get you guys a really nice picture of it in a moment. Here. Watch this. Oh, headphone users, by the way. Headphone users. Hey, if you have the stream on in the back, not you, you guys are good. You in the back. That has me hiding in the other tab. Headphone users. Careful, this is gonna get loud. Yeah, you. I told you. Now watch the stack. The whole thing will go that way.
13, 12, 11, 10. You're good for main engine start.
8. See it? Crazy, right? Alright, you can turn it down. Pretty good, right? So, the shuttle had to be bolted down to the pad. But the crazy thing is, if one of those SRBs lit, it'll rip itself right off the pad. The bolts aren't there to hold the thing down to the pad. They're there to make sure it doesn't tip over when you go to launch it, right? The bolts they're not a hold down bolt. It's an explosive bolt that just breaks and then the shuttle goes free from the pad. Even if the bolt doesn't break, the SRB will just rip itself right off the pad. Not yet. So if one ignited, even with the shuttle with bolted down boosters, you're pretty screwed. Yeah. Thermal curtain failure. Crazy, right? Shuttle's a beast, man. Yeah. The funny thing is that SLS, because it doesn't tilt around because the rocket engines are in line, right? Those aren't even bolted. It's just sitting there on those plinths, believe it or not. Yeah, it's just sitting there. I mean, there's still a pilot dowel right there, but it's literally just sitting there. Yep, just sitting there. I mean, the 4 shuttle engines ignite, right? And when they ignite, that's not enough thrust to weight ratio to get this thing anywhere near off the pad. You need the SRBs to go. The SRBs do about 80% of the work. These things are only there to lit so you can use them as an upper stage later, right? So, yeah, it just sits on the pad. It's not even bolted down. Why? Why do that? You don't need to do that. There's no thwang. There's none of this. See, watch the thing. Here, we can watch it in fast motion, see? There's none of that. You don't need to do that. You don't need to bolt it down. Crazy, right? So if one SRB ignites, you're dead. Yeah, that's basically, you're basically not going to have a good day. So the shuttle engines are doing about 20% of the work, Officer Wolf. Yeah, they're doing about 20%. The boosters do most of the boosters are the first stage. That's a fair way to say it. Think about the shuttle as basically a vehicle that has its upper stage light with the first stage at the same time. Yeah. Now, okay, so why did they do that? Why did they do that? Well, one, with the shuttle, you have a huge orbiter on the side, so you're going to need something to keep that whole stack in line. So consider the 3 main engines, right? Boosting the shuttles and the SRBs are boosting you up. But the 3 main engines are there to make sure it doesn't, you know? Now, the interesting thing is that a lot of people don't know, the 3 main engines don't steer the thing on the way up. At least while the SRBs are attached. It doesn't do that. The engines don't really move around too much. There's little slight movements by corrections made by the auto sequencer, right? But the SRBs are doing the majority of the steering as well, because the Space Shuttle SRBs have 8 degrees of gimbal. Those SRB nozzles can really, really move, and that's what gets the shuttle up and does the roll program and sets the shuttle on its right flight azimuth. Now, when the SRBs separate, that's when the shuttle engines are used for steering the thing. True story. Could SLS with 2 Falcon 9s as boosters work? Kraken Falcon 9 makes about 9,000 kilonewtons of thrust, give or take. Let's just round up and say 10,000 kilonewtons or 10 meganewtons of thrust. An SRB on SLS is 14 kilonewtons of thrust. You would need 4 Falcon 9s to do it reasonably. Yeah, 4 of them would really do it. 4 of them would actually be more than the 2 SRBs. But yeah, you'd need 4 Falcon 9s to do that. Yeah, SLS SRBs, the 5 segments make 14 kilonewton. 14 meganewtons of thrust. Excuse me, 14 meganewtons, not kilonewton. 14 kilonewtons is nothing. That's like a jet engine. 14 meganewtons from each 5 segment SRB. Excuse me. And the thing is that these things need to be strong because just like my rocket here, the SRBs hold the stack up. So you really wouldn't want Falcon 9 side boosters. You'd need 4 Falcon Heavy center cores because the Falcon Heavy center core is designed to take more load because it's designed to have the 2 boosters attached to it, right? So you would need 4 Falcon Heavy center cores holding this thing up. That's the only way you could probably hold up the tank and the payload. Even then, I don't even think that would be enough. I think it would break. Sorry, new here. What does SRB stand for? Solid Rocket Booster, Spartship. See this big white tube right here? That's one engine. If you're familiar in any way with model rockets, this is its little brother. Right here. SD's rocket motor. That's a solid rocket booster right there. Basically, it's when the propellant is already packed into the booster, as opposed to a liquid fuel booster, which uses liquid fuel and oxidizer. In which case, you need a liquid fuel and an oxidizer tank to pump the fuel into the motor. SRB is just a big firecracker. That's all it is, with no pop at the end. Does that make sense, dude? Are you done exploring the planets until patch? Well, Ben, what I'm trying to do here is build a rocket that'll let me explore the damn planets. I'm trying to build something that's not going to break every time I try to go and put something on it, like the other rockets have been. The downside being, yeah, Spart, that's another thing to kind of take into account. Liquid fuel engines, now not all liquid fuel engines, but some liquid fuel engines can throttle. Like these ones are supposed to be like the ones that are on NASA's Space Launch System, or SLS, and the Space Shuttle too. These are throttleable. You can throttle these. SRBs, because they're throttleable, you can basically kill a liquid fuel engine at any time. You just shut it off. The SRB, once you light it, it's got to burn all of that fuel before you can shut it off. I mean, there are ways to make an SRB that you could purge out, but you don't want to do that. SRB pop is when it hits the ocean.
Discovery,
Yeah,
go
there you
and
go.
throttle up.
Hokey, tier 3, 96 month resub. 69, nice. Wait, 96. Eason, yes. What are you trying to put in orbit with this? North Dakota? Well, Pendapaz, I'm not trying to put something into orbit that's small. That's for sure. Yeah. This is a big boy rocket. I'm trying to make a rocket that I can really not have to worry about, like
Discovery,
it
go and
breaking
throttle
or
up.
not. That's why I'm taking the time today. This is the rocket we're going to do the Eve missions with. I want to try to get to every planet, dude. I want to try to get to every planet because right now Kerbal's such a freaking difficult game to play. Saying that we got to every planet with 0.1 release, the 0.1 release of Kerbal, is going to be a pretty awesome thing to say, I think. Don't you think? I want to do it, man. So that's why I took the time today and went into full, nerd mode here to make sure that this thing works. Make sure it works great. Josh, 73-month resub. Yeah, Aqualex, there are ways to do it, but not with those ones. I want to try for it, Pigzig, yeah. Yeah, this thing will be able to bring the planet to you. Yeah, you're damn right, dude. Yeah, see, this thing is built, but see, that's the thing. If I'm going to do it, this is how I build rockets in KSP1. If we're going to build it, we're going to build it right. And I want it to work exactly like the real one. And right now, actually, you know what? Let's put it out on the pad. We got to test our tri-strut design down here. So let's put it out. Let's see if she works. Notice how this thing is working every time? It's not like the other vehicles that we have that just kind of blow up when they get near the pad. I took my time when I built this, and I made sure that I didn't do anything funky with the editor. And this thing is working pretty dang well. All right, let's watch the struts bend. Hang on, let's just position the camera. Oh. Oh yeah, we're sagging, dude. Yeah, she's sagging a little bit. All right, let's just move the camera down a little bit. The arrow keys will do this. The home button on your keyboard will reset your camera view. But yeah, the arrow keys do it. All right, ready? Let's see how much those things actually move. Sound suppression water system activated. Yowza. Oh, okay. All right. Rotate it. Good. Yeah, it jitters around a little bit, but you want a little bit of bend and flex. Real rockets do stuff like this. The struts do bend and flex. Happens all the time. We just never get to see it because of engineering. We don't get to see the engineering cameras. Strutting their stuff. They are strutting their stuff damn good right now, dude. Oh, what a view. What about on the engines? Will strut direction make a difference? I'm going to go ahead, Aqualex, and say that yes, they probably do. There's our forward attachment point. I wonder, should we change the forward attachment point as well? That'll make it move even... Yeah, we should do that. Change the forward attachment struts. How's the top of the rocket doing? Oh, dude, no way. Bro! That's sick, man. I wonder if we can do that, Aqualex. Let's see if we can... Where are we? Is this your flat top SSTO? Something like that. That one's not doing what I want. Capture. So we got to change the forward SRBs, right? gotta... Hang on, let's do... something like that. Let's see what it does. See how this camera looks. Come on, baby. We need the camera shot. Yep. Okay, cool. I'm really happy we figured out a way to do that. That's pretty dope. Yep. That looked just like the real one, man. That was pretty good, dude. That looked really close. That was really close to the real one. For a brick, it flew pretty good. What would happen if you tried to force air down the center of an SRB in flight? Or would the internal pressure be too high? Yeah, you'd have to figure out if the dynamic pressure on the front of it, Mutter, exceeds the chamber pressure. If the dynamic pressure is less than the chamber pressure, you're not forcing it down anything, right? Think blow-off valve with a turbo. All right, so we got to go up here. We got to make some modifications to the launch air. Here, I ran the struts. I didn't run the struts the right way. Go down here like this. All right, so I'm gonna run them from this piece to the SRB. We're not in symmetry. Game? Oh, part menu. Okay. That should hold these SRBs in place better, actually. And it seems like the third strut really doesn't do much. So what I'm going to do with that third strut, we'll delete it on both sides, right? That doesn't do very much. I'm actually... That one was from booster to... it was from booster 2 to this. I'm just going to replace it with one that goes from beam to booster rather than booster to beam. There we go. Save. There we go. And now maybe we should actually finally give this thing like a payload fairing or something. So you have a ton of knowledge in this field. Do you feel that knowledge limits your creativity at times and prevents you from building wild things? Oh no, Spider. No, not at all. The aesthetic that I like to build for, dude, is called plausible realism. I try to make stuff in Kerbal that looks like it could exist. And I use what I know about spacecraft to build to that aesthetic. I'm using function and making form in KSP. It's what I'm good at. Yeah, no, not at all. That's a good question, though. But with that being said, that hasn't stopped me from making some really stupid things in KSP. Yeah. Oh yeah, we can make some dumb stuff if we really want to. How do I enable the FPS monitor? Echo, it's in the options. Hey, Cammy. Nothing from Jaxa, dude. And Ernock, it is nice. The form of function. Bingo. After watching your playstyle over the years, I struggle to play KSP without plausible realism. Oops. Sorry, man. My bad. So because I thought about this. Like, if everything's gonna be like super freaking realistic, then it's, all right, great, EJ. You made whatever, right? Like, you made this or you made that. Like, that's boring. No. I always try to find ways to make the game, to make stuff that looks like it. I use that rocket knowledge to my advantage to build, to enhance the creativity. Can you make a bearing in KSP2? Yeah. You broke me too. I can't clip things anymore. Sorry, boys. Plausible realism is the golden balance for these types of game. Indeed, Panda. Yeah, you're Panda. You got it. You got it, man. Absolutely. Now, the other thing that I noticed that we don't have is is aft separator rockets. So I'm going to put those aft separator rockets in so we can get the right type of separation. The shuttle and SLS have rockets down here that that push. Well, they push down. There's a cluster of them. But yeah, dudes, this is what I like doing, man. So for the newer viewers, if you don't know me, this is the stuff that I enjoy. It really makes me happy doing stuff like this. Now these aft separator motors basically push the booster out and away. 3 of them should be good. That should be fine. You know, we have the Don Perignon 71 valued at $190 a bottle. Yeah, that'll be fine, pal. Cool. Put those up there. There we go. Yeah, that should do it. Pretty sure they're pushing up, though. Because they're angled out on the nozzle, Rich, the SRBs kind of go out into the sides like this. They don't kind of go backwards. They go out. And then the rotator motors push them like... Yeah, it kind of goes... They kind of end up... Because those motors aren't enough to push the boosters forward, right? It ends up kind of going to the side and then out. It's actually pretty smart, dude. We actually took a deep dive into why these motors are placed where they are a little while back, but if I'm looking at this right, I didn't place them correctly. I didn't. They need to be over here. Excuse me. Excuse me for a moment, please. Hey, Dak, what's going on, dude? There we go. Now they're aligned with that one. Fun fact, space shuttle boosters, there's an asymmetric separation. One booster goes to the side and the other booster kind of goes up. They kind of go like this, right? The reason why they do that is so they don't have to worry about the boosters rotating around and hitting each other. I don't feel like doing that right now, and our boosters won't hit each other. Now that I said that, they probably will hit each other, but hey, whatever. I'm making you learn new stuff. You've been fooled. Yeah, my bad. That's kind of my thing. I fooled you into learning something about physics. That's the whole stick, dude, with the Twitch stream. People think I'm just sitting here playing video games. Oh, yeah. Don't worry about me, Mr. Quinn. I'm just a curious little rhino. What? I don't come home after work to learn. Damn it.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hi, Noobzar. 46-month resub. All right, cool. Let's build out the payload fairing. I think we're good enough to build this thing. We're far enough to build out a good PLF here. So let's see. How are we gonna do this now? So here's another cool trick. You know, you'd think you could stack the probe core and then you put a decoupler in front of that, right? Well, screw that. Avionics aren't used for structure. Dumb idea. Let's not do that. Ever. Ever. Put a decoupler here. Use that on the mainline node. Like that. Don't do that. And now, what we'll do is we run a bunch of struts to it. Yeah, metal glare, though. Run a bunch of struts to the decoupler. Now that decoupler, that ain't going nowhere. So, where do you put your probe core now? Well, anything above here is going to be payload or a third stage or whatever. So, where do we put the payload? Or where do we put the probe core? Now, what I was using up until this point was a cubic octag to hold that thing in place, but I'm not doing that anymore. That's, those micro nodes are really kind of trouble. So, what we should, I was using that thing, the square truss junction. That's not, those things make angry. Do what more? Angry. Sentences. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take an I-beam, right? Yeah, I-beam. This rocket's super freaking powerful. We don't have to worry about having that right there. Take the I-beam, right? And then I was using a truss node, and I think the truss nodes are kind of broken right now. I was using one of these truss adapters, but I'm convinced that those things hate us. I don't know why. I don't know what we did to it, but... And then put your RGU on top of that. Then take that and just gizmo it down into position so it doesn't interfere with the payload. Now, yeah, the I-beam is clipping a little bit, but that's fine. It's just a mount. It's okay. If you really wanted to get fancy with this thing, you'd go four times strut right here, and then send those down here. And now that I-beam ain't going anywhere, and now it's an extra clamping force to hold that fairing in place so this thing won't move around anymore. Now, what the next thing that you can do is take a set of batteries and run the set of batteries right here. We don't need many batteries. This is an expendable stage. You don't need a lot. Just something like that will do you just fine. The batteries and everything, that's all needed for the spacecraft. So now my probe core is riding beneath the decoupler. And now I still have a decoupler that I attach directly to the fairing. And because we have a decoupler attached directly to the fairing, we're bypassing that as a structural piece. You don't want the probe core in line on your structure. That's bad for it. That is bad for it. They only did that once with the Saturn V, and then they never did it again after that. Now, the interesting thing here is that with the decoupler, I might not need a decoupler here. I was late for class. What is he building this for? I'm trying to build a rocket. Zarek, if you haven't been watching the stream lately, or if you have, I've been trying to do an Eve mission since Friday? And every time I go to do it, the rocket glitches out, or something breaks, or I have to go and debug something. So I said, screw it. Today, I'm going to build a rocket that I know is going to work, and I know won't break the game. So I need to get in and fine-tune everything to make sure, and do an incremental step-by-step process to make sure this all works correctly, and we don't break it by putting it out on the pad. I'm sick of putting my rocket on the pad, having a bunch of Skittles show up on the rocket, and the thing blowing up. That's annoying. I don't like that. And I'm pretty sure that's funny for you guys a couple of times, but it gets old. Pretty sure. So I'm trying to build something here that I know is going to work, using KSP1 tricks, and based off of all the snafus that I've had over the past week and a half with KSP2, newly learned KSP2 tricks. Why is the frame rate this low in the building hangar? Well, the interesting thing, Vefovani, that's actually not bad for Kerbal. That's fine. The lighting changes. The sun, you have a real-time environment here. The sun rises, sets and rises. It's nighttime outside. So I'm making anti-Kraken repellent. Bingo. What, no homebrew Kerbal thrust vector controller? Probably get away with it. Wait, you saw the glowing little balls? Yeah, the Skittles glitch. I call it the Skittles glitch. Yeah. I'm going to KSC this weekend. Any tips or must-sees? Atlantic, you have to take the extended tour. Buy it. It's worth it. Trust me on that one. You get on a tour bus. You get to go see the Saturn V. You get to drive by 39A. Drive around 39A. You'll see Starship's pad. Take the extended tour. You'll thank me later. Yeah, Aqualex, I don't want to get into it, dude. Having more frame rate indicators on the screen is just going to invite more people to talk about it, and I don't really want to talk about it. The reality situation is that 40 frames inside of the VAB with all this stuff being rendered in the background is pretty damn good. The fact that we can explore this environment with pretty damn good frames is a pretty good testament to the graphics optimization in this game. I'm telling you, the graphics optimization is just fine. The simulation sucks in this game. Right now, it's gonna get better. Hey, I'm new and I really like your content. Keep it up. Thanks, Choop. Right on, man. Thank you. I'm glad you like it, guys. That makes me so happy. I'm like over the moon. Well, not yet. Soon though, with this thing. Question, when off stream, do you get better performance? Panda Pass, no. The performance is the same. I have two computers. Hey, Ren gifted a sub to Chup. There you go. Chupavidre. Bienvenido a mi stream. Whatever you're smoking, I want some. Just coffee, Natalie. Just coffee. Yeah, close enough. Again, spot on. Spaniard here, good enough.
Go at throttle up.
Gracias, amigos. ¿Dónde están los tacos? Or, yeah, los tacos, yeah. ¿Dónde aquel metro? ¿Los tacos están en tu cara? Cara? Tacos are in my face? Dude, I came here for KSP, not Spanish. Lo siento, amigo. Okay, lot more people in here speak Spanish than I initially anticipated. Okay, cool. Bienvenido a mi stream, amigos. Enjoy. Oh boy. That's cool, Atlantic. Right on. Your pants aren't in the library, Dreamkin? Now Japanese? Nando kore? Ohayo, kongonwa. Yo tomé español en la escuela. Yeah, okay. Most of us did, likes, yeah. Tango el gato los pantalones. Fucking kiresuka. Huh? I don't know. Deska? Nope. Nope. Don't understand what that means. All right. Anyway, rockets. What's in the trash? Pepin? French here. Do French. Okay, I gotta switch gears. Bonjour, mon ami. Comment ça va? Je m'appelle EJ. Yeah. Yeah. El Rocket. It's Spanish for the rocket. Not terrible. Bonjour, ça va, merci, et toi? Très bien, merci. Arabic now? The only Arabic I know of Vefovani is shukran. That's the only... And salam alaikum. That's the only Arabic I know. Sorry, bud. Maybe we can learn more. I like other languages. That's cool. Now explain the whole craft in Spanish. No sé. That's high praise from a Frenchman. I'll take it. Look at this. Yeah, no, I'm super sophisticated, guys. Look, Pinky. Pinky SpongeBob! Pinky SpongeBob! Good enough. Shukran. Thanks, man. Well, you're taking requests, press the launch button. That I can do. But we don't have the top piece. It's fine. Ciao, come stai? Bene. Grazie. I'm pretty good at this, okay? Not the worst. Now Farsi, I have no idea how to speak Farsi. Not even close. Let's see if it'll get to the moon this way. Oh, all right. Well, let's see if let's go down there, get the camera ready. You had to Google how to spell it. All right. We don't need the decoupler there. We can move that up there. All right, ready? Looks good, man. Roll program complete. Roger, roll. Yeah, dude, that thing's real good now. Real good. Yeah, running struts from the interior out instead of exterior in, much better. Much better. Yeah, dude, she's a beast. I'm making this sucker Kraken proof. It's gonna be Kraken proof. Send that up to the devs? Yeah, I'll write that down. Done. What about the flip program? This one doesn't do it anymore, dude. Oh, we got rid of that problem. Well, I'm not sure if we've gotten rid of that problem, but now that thing looks baller though. This rocket I'm proud of, man. It looks pretty damn good. That definitely looks the part. Now, we do need to test our SRB separation, so we'll go all the way to that, dudes. But see how the SRBs aren't moving anymore? Oh yeah, very good. Very nice. Nice and smooth. Perfect. Oh, thanks, Indy. Yeah, dude, we made this thing mint. They return to Earth on their own now? Well, once I separate the boosters, gravity will make sure they come back down. Looks good, fella. Thank you, sir. But I'm allergic to mint. Ah, shut up, Panta. Can it turn southwards? Oh, we gotta wait till the SRBs separate. Gravity never forgets its debts. That's a good way to say that, Pandu. That's a real good way to say that, bud. I like that. Yeah, the performance guys is getting fixed, dudes. It's getting fixed. Sorry, Geekle, if you tagged me, I missed it. Do you mind me asking what card you're running for the frame rate? Okay, so, fellas, here. Tank, freeze the simulation. Okay, so, here's the thing. Look at the frames now. This right here is taxing the graphics card, okay? You know, Birdie, you reminded me to tell everybody this. This right here is taxing the graphics card. My graphics card is being used right now. Absolutely. It's at 54% load, 64 degrees Celsius, right? I have a 3080 Ti, in case anybody's wondering. Now, these frames aren't indicative of graphics. I know Kerbal 2, the Kerbal 2 devs released those spec charts and the graphics card was ridiculous, right? You don't need that crazy of a graphics card to run Kerbal. You need a good processor and you need a lot of RAM. The reason why is because the simulation, actually going through and doing all the physical calculations of all these parts being accelerated at 738 meters a second, that taxes the crap out of your processor and it uses a lot of RAM. That's where we're getting slow down here, right? So notice this is fine. We're getting buttery smooth frames here at 30 frames a second, and it's literally rendering the entire planet below us. I mean, there's also that. You can't really see it, but the whole planet is there. This is not bad for 30 frames considering there's a gigantic planet underneath us that we can literally go down and explore down to the blade of grass. It's pretty damn good. Now, with that being said, Tank, unfreeze the simulation. The simulation, not good right now. Not good at all. Really bad. Yeah, the simulation is what taxes the computer right now. The graphics, not so much. Interesting, right? You don't need a good graphics card to play KSV2. You can run it off a 1070. It shouldn't be an issue. You just need a good processor and good RAM. i7 8700K is not enough? All right, freeze it again. The i7 8700K is fine. It's the game right now. The game is not optimized. It's intentionally unoptimized. Or intentionally unoptimized right now. It's because it's early access, dude. The sim sucks. They wanted it. The devs want to get everything in the game and then get it ready to go, and then smooth it out. So right now, yeah, for an 8700K and a 3080 Ti, I'm a little bit annoyed that the frames are like 8, but that's early access, dude. They're doing early access in every sense of the word. So it'll get better. It'll get better. I have faith, dude. I have like a direct line to the devs. I talk to them every day. I'm serious. I send them bug reports. I write everything down. Anytime I isolate and get a bug, I write it down. See all this stuff that I have on here? And then I send them an email. No joke. Don't look at the fire helps too. Well, yeah, that's right. There you go. George Pedro, there you go, dude. Your i5 9600K is doing the job. See? Yeah. It's just the sim just bogs down a little bit right now. It's a little bit unoptimized, guys. They'll get it. They'll dial it in. Yeah. This will be, dude, another couple of months, I'll bet you this will be nice and crystal clear. Even with 8700K and the 3080 Ti. It'll be nice and clear. I've been having fun with it. Dude, I love this game. I actually like beating the Kraken. That's my favorite part, beating the bugs. I'm a competitive melon farmer, dude. I love beating the bugs. All right, here we go. Let's check to see our separation motors work correctly. Oh, hell yeah! Oh, wait, we didn't limit the fuel on those back thrusters, but damn was that nice. That SEP was perfect. Oh, that was great. I'm super happy about that. That separation was mint. Yeah, that was good. Now Drifto, all right, we'll do an H3. The H3 last night, guys, literally did this. It did that. Send for that SEP. You're not wrong, man. Dude, it took a right-hand turn after ascent. Have they said what happened to it? Katra, we haven't heard nothing, dude. It's gonna take more than a day to analyze the data. We probably won't hear about what happened for another couple months. Well, not exactly that. Yeah, this... No, not exactly this, but that's the right idea. See, we took a big right-hand turn. See, the real thing, guys, is that we flew over Albuquerque. But, dude, doing that whole driftu thing, dude, that is I'm amazed that rocket stayed in one piece doing that. That is a testament to that thing's engineering. What's the difference to KSP-1? It's ground up rebuilt, Harry. Yeah. The simulation isn't good right now, but it's going to be better in the future. Yeah, it's going to be better. This thing is going to have multiplayer built into it, base building on other planets, interstellar travel, stuff to do, man. That's what we've always wanted from KSP-1. KSP-1, you go land on the planet, you plant the flag, it's like, all right, maybe we can refine some resources here and there, but not faster than light, but near future drives, Spart. So we already have nuclear engines in the game. You guys like that drive where you fart nukes out the back and you ride the wave of the nuclear detonation? Yeah, the Orion drive, that's getting put in the game. Magnetoplasma drives? Oh yeah, we're gonna get some Expanse stuff coming in the future. You can, in the base building, guys, you can place down roads, you can place down houses. Dude, it's a city builder that's gonna get put in this game. I crap you not. Alright, cool. Solar sails? I don't think they're gonna have a solar sail, Spart. I don't think so. Dude, you will be able to create on-orbit shipyards in this game. That's coming. You know, I know it's coming. Some of those parts are already in the game. Spoiler alert. They're just not accessible. But yeah, this rocket is working real well, dude. On-orbit, shipbuilding space stations, Panaris. Yep, that's what's coming. Don't say it, Pandu. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. You just asked me, you know what else is coming. Don't. I know where this is going. Don't say it. I swear, don't do it. Now he has to. Damn it. That's a great shot, Panta. Mods? Oh, mods. Yeah, mods. Yeah, also the game is moddable. Yeah, you're right. Good save. I don't wanna. Mod check. Did you hear Cities 2 is coming? Weather guy, what the heck am I going to do? What am I gonna do when Cities comes out and Kerbal is here? What the dude, I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. Like, what are we gonna do? Dude, are you sure better hardware helps? Not the game engine maxing out? Not trying to call you out or anything. Well, silly, what I'm trying to... I probably didn't explain it exactly right, dude. Silly, the right way to say it is that it's going to run crappy on everyone's computer right now. It'll get better later. It runs crappy on anything, so play it. If you have older stuff, play it. With older hardware, play it. You're going to get crappy frames just like everybody else does. Go figure. Anyway, going back to the Cities thing, guys, it's truly going to be 2014, 2015 again. Because Kerbal and Cities are all I used to play. That's all I used to play. Back in the day, dude, that's all we did. We just played Cities and Kerbal. Yeah, you get more FPS if you have RGB lighting. Yeah, of course, Supra. It's like if you paint a red stripe on a car, it's gonna have like it adds at least 15 horsepower at the very least. Dude, it's gonna be 2015 all over again, man. Those are my two big games, Cities and Kerbal. And Kerbal 2 came out, and now Cities 2 is coming out, dude. Like, what am I gonna do? The flame's at 120 horsepower. Oh, at least. But yeah, this thing seems to be working real nice. I'm really happy with this. I just don't like how that strut is a little bit higher than all the other struts. You can call it a little bit obsessive compulsive. You'd probably be a little right. Okay? Shut up. All right, I do what I want. It's my rocket. Every time I load into a craft that's in orbit, they're doing like 50 death spins. Is there some way to prevent that? You broke something. Cortex, I'm not sure what you broke. Did you fix the Separatron throttle? Thank you. But triangles. What if you put a wang on it? I mean, it's a very efficient shape, bud. Just saying. Meatwad, it's a very efficient shape. That's all I'm saying. There's a reason why rockets look like that. It's a very efficient shape. Okay. Aerodynamically, chat. Jeez. Get your mind out of the flame trench. God. Could you build your Kerbal cities in cities? Pythos, you just made my brain hurt with that. That'd be kind of cool, though. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, Tim. Did we get Dr. Evil? No, sir. He got away on that rocket. That looks like someone's privates! We have reports of an unidentified flying object. It is a long, smooth shaft, complete with 2 balls! Alright, so this thing works real good. What if you could build a space program in cities, though? Yeah, that would be weird. Edgecott, now with less gravity. Oh, Magi. Oh, yeah, no, I'm doing that. Oh, dude, I told you, man. I told Nate that I'm going to make the moon look like Coruscant from Star Wars. Coruscant. I'm going to make it look like that. The entire planet's a city. I'm going to make it look like that. And he said, all right. I'm like, what do you mean, all right? What do you mean, all right? I swear, if this game allows me to do that, oh man, we are screwed. All right, so let's work on the payload area for the rocket. So what we need to do, what if someone modded your city's builds into Kerbal? I don't know what I would do at that point, Green Tea. Coruscant moon, but FPS drops to 2. Dunball, I can dream. I can dream, man. Okay, I can dream. Yeah, I was like dreaming. You're not supposed to agree with me. Shut up. Nice, Foosh. Yeah, make it happen. Jeez. All right, so we need a payload fairing for this thing. Or do we put an upper stage on it? You know what? Let's do a mass simulator test. What mass can this thing yeet off into space? Let's put 144 tons on the decoupler and see what happens. All right. So this is 144 tons of payload. Let's see what she does here. What's our TWR? But oh, yeah, no. Yeah, we're good. Because I don't... Yep, all right, cool. 144 tons. I'm going to try to send this off into space. And this will tell me whether we should have an upper stage on this thing or not. I think I still should put some type of upper stage on this. But it shouldn't be very big. If KSP1 is the teacher, it should not be... We don't need something gnarly up top. The core stage will get us pretty much like 90% of the way there. At least it should. All right, dudes. Let's see. That looks awesome. Roll program started. Cleared the tower. Roll program complete. Okay, vehicle's now pitching down range. So this is 144 tons of payload. This thing should be able to do this. Even with the blunt forward section, it still looks good. See how this is all behaving down here? No weird arrow problems, no nothing. Is that the rocket from Austin Powers? No. This is just a glorified advertisement for Marlboro. To quit is my goal. It is a long, smooth shaft, complete with 2 balls. That looks just like my husband's one-eyed monster. Step right up to see the one-eyed monster. Urgh. Hey, what's that? It looks just like a big Woody. Woody Harrelson? Can I have your autograph? Oh my lord, look at that thing. Oh, it's so big. Ah, that's nothing. I've seen bigger. That's just a little prick. It's a flu shot. You've been in the coldness of space. Sorry, Grab Shark, my bad. My bad, dude. It's from Austin Powers, dudes. Wang, pay attention. I was distracted by that enormous flying Willy. What's that? Oh, looks like a giant. Johnson! Yes, sir. Get on the horn to British intelligence and let them know about this. Yes, sir. Amy O'Rage, I've never had the fuel crossfeed problem. I've never had it happen, so I can't really say what fixes it. Maybe somebody in chat. Anybody found a way to fix the fuel crossfeed? EJ, given the... What is that, Jim? Given that some rockets can't launch due to the absence of an open launch window, have people thought of launching rockets outside? Just open the front door. That was today's XKCD? Oh, Jesus. Hold on. Pause the simulation tank. Freeze it. No, it's so sunny out and there are bugs. Who wants bugs, man? The only type of bugs I want are the ones that break the game. Wait, what are my values? You know, the frames are caca right now, but dang, dude. Every camera angle I point this camera at, it looks amazing. Like, look at the fucking moon over there, dude. Like, come on now. But there's people outside. Yeah. I don't know what that is. Confirmed, we have to scrub. Okay, I'll go get a bucket and sponge. Nice. I didn't know that, Aqualex. Thanks for that. Alright. I'm a little bit worried about our TWR here, dudes. Let's see what happens. Yeah, Black Suit. Everyone's gonna get crappy frames right now because the simulation is not optimized. So, yeah, that, I mean, just, yeah, if you're worried about hardware, don't. Just buy the game. Everyone's getting crappy frames right now, so I wouldn't worry about it. Alright, let's watch for that SEP with our upgraded separator motors. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. And our TWR is still good, which means our fuel load is proportioned correctly. I'm actually super happy about that. Yep, Dunball, yeah. That means, dude, that means this thing is dialed. It'll get 144 tons up there, I'm pretty sure. What's our trajectory looking like? Real good, real good, real good. That's a good point, Oculus, yeah. We really need to start getting rolling here. Let's turn this sucker down like this. We don't want to go too far off prograde because then, yeah, see, okay, perfect, there we go. Switching to orbital camera really did us right. This thing, we should be able to ride this thing all the way up. Like, ideally, guys, what I'm looking for is us to be basically out of fuel right before we get into space. The reason why is I don't want this big honking thing floating around up there. Space junk breaks Kerbal right now. I mean, and it clogs up Kerbal 1 saves too. I don't need this whole stage up there. We want to basically run out of fuel right before we get into orbit. Yeah, that too. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Yeah, this looks about right. 1,300 at 12. Yeah, actually, we're going to have a little bit more fuel than what we need. The only real big thing now is we're worrying about thrust to weight. We need to be able to get all this delta V out of the rocket and applied to that number right there before we fall back down. But I think we're good. I think we're okay. You got to give us one re-entry? Sure, we'll ride. Yeah, I mean, Pen, dude, this thing isn't going to do anything, dude. There's no re-entry built into the game right now. It's not complete. The heating system is not finished yet. Oh, if not, dude, if it was, we'd be riding every booster back down. That's sick, dude. Look at this. I mean, look at this thing. Orange rocket, good. Okay. 1,500. Wait a minute, where did all the fuel go? We just had a lot of fuel a second ago. Ooh, okay, that's not good. Alright, well, let's do that. So, now I'm tapping into the payload's fuel here. And seeing where this takes us, like how close do we need to get to my mark? I aim for 100 Dunbal, but yeah, with it, you know, if we were aiming for a lower insertion trajectory, yeah, this would be really good. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would make it into a 70 by 70. We may have loaded it down a little bit too much. 144 might be a little bit on the higher side for this thing. But what I'm going to do is we'll use the fuel from that. We'll use the fuel from this thing. And then we'll eject the payload. And if I can get a mass reading on that payload right there, right, or a fuel quantity, right, we'll know exactly how much payload capacity this thing actually has. It should give us a good ballpark at least. Look, I'm a little bit busy right now, bud. Nah, I don't know, Forge. Maybe. Or Force. Yeah, maybe. Okay, stand by for Miko. I'm doing this on purpose. Right there. 105 by 19 is where we need to be. Now let me go into my fuel, right? Let's go into the resource manager.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And let's see. We have 16.55 methane and 66.19 oxidizer. So let's just combine those two numbers, right, with the quaccumulator. Okay. We put 144 tons on here, but it can do 80. We'll say 80. Just that 274, leave that for a trajectory optimization. So this thing can move about 80 into space, which is good. That's good. That's perfect. Name X997. Hey, thanks, dude. Welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle up. Okay, that forward decoupler is working correctly. Excellent. All right. Simulation terminated. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Just landed on Minmus for the first time ever in KSP. Blind people happy. Nodders. Okay, cool. So 80 tons is what's going to do it. NDA, non-disclosure agreement with core stage 2. Calculators. Oh, that's cool, Airborne. Neat. Course, oh, City Skylines. No, I actually have, I don't know the developers of Cities, to be honest with you. I'm kind of bumming about that. Should probably reach out. That would probably be a good idea. No, unfortunately, no, I guess fortune, unfortunately, or something. I don't know the devs of Cities. I don't have any non-disclosure agreement with them or anything. You said you were having better success from strutting from the inside out. Yes, that's correct. What I'm going to do, guys, right now is that I'm going to actually quit the main menu, save and exit. I'm going to restart KSP, and I'm going to see if we get better frames. What's the deal with Artemis 2 net November 2024? That can't be right, right? Why can't that be right? Yeah, I mean, that sounds right to me. Okay, I'll ask Colossal Devs to get you on board. Oh, Hudie, you don't need to do that. I'll figure it out. Zarek, it's possible, dude. Yeah, that's why I'm going to restart just to see. Because I want it this year, don't we all? Oh, I think I loaded the wrong save. Oh no, that was an autosave. Okay. Alright, let's put this out, see if we get better frames. It's 9 instead of 7. So yeah, there was some either memory leaks or garbage collection or something. But yeah, this thing is nice and strong now. Look at that. The struts bend a little bit. Here, let me turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right. Yeah, those struts bend a little bit, that's for sure, but that's okay. Real rockets do that, dudes. Struts move around. It happens. Cool. All right. All right. Let's actually build a payload for this thing, shall we? Or a payload. Let's get the payload fairing figured out. What's the region before starting the engines to disengage the clamps? In real life or in game? In game in this case. Yeah, okay, so I'll give the real life reason just because. So the reason why they do that in real life is they need a second to make sure that the liquid fuel engines get up to throttle and make sure that everything is working correctly. And then you ignite the solids. Now, why am I doing it? Because I want it to look like that. Yeah, Rusty, there's no particular reason. I want it to do that. Somebody. Oh. Oh, that's pretty good. Yep, that's pretty poggers. Oh, that's cool. Dude, look at how fast that thing ends up going out of the hole. That thing is going, man. Damn. There's music in it. Oh, Force, I can't play it. Oh. I'll be in my bunk. Dude, what a BAMF freaking launch vehicle. Now, guys, the guys that have been watching this, right? They'll show the separator video, and this is a cut video. They'll show the separations. You tell me if we nailed it. Dude, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That was a good day. It was a good day, Sawyer. That was a real good day. Also, boosted. Crazy. Crazy, dude. That was a crazy good time. You will never live that down. It feels so bad for that guy. Booster eggs and bacon. Booster eggs and bacon. It's bad. It's not good, man. That's no good. Booster eggs and bacon. Booster big ignition. Bro got a little too excited. I don't blame him. Forever marked in history. Yep. Boosters ignitioner. Alright, so this thing can do 80 tons in this config. So let's I don't want a fairing necessarily. Let's try another KSP1 trick here. So another KSP1 trick to do would be to pop this fairing in here like this. Boosters maybe not. And we'll make the payload fairing for the most part. Boosters, eggs, and bacon? Yes. Now, I'm not 100% sure how well this thing is going to, understand a clip fairing, but, well, we're about to find out. Very nice. Oh yeah, that's pretty boggers. All right, now this thing is gonna need a lot of struts to hold it up from the forward skirt plate here. So we're gonna need to strut our stuff. And then I should be able to stop it. Go away. Now, once again, the game might not understand that fairing separation. We might have a bad day here, but either way, we're all going to have a lot of fun, right? I like that. That's a nice rocket, boy. Look at that thing. That's a nice rocket. Is this anything like Spaceflight Simulator? Kerbal is a spaceflight simulator. It's not the best spaceflight simulator around, but it's pretty good. The cool thing about it is that you can build your own rockets, man. Yeah, so G-Poly, it's kind of like that. Booster Indignition lives alongside Ethernet in my... Ethernet. Ethernet. Do you remember that? He said... Homeboy said Ethernet. He said Ethernet. What? And... Aqualex, he kept calling the room temperature vulcanization cream cock on stream. He's like, the engineers went up on the rocket to fix the cock. The cock had come loose, and they went to fix the cock. And I'm like, I was like, Daryl, we gotta talk, bro. How do we talk you into streaming Star Citizen? Oh, please don't. Man, with Kerbal 2 and Cities, I'm pretty much screwed, fish. And then after that, he never called it cock after that. You know somebody was in his ear going, don't call it that ever again. Call it RTV. Call it silicon sealer. Call it anything but that. Jesus. Did you just summon you? Oh, God, no. I'm like sitting there going, dude, why are you saying that on a national broadcast? What are you doing? Stop it! Stop it, Daryl. Stop it. Stop it. Either that, yeah, exactly, Litho. There's not many circumstances where you get to say that on a broadcast. Either that or he did it on purpose. In which case, if he did it on purpose, respect. Frick you, but also, I was like, I'm like, dude, what the frick, bro? What are you doing? People couldn't handle it. Dude, my chat went, what? I'm like, oh, God. Relativity tomorrow? Yeah, dude, we got Terran 1. It's at 1 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. We got a real rocket launch. Dude, dude, he may have done it on purpose. He did it on purpose. Good for you. I ain't even mad, man. I ain't even mad. You'll be at the Jetty, NASA man? Right on, dude. Why do you use the orange? Why do they use orange paint in real life? Smart Ship, it's not paint. It's foam. It's foam. You ever have a cold snack, beer or something on a hot summer day, and you slide that foam over it to keep it nice and cool? It's called a koozie in the States. I don't know what it's called anywhere else, right? Keselowski was tweeting about it? No way. Oh, cool. Right on. So, the orange paint is not paint. It's spray-on foam insulation. They basically coat the tank with a layer of foam to keep the propellants cool inside. Hydrogen likes to not be liquid. Yeah, hydrogen doesn't really like being anything but gas. Yeah. So, they insulate the tanks. Now, the reason why they did it originally, right, was A, more performance, and B, so no ice came off the tank and hit the shuttle on the way up. You obviously don't need to worry about that with SLS. There's no shuttle involved, right? So they do it for propellant performance. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Koozie is for that all-day cold snack. Indeed. You said butt gas. Rusty, it's backwards. Why? And why is it orange? The foam smart ship, it's orange because the sun makes it orange. The foam, when it goes on, believe it or not, is actually kind of like... It's like almost white. Here, hold on. Yeah, when they first apply it in the booth, check it out. It gets tanned out by the sun. Yeah, that's the color when they first apply it, dude. If it sits there and it bakes in the sun, it turns orange. Yeah, that's what happens to it. That's what it looks like when you first apply it. Yeah, it's like a cream color. Yeah, so it's actually kind of interesting. So check this out. You want to see something cool? Artemis 1. If you go and you look at Artemis 1, look at that, look at the pictures of the stack. Now, don't get me wrong, the stack's long gone. Right? But you check out this picture here, right? Look at the foam. So, interesting thing here, you can see where they reapplied it. The reason why they reapply it is because the foam does crack. That does happen. Yeah, it cracks. The tank gets really freaking cold, and then it gets a really high pressure. That does crack it a little bit. It's fine. But you can see where they reapply because it's different shades, right? And we can also see that the vehicle staging adapter here, the LVSA, this thing with the gray dots on it, that thing, the foam on that was applied at a different time than the rest of the booster because it's a different shade of orange. But yeah, you could see they reapplied foam in the areas on Artemis 1 where the foam had cracked during testing. Don't get me wrong, the cracking was understood. And the Artemis 1 foam did crack a little bit, but you don't need to worry about the foam cracking. It doesn't matter. It's not like it's going to fly off and hit a space shuttle. There's no space shuttle on the side, so it doesn't really make a difference. I did, Green. Are you ready? Yes, they did, Dish. Yeah, I'm not saying it again. What's the black and white checkered pattern on the SRB? These right here... Okay, so, Lewis, you know when we launched the payload in Kerbal a second ago, we were watching to see how the booster moves relative to the core stage, and we're watching to see how the struts break. That's what those checkerboards are for. They're there to measure that in real life. True story. Now, why do the SRBs look like they got a barcode on them? Why do they look like they got a barcode on them? The SRB, when it ignites, it actually inflates. The SRB inflates a little bit because of the high chamber pressure, and that's what those marks are for, to measure. With engineering cameras, they'll literally take a picture of it, and you'll know that the thing expands if the paint on those stripes actually moves away from each other a little bit. You'll know that the booster expanded. The SRBs inflate metal. I'm not even kidding. They expand a little bit. Right when you ignite them, they expand. So that's what all this stuff is for. Think of it like so in a crash test, they have those marks as well. They have those marks on a crash test to show how much the vehicle is crumpling, right? Same exact idea. There, you can literally look at a camera and you can look at these things and you can see exactly where the booster is deforming. And you can see exactly how SRBs are moving relative to the tank. It's just really cool stuff. It's just all you do is take a picture. That's why rockets have checkerboards on them, guys. For instrumentation. That's why they're there. Every rocket, even going back to like Redstone. They have it so that you can see what the rocket's doing. Now, I'm not going to lie. Redstone wasn't to measure deformations on the vehicle. They painted the checkerboard on the redstone so they could watch it turn. So they knew the rocket was turning. It's really hard to see if a rocket that's just a tube is turning towards the right flight trajectory, right? That's why they painted the checkerboard on it back in the day. That's why the Saturn V has the big checkerboards on it. With the space shuttle, you didn't really need it. You can kind of tell where the vehicle's going because there's a big shuttle on one side. But, you know, going back to SLS, right? You go right back to checkerboards so you could see. That's right. Black and white are known sizes used for scaling when viewing and measurement taking. Bingo, dude, you got it. What they're trying to see with this stack is to see how much the boosters are moving around relative to the core stage. They're going to measure the distance between that point and that point and that point to see how much those boosters are moving. See if one booster is moving a little bit more than the other. Literally, we were doing the same thing in Kerbal a second ago. We were doing the same thing in KSP2 by watching the struts deform. Same test, to be honest with you. Pretty cool, right? That's what I mean about building with plausible realism. All right. So here's what we do. Oh, no, not that one. So here's what we do. I need to put the decoupler up on this thing. And let's fly this thing on a test trajectory with 80 tons of payload to see what it to make sure that it does what we think it's going to do. So we're going to strut the decoupler into position. Our probe core is down here. It's underneath it, so we don't need to put a probe core up here or anything. So we're all fine and dandy here. We got struts from payload fairing to forward skirt fairing. Now what we need to do is get a big boy tank. One of these guys. That one is 80 tons. It's actually 81. The fairing is kind of big. I understand that. We should turn the ejector force up on that fairing. That is a Gigantor fairing, but it's a big freaking rocket.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sneaky, tier 255. Thanks, buddy. Thank you. Every answer is interesting. I got you, man. I could do this all day, Spart. This is my jam, dude. Rockets to me are like a fine wine with a baguette and cheese. Yes, they're like a fine wine. Perfect. Anyway. Oh, yeah, dreaming. Yeah. The boosters expand outward. You know where I learned that? I learned that particular thing from something that about the SRBs that everyone knows about. Anybody know what that is? Do they model the expansion in the game? No. No. The O-rings. That's how I know. I know about that from reading Challenger's accident investigation report. So the Rogers Commission. That's how I know it happens. Because on top of the two O-rings failing, primary and secondary O-rings failing, so think about this. Think about this whole thing inflating and what that's going to do. You have an outward force pushing that way, equally on all sides. You have an outward force pushing out in all directions. Look at this. This Clevis system right here. Right? The Clevis system that they're using with a Clevis pin, right? And this right here, pushing out is going to... See this forward-facing inhibitor? That's actually going to push that thing down. the outward force coming down the booster will actually push this thing, and it'll bend it downwards like this, literally opening up the seal to get to the O-rings. Oops. Now, they redesigned it after Challenger. The other thing that was kind of going on here, right? Actually, scratch that. Yeah, okay, right here. The other, this is the other thing here. So, look, the way the clevis is all set up. Actually, hold on. I got to make sure that that's the right picture. That one looks like, that one's not the triple O-ring. Hold on, one second. That's not the right picture. Yeah, there it is. There we go. That's the right one. It's not this one. It's not that inhibitor that's causing the problem. That's actually wrong. Excuse me. So, see the way this is pushing, right? It's a crappy graphic. It's shot in potato, right? See the double O-rings right there? See the way that's pushing in? The gases are actually pushing it and can actually open that seal up. That was another problem. That expansion actually pinches the entire system. When they redesigned the O-rings on the SRBs, they went with a triple mechanism. Oh, there's the same picture. Perfect. They went with a triple O-ring mechanism here. Yeah, that's with this clevis right there. There's two clevises. So instead of the two segments going together like that, they go together like this. See what I'm talking about? This was the original design. That's the triple O-ring. That's the one that works. That's the one that SLS used when Artemis 1 launched. This is the one that Challenger used. See how if you have an outward force and you're pushing on a system like this, it's just going to pinch one side. It's just going to do this. If you have an outward force, it's going to open up the seal. That's the other problem that they had. That's why when they switched to this other design, they put this thing in on the clevis right there. On the upper clevis, they put that little thing right there. See that curved bit? That curved bit basically clamps the O-rings together because the outward pressure is pushing on the O-rings and actually seals them better. It's a much better design. See what I'm talking about there? This is the one that screws up. I was looking at the 3 O-ring one. I screwed up. That was my bad. This is the one. This is bad because those gases are going to push out on this and they're going to pinch this. You don't want that because it's going to pinch one side and open up the other. This one pinches both sides. Does that make sense? It's kind of a hard thing to explain, but yeah, basically it clamps. The second design is designed to clamp the O-rings. The first one actually exposes the O-rings. It clamps it in the wrong way. It clamps it in a way you don't want, if that makes any sense. Not to be ignorant, but how's that not found in a stress test? Oh, Flip, good question. Real good question, dude. It was. That's the answer. It was. Oh, they knew. They knew that happens. The SRBs were never designed to work in the cold. They were never designed to fire in the cold. That's the problem that's the whole problem with Challenger. If you have a smart car and you want to go off-roading with a smart car, and then you decide to go up the trail, right, and you bottom out the vehicle because it's a freaking smart car, and then it breaks, do you get mad at the smart car for not being a good off-road vehicle? No, that's not how that works at all. You should probably go get a 4x4 if you want to hit the trails, right? The SRBs were never designed to work in the cold, and then they used them in the cold, and they didn't work correctly. Shocked Pikachu face. Oops. I mean, seeing a smart car go up like a 4x4 trail would actually be pretty cool. I mean, if anybody wants to try and engineer that, please by all means, that would be sweet. Just let me know. You know, I want to go with you. Yeah, so that, I mean, Flip, that's a good question, dude. That's what happened, dude. Like the SRBs, that 2 O-ring design wasn't really designed to work that way. It wasn't designed to work in the cold. But the crazy thing is that single clevis design, so like the design that works like this, not the one that has the little thumb on it that goes like that would have failed eventually. They would have had blow-by anyway, regardless of temperature. Yeah, they figured that one out too. And I don't know if they necessarily knew that or not, but, well, They know now. Messed up as that sounds, they know now. Hey, give me 1 second. I'm just running another set of struts here. There we go. All right, dudes. 80 tons with our big boy rocket. Let's go. Let's test it. I have the link, Aqualex. Thank you. By smart car, do you mean electric? No. A smart car is a small personal transport vehicle. Oh, geez, there's an off-road one. Okay, a smart car is just it's a tiny car. It's a little tiny boy car. It's designed for inner city use. It's small. Smaller than a K car. The thing is tiny, and literally there's an off-road one. Okay, I'm not using the smart car off-road car analogy anymore, okay? That one doesn't work because people clearly go 4x4ing in a smart car. Dude, you know what? You know what the messed up part is? That's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. I don't hate it. Even, dude, that's actually pretty rad. That's really funny. Dude, see, like, people paint them to look like the Fisher-Price car and stuff. Electric motors are great for off-roading. They're all torque. Yep. Yeah, they are. Yeah, dude. Look at what a Rivian can do. Rivians are really cool, man. Just on a side note, Rivian R1T. This truck has 4 electric motors. 1 motor is going to each wheel, which is really cool. That's like the stuff we dreamt about in, like, when you drove around a Warthog in Halo. The Warthog has all-wheel drive, individual motors on each wheel. That thing can do what the Warthog can do from freaking Halo. It's great for off-roading. Seriously. Because you have an electric motor basically built into the hub. It's so smart, dude. Yeah, really, really good stuff, dudes. All right, let's do this. Have you seen the Rivian Amazon van? I have, Sneaky. I see them around, dude. I saw one driving around on the highway when I was in the city the other day. Their stock tanked today. Oops. I don't know. It looks more like a Puma. Oh, check your staging, EJ. All right, guys. All up test. 81 tons. Let's send it. Let's give her. Ready? Now, Flip, all right, what's your question, real quick? I have a Kerbal question. I'm fairly new to the game, so I'm playing KSP1. How are you using the camera to look inside of the parts? The camera feels really counterintuitive. Flip, use the SPH to build things. Use the spaceplane hanger. The VAB camera in KSP1 sucks. It's terrible. Go into the SPH, hold down middle mouse, and then move the mouse around, and the camera controls are a lot better. In fact, I've been bugging the developers for KSP2 to put the SPH controls from KSP1 in KSP2. Let's do this. Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's never gonna get old. That'll always make me happy. Yeah, it doesn't like simulating a vehicle this big, G-Poly. At least not yet, dude. In the future it will. But it's also all the dust that we just kicked up. That lags the game a little bit. But damn, dude, does it look good. Okay, vehicle's pitching downrange. Yeah, I'm used to it, man. Kerbal 1, in Kerbal 1 our launches were this slow. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. F12 to open up the arrow UI. Yeah, G Polly, here, check this out. You want to see something cool? Hear the rocket right now, right? Here, let me mute the sound for a second. Pretty cool, huh? Is the game out? It's in early access right now, Dashing, but yeah, you can buy it if you want. Yeah, I know. So, I've been telling people this entire time, dude. Why would they put that in the game? Unless they were trying to optimize around multiplayer. So you could sit there and watch your buddies launch rockets up into space. Right? Right? Why would they even bother putting in something like a Doppler effect, right? Oh, yeah. Multiplayer infrastructure is already built into the game, fellas. Yeah, it's already there, which is pretty crazy to me. Oh man, that rocket looks so good, dude. This is the first rocket in KSP2 I'm like super freaking proud of. Number pad 2, Lunpod. Is there a cinematic cam? You know, I'm not sure. This is an i7 8700K, 4.8 gig per core, overclocked. You took what you learned from last night's stream and made a successful launch. Hell yeah, dude. See, this thing performs great. We don't have to worry about it flipping out. You don't have to worry about it freaking out. It doesn't flip over. Everything is just fine. It's perfect. That's what happens when you sit there and do your homework for a second. Is this the equivalent of real time? What? The equivalent of real time? Wouldn't real time be the equivalent of real time? Do the plumes expand as you go higher? Yeah, of course. Is the launch sped up? No, no. This is the simulation about as fast as it'll go right now. The launch is not sped up. Is this an H3 demo? No. Jonathan, it's awesome, dude. KSP2 soundtrack is fantastic. You're saying because of a lot of the negative comments are because of people's skill issues? Cosmic Craft, those are your words, not mine. But not everybody has 15,000 hours in KSP1, so. Skill issue. Now, the dirty little secret here is that the simulation is unoptimized. I don't give a frick how good of a computer you have. If it's an unoptimized, if it's unoptimized software, you're not going to get good performance. What I've been trying to hone in on is what makes the performance worse as opposed to better. Yep, that's pretty sweet. Yep, I don't hate that. Yep, that separation was pretty awesome. It was pretty coggers. Alright, now we're gonna see how well we can separate that big freaking fairing up there. This game needs a dynamic soundtrack. It has a dynamic soundtrack. See? That's right, Pop. Yep. Okay. Next big test here to see if we can pop that fairing off. In KSP 1, this sometimes just blows up the entire vehicle, so let's wait till we get just a little bit higher. I usually separate at 50 kilometers. Yeah, Pandu Paz, every planet has its own landing soundtrack, ambient soundtrack on the surface, ambient soundtrack on orbit, takeoff music, every planet, every celestial body, I should say. All right, here we go. Yeah, there's crash music too. If the game sees that you're approaching the ground too fast, it'll start playing tense music like. It's awesome, dude. Have you been to the moon? I've been to the moon, Minmus, Duna, Ike, and Kerbal, obviously. I'm trying to rebuild this rocket so we can do an Eve mission. That's why I need this big boy rocket. All right, here we go. Hey! How did we get the fairing to separate correctly? How did... The fairing worked like it should. Why was that different? I don't know. I have no idea, man. I don't know what we did. Save! Save, save, save! I maxed out the ejector force, Dunbell. Yeah, but that was like a perfect separation, dude. I told you, Kraken proof, man. You just gotta sit there, you gotta build it right. Kraken proof, son. That's how we roll. Probably a one-off. Catch, you shut up. Catch, you shut your dirty mouth. You shut your dirty mouth. Oh, wait for the sunrise, dudes. Wait for that sunrise. Come on, baby. Come on, give me the gash. Yeah, come on, now give me the gash. I don't understand the pitch down burn. I'm burning radial in to control my apogee height, fish. Yeah, we have the Delta V to do it. The other way to do this would be to just follow the AP and throttle your engines. But I'm trying to make sure my AP doesn't go too high. The apogee, I don't want it to go too high. Okay, stand by, press for Miko. I want to just get slightly before orbital here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Get that number. If we can get that number to positive 15 before we run out of fuel, we are good. Taco! You can use this taco fund money to feed the Kraken. Almost out. 103 by 43. That's good enough, dudes. Oh, that's real good. Real good. I mean, it's a little bit short of what we absolutely want. Holy balls, look at that. Just curious, what's my KSP1 played time? 15,000 plus. Broke. I stopped keeping track in 2018. Oh, dude, I played a lot of KSP, man. Play a lot of KSP. Look at that. Look at that. Look at what we can do. Isn't that cool? All those hours dicking around in the editor in KSP are paying off, man. Look at that. Did you play RSS? No, I actually played vanilla for the longest time. Yeah, played vanilla for a really long time, dude. This view's giving hope. Well said, man. It's pretty damn good, dude. Cover the sun with the rocket, quick. Dude, the music, the ambience is perfect. It's perfect. Here, I'm gonna get off the screen for a second. You guys, let's take a look. Oh, that's nice, dude. Have I ever tried RSS? I never tried it on stream, Inert. I've played it. Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, he gone. Sag. Dude, look at the mountains. Bottom of the screen, chat. Bottom of the screen. Look at the mountains right there. Look at the mountaintops, the way the sun casts a shadow on the mountaintops. You've got to be kidding me. Right there. You've got to be kidding me. Look at that. Oh. Come on, man. That's... KSP1 don't do that, that's for sure. Hashtag normal mapping. Rain, that's not normal mapping. That's the crazy part. I could go land in that stupid canyon. It's not normal mapping. We can go fly around. If I get a plane, we fly a plane over here, we can fly around in those stupid canyons. Ugh. It's so freaking cool. Yeah, Juno does do that. Juno. Dude, that just blows my freaking mind, man. That really activates my almonds. Oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah, that's right, Alessander. Mm-hmm. You like that one? All right, let's see if we can pop the payload. Ready? Does that work? Boop. Payload separation confirmed. Score. No, Rycross, I haven't given up on the Eve mission. The rockets weren't working with the Eve mission, and the transfer vehicle wasn't working either. So, I decided to take a little detour today and build a rocket that I know is going to work. Build something that's Kraken-proof. And that's what we've been testing. This thing right here will be flying our Eve missions. Or at least assembling the vehicles that will go to Eve. I have not given up on it. Hell no. I just needed a rocket that I know wasn't going to flip out, man. Remember we were dealing with the rocket the other day and I was flying it and it just wanted to flip every time, or something broke, or it turned into Skittles on the launch pad? This one won't do that. I decided to re-engineer that vehicle from the ground up today using Kerbal 1 build strategy. And applying my Kerbal 1 build doctrine to Kerbal 2 and putting this all together. This thing actually isn't fuel tanks. The fuel tanks are inside. This is actually fairings. This is how I build in KSP1. And I know that it's going to work because I've been messing with KSP2, and I know I'm kind of starting to get a good understanding of what makes KSP2 tick, right? So I decided to sit here, take a stream, and build a freaking launch vehicle that we can use. And we won't need to worry about attaching something to and it blowing up, or attaching something to it and it exploding on the launch pad, or flipping out during ascent. This thing will work. It'll work every time. There's a glitch, Ponzister, where a bunch of colorful dots shows up on your launch vehicle and it blows up on the launch pad. I call it the Skittles glitch. I think Doom sent me a video of it. Hold on. Oh, nope. It's not that video. That video is something else. That's a good video, but we'll talk about that one later. Some of you might know what that is. No, it looks like I X'd out of it. Scary's like, I know that vid. It's not a GT40, that's a NASCAR. Alex, yeah. A guy I know. A guy I know got to drive a NASCAR around a track and he recorded it. And that's the sound recording from it. And I'll tell you, that is a very nice noise. Yep. Okay. I repeatedly got Skittles from trying to attach a whittle to the smallest cubic strut. That long left with the high RPM decel had me feeling like Dale. Dude, you were wheeling the frick out of that car, man. I was sitting there watching it. I'm like, I don't even know what to say here, dude. I'm like, dude, this is dope. Yeah, this is the only good thing from GM. Yeah, they copied the Cleveland motor. What do you want? Anyway. Yeah, there's this glitch where basically a bunch of dots show up on the vehicle, and it basically just blows up on the launch pad. So, screw that. Alright, that was a pretty damn successful test. I'd say this vehicle is good to roll. Now what we gotta do is, what I want to do is build the transfer vehicle, but I'm going to build the transfer vehicle in the exact same craft file. Kerbal, Rud the Rainbow. I'm trying to basically just build something that works within the confines of what does and doesn't work in the video game right now. And this one seems to be working very nicely. I'm really happy with it. It's a little bit boggy off the pad though, but hey, whatever. Actually, Scary, did you see the Indy race, dude? The Indy race was awesome, actually. The Indy race was fantastic. Anybody that likes car racing, watch the St. Petersburg Indy car race from last weekend. It's a really good race. It's a great race. That Indy racing was so good, man. Oh, yes, proper overtaking. Yeah, you're not wrong. Scotty's a class act, though, dude. I like that guy a lot. That looks a lot like the JAXA rocket that failed yesterday. But JAXA had smaller boosters. It kind of does, dude. Yeah, that's kind of... This is supposed to be more... Alright, guys, what this rocket is supposed to look like is that. But we don't have 5-segment boosters. I tried to make it look like SLS, but it's not exactly SLS. This thing is more like direct. NASA Direct. Appliance Direct. So Direct, it was a competitor program to SLS, and they ended up choosing SLS. And this is basically what I'm building here. Mine's a little bit different though, because I think that fairing looks ridiculous. But we have basically shuttle 4-segment engines, right, with a smaller external tank and a payload fairing on top. Since you used fairings, are fuel tanks swappable depending on the payload? I could reconfigure it if we want, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, sure. Okay, but hear me out. Why don't we drift it too? I love refrigerators. I heard ULA is for sale. Yeah. So it's supposed to be... The closest rocket to this thing in real life is Direct. But, see, here's the thing. Direct has an inline engine section, like 3 engines in line, and I thought that looked stupid. I hate Direct's engine section. I love SLS's engine section. The 4 shuttle engines just look amazing. They look amazing to me. So, this is SLS's engine section on Direct's core with Direct's boosters, and then I have an SLS Block 2 fairing on top. So, this is like SLS and Direct combined into one vehicle. It's SL Rect. The Direct LS. Directalis. Directumless? Wait, what? No, you know what? Let's not call it that. It's kind of like if we took Ares 5 and Direct. So if you combine Ares and Direct, it's Erect. Crap, I did it again. Damn it. Let's just call it EJ Rocket 1. Yeah, let's just call it EJ Rocket 1. Deriz, yeah. I've made that joke on stream before, guys. So sorry. My bad. My bad. So you think Stage 2 will be needed with this guy? No, not really. Cosmic, I don't really need a third stage here, and the reason why we don't is because this is designed for building a transfer vehicle in low Earth orbit, right? It's not designed to go to the moon in one shot, Apollo style. That's the particular reason why I like Ares 5. That's the particular reason why I like Ares 5. Ares 5 could be used for that. You could use it to go to the moon if you really wanted to. Like it could have a transfer stage, right? A third stage and a lander on top. You could do that if you wanted to. But Ares 5 could also launch gigantor freaking components into space if you took that stage off of it and just put a payload fairing on top of it. Then you could launch monster pieces into space. Like this, which is what it was supposed to do. That's what Ares 5 was built for. That's what it's really optimized around. The Earth departure stage is only there for the lunar phase of the missions. After that, they would have taken that thing off, or just used it as an insertion stage to build that in space. No, it's not. No, it's not powerful enough to launch my mom into space, silly. Sorry. Yeah, that's right, Admiral. We need the piss back. Yep. So this thing would have been assembled in 3 components. You have your hab section up here. You have your center tank right here for the outbound trip. And then you have your secondary tank for the return trip. And then you got 3 Nerva engines out back. Cool thing about Copernicus, right? And NASA, this was on the books, guys. They got rid of it, which kind of sucks. We replaced it with SLS because we didn't have the money or something. I'm not getting into that. Nope, not touching that one. We're not touching that one with a 10-foot pole. We're going to stay over here and keep talking about the spaceflight architecture. The cool thing about Copernicus is that once, if you notice, it has RCS built into it right there. See it? Cool thing about the Copernicus, you see another RCS block right there. The thing was supposed to flip end over end and provide somewhat of an artificial gravity on the transit trip out to Mars. So this thing would have boosted to the way that it was going, right? It would have boosted, and then it would have turned 90 degrees and flipped like this and gone through space like that. Pretty cool, huh? What about a 20-foot pole? Well, what about a 6-meter pole? This is a fan-made render, I think. Yeah, and Orion is basically supposed to be the control system. The cool thing about the Orion capsule that not a lot of people know about is that Orion is designed to interface with whatever it docks to. Yes, you heard that right. In Kerbal, the Kerbal equivalent would be right-clicking on a pod and hitting the control from here button, right? Orion can do that in real life. You could attach it to, provided the station is designed for this, right? You could attach it to the station and it can control the systems on board the station from the capsule. And the cool thing about it is that part did not get scrapped. The Orion capsules, the multi-purpose crew vehicle that NASA uses right now, they retain that capability. Orion can interface with a bigger ship and become the ship's bridge. Literally saucer section stuff from Star Trek. It's just like that. Crazy, huh? Well, it's not as big as a saucer section. You get the idea. Oh, okay, silly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, that's really cool. They don't tell anybody that Orion can literally attach to another ship and take control of it. That's really freaking cool. But yeah, it's alright. Alright, anyway. So, now that the rocket is built, how about we design the transfer vehicle for it? Basically a second bridge for ships. Well, Stuart, it could be a second bridge or it could be the bridge. Why would you need a second one? Just interface Orion. Boom, there you go. So something like Copernicus, you don't need a centralized control system. Orion is the centralized control system because this thing ain't going anywhere without people on board. It's not going anywhere with people not in it, right? It's the battle bridge. Now, I bet you it has remote guidance systems on it, but if you want to control all the systems on board, yeah, there you go. That's how you do it. Pretty nuts, right? Did you study rocket science in school? No, G. Polly, I'm self-taught, man. Self-taught. Yeah, I read a lot about rockets. I have a very bad problem. But just don't tell anybody. Don't tell no one. How many times did they separate the saucer section in TNG? I have no idea. Alright, so let's start building out our transfer vehicle then. Does Remo know that you have a problem? Yeah. Alright, so... transfer vehicle, here we go. So I built the transfer vehicle out with a fairing, and then we built... Okay. I built that out like that. And then we needed our forward attachment docking port. I'm gonna redo how the forward port attaches, guys. And the reason why I'm gonna do that is because I think we had a physics-less part on top of this thing in the form of the structural adapter, the FLA-10. I'm pretty sure that's a physics-less part, and I know that the FLA-5 absolutely is. Actually, I'm not sure about the FLA-10. I forget. I don't know. That one might not be physics-less. Either way. You know what? Let's just use that. We don't need the extension piece. Just use that. That's how the other vehicle attached. Cool. Now, we don't need it pearl white like that. Go to here, go to part. There we go. Yeah. Taste the chrome! Sweet. Alright. So now what I need here is a cohog. We need the big fairing here because we need to get the hab truss segment. We go into here. They're in payload bays, I think. Yeah, we need to get the holders. There we go. I'm basically going to remake exactly what we had before. There's a monster freaking 5-meter docking port. There we go. And now we got to put the pieces together in here. So the first thing that we should do to make sure this thing is nice and strong is get a set of struts that go from the fairing. Oh, they can't attach to the docking port. Oh, no. Yeah, they won't attach. Okay. How would we do that? How would we do that? How would we do that? How would I fix this? An engine plate might be able to solve that problem. And now what we can do is we can run a strut here for the hab section. We can run a set of struts from there back to the engine plate. Like that. There we go. And that should hold that. Those struts are clamping all these together. It makes it nice and strong. All right, so this is the kind of basis for our hab module here. Now, what else did we put on this bad boy? We had solar panels on it. We had the biggest solar panels on us. Biggest Solaris panels. You know what? I think we'll do the solar panels in 4X this time. Because that looks cool. You don't really have to do that way, but... Alright, so what happens if we extend these things out? Alright, fine, jeez. Man, those solar panels look awesome. They're a rollout solar. That's awesome. So cool. Alright. So yeah, the base plate can be clipped in a little bit. And we can move these out like that. So if they rotate, yeah, they'll have clearance. Did you figure out how to build very strong? Yeah, RJ. Look at that thing. I built it like I build in Kerbal 1, dude. This is sheath tanks inside of a fairing. And that thing, yeah, it's pretty friggin' good, dude. Really, really strong. Doesn't really wiggle around too much. Yeah, I built this basically in KSP1 build manner. It's built with KSP1 doctrine, which is really cool. I'm really happy that it took. We've tested it, dude. The crazy thing is that I have this almost exact same craft file in KSP1. The one in KSP1 moves 81 tons into space just fine. This one moves 81 tons into space. It flies almost exactly the same, which is actually pretty cool.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Yep, the tuning fork and everything. Yep, see, I have a structural member right there that connects the SRBs together. Works exactly like the real one should. And it carries the load exactly the same. Hey, G-Core, 79 months. What's up, my brother? How you doing? That's the piece that I need right there. I'm good. What about you? Dude, I can't complain, man. I'm having a blast with this. So, G-Core, what I've been doing is basically going through, troubleshooting everything, and figuring out ways to beat the Kraken. This rocket, I will tell you, it's Kraken-proof. This thing, yeah, you're not going to have a problem with it. At least I don't think. I can say that with a pretty high degree of confidence. Now, don't get me wrong. If I gave somebody the craft file, they'd probably find a way to break it. But the way we're going to use it, yep. She works excellent. What is this software? Just now found Twitch, actually. Fazlura, this is a game called Kerbal Space Program. Kerbal Space Program is a video game where you build rockets. Like that one. Cool thing about Kerbal is that the simulation, when you go to launch this thing, it'll teach you a little bit about how real rockets fly. This isn't sci-fi. If you want to learn how a rocket actually, like a real rocket, gets up into space, Kerbal is a great teacher for it. It teaches you basic orbital mechanics and how orbits work, transfer orbits, going to the moon. Like, you have to know how Apollo went to the moon to get Kerbals, to get your Kerbals, which are the little green men that you fly around in the game. Nobody's in the VAB right now, but you have to know how, like, Apollo went to the moon to actually land your Kerbals on the moon and plant a flag. It's really cool. It's a great piece of software. Great piece of teaching equipment, dude. Do you need the tutorials, though, if you've never played a sim with orbital mechanics? I mean, Dunball, I didn't have any tutorial when I started playing KSV1, dude, so, I mean, take that for what it's worth. So many people in the forums, though, complaining, why can't I reach orbit? Yeah, refer them to my stream, man. I'll get these guys shored up. I'll get them launching up into space in no time, dude. I'm good at that. Getting into orbit is tough, dude. But there are also a lot of bugs in the game, dude. So I wouldn't discount the folks that are like, oh, I can't get into space. What the heck's up with this? I wouldn't discount them. They may be breaking the game. But I think there's a lot of people, there's a lot of folks out there that are saying, you know, I can't get into space. The game is broken. So, you know, like, I don't know. It's like kind of a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. This game is tough, man. It has a hard learning curve. It's not friendly to you, despite the cartoony characters that are in it. That's why I play it. That's why I enjoy it. Why won't that thing go down? There we go. This game is tough. Don't be fooled. It's a hard game. Are you using struts to replace auto strut? Yeah, RJ. Old school KSP building strategies, dude. That's what you have to do. So freaking cool. Yeah, it's got to be done that way. What's the old saying? KSP tricks you into learning rocket science? Yep, that's about right. Pretty much, man. I'm putting this on here this time, truck. I'm putting this on here this time so we have an airlock so Jeb and everybody can get out of the thing. They can EVA on the vehicle if they have to. I just got to make it look a little bit more like it's all one piece. There we go. Cool. Now let's go in here and let's run some struts. You know the old saying, Kerbal struts drive me nuts. Okay, cool. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a docking port down on the bottom here so we can attach another ship if we need to. I'm not going to attach a lander this time like we did before. That game didn't like that last time. But then again, that may have been the lander craft file. We don't know for sure. Who are you trying to kid? You're nuts when you started. Shut up. They don't, yeah, but they don't know that, man. I at least have to appear normal to the newer viewers, man. You're killing me, Bruce. You're killing me, man. Oh, you're breaking my balls here, Bruce. You're breaking my balls. So just, yeah, just struts. Sure. Perfect. I'm funny. Do I amuse you? Am I here to amuse you? What the frick is so frickin' funny about me? Alright, so we're gonna need a battery array. You know what? It might be cool to, like, have the batteries, like, on the side here. That's actually pretty killer. I'm not sure if that should be truck. Jeez. Don't drive into my transfer vehicle. Do you rotate the struts for looks or functionality? J-Nick, it's for looks, but it's not for the reason that you think. I rotate the struts for looks so I know that I placed that strut there, and I know that that's a finalized position for the strut. I know that if I go into the game and I see something like this, that strut is not finished. That's not supposed to be there. It's a good visual cue for me. That, and in Kerbal 1, I got into a habit of doing this because in KSP 1, sometimes KSP 1 would just run struts in all different directions randomly for you. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's why I do it. I do it as a visual cue. That strut wasn't in Sim? Oh, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Now, I know somebody else is going to ask in terms, well, why are you rotating it? Well, when you rotate it, if you align the strut placement with one of the three, like up, down, straight, left, right, straight, forward, and back, if you align it with one of the axes, I find that it's easier to do these strut placements, if that makes any sense. So this one should be in 4 times Sim because I rotated 45 degrees. And now, just flip that over. There we go. And now this whole thing, this whole assembly right here, is bolted front to back. RCS, I gotta put that in there. Otter, yeah. That's a good question though, J-Nick. Yeah, that's why I do it, dude. It's just a good visual indicator so I can kind of keep track of what's going on in my workspace. Because I'm talking to you guys like all the time. I want to make sure that we don't like screw it up too bad. You know? It's true. I'll put a short band antenna on this. Whatever you do, short band. Don't touch anybody. Don't touch anything. Okie dokie, Dr. Jones. I don't touch anything. Sorry. Temple of Doom? No? Yeah. Alright, cool. Sweet. Gotta say it again. Really admire how you play this game. I've had a lot of time to hone my craft, dude. But yeah, thanks. I appreciate it, Nick. Right on, man. This is what I do. I've been doing this for a decade. I've been coming to the same party for the last 10 years. And that is in no way sad. All right. Oh, I see it. Left-right struts went big X-ray mode. So... Thank you. Thank you for noticing. I'm starting to miss it. So, that means I'm starting to get tired, dudes. It's been a weird day for me. But I want to finish at least this part of the transfer vehicle. So if we attach plate first, it still screws it up. So what happens if we go hab module? That's just silly. Alright, fine. I'll do this manually. I knew it. God, I'm accelerating. EJ's going in manually. Oh, mirror sim works. It's because mirror sim is god tier. We'll just use double mirror sim. Whatever. That's actually easier. Sweet. I remember when you used to work at Best Buy. Yep. 2015. I walked out of Best Buy September 19th, 2015. I haven't worked a real job since. I made way more money doing this than I did at Best Buy, that's for sure. Yep. Oh yeah, that's a fact. Enough money to buy a house. Oh, crap. You know what, Shortline? When you put it like that, yeah, you're not wrong, dude. Yeah, no, that's, yeah, you... That's right. Wow. Well, that's pretty cool. Alright. Sweet. I'm an old Best Buy guy, too. I worked for Dealtree in 2008, 2011. Cool. Stay put Nick still needs to be node attached. I'm doing it. Wait, a house came with the garage? Yeah. I'm doing it, chat. We're doing it. Oh, wait. That's Marvin's. That's the back of Marvin. There we go. There's the front. How's home ownership treating you? Yeah, it's good, man. Everything's good. I can't complain. That looks kind of weird having Marvin there. Maybe we should move him somewhere else. Yeah, Marvin doesn't want to ride out up in front. He wants to chill in the back here. There we go. See? See, look at how happy he is. You know what? We can save parts here by getting rid of that panel. We don't need that. Marvin can just chill on top of this connector. Perfect. See? Look at how happy he is. When did you buy? We bought in June, Apollo. Right? We locked in a lower rate right before the Fed jacked the rates, dude. We got lucky. We still have a low rate. Like, it was like literally the last week we could have done it, dude. Before it would have been a bad problem. Yeah, we really lucked out, man. Yeah, yeah. Good stuff, right? And I have a freaking huge freaking garage. Dude, I love it. Owning a home is kick-ass, man. Like, it's as awesome as you think it is. Maybe we don't need a fuel cell that's that big. Oh, wow. Chill. We're not at 1.6, dude, but yeah, that's good. Real good. Good for you, man. Now, I know what you guys are asking. Why are you putting fuel cells with the solar panels? Isn't that kind of redundant? Well, I like having the ability to do either of those things. If we ever... I want this transfer vehicle to be useful in more ways than one. If we ever take this thing out to ELU or Joule or something, fuel cells will be needed for generating power more than the solar panels would. And also, what I'm going to do for this is because we had so much trouble maneuvering that stupid thing around, I'm going to put vernier thrusters on this instead. So we're going to need to have fuel tanks. They don't need to be incredibly big fuel tanks, but we do need them. So I'm wondering if we can do something like this. That looks weird. Isn't there an issue with verniers? If you attach them to each other because they're physics-less parts, Aqualex, then yes. Otherwise, unless anybody else can comment, I don't think so. What are we constructing? I'm redoing the transfer vehicle, Shut. Yo, Shut, check this out. So I'm redoing the transfer vehicle. You've probably seen this thing before, but look. I decided to go full ham. I was sick of the Kraken bugging out my vehicles too much, and I wasn't sure why. So I rebuilt the vehicle in the same way that I built stuff. Same way I built this thing, HLV, in KSP1. I used KSP1 building strats. Those are fairings with fuel tanks inside with the proportioned fuel load, like I did the shuttle tank and stuff. And obviously we don't have the thrust curves from the SRBs, but it still flies. But yeah, I decided to go in here and build a rocket and make the damn thing Kraken proof because I was sick of it. I was sick of my rockets freaking out. It was really annoying. And I didn't know whether it was the rocket craft file or the transfer vehicle, so I'm building everything in one big file here, and then we'll just throw it all together. So we don't have to worry about copying and pasting or anything. And yeah, we'll go from there. Yeah, that looks like a good spot for those tanks. Cool. You'd want the fuel tanks to be relatively near the fuel cells. And obviously we need vernier. We need the verniers here. So I wish I could see center of mass on this assembly. I'm honestly afraid to set that vehicle as primary vehicle, and not this one. I'm not really sure what that feature is going to do. So I'm just going to rename another workspace as a backup and call it HLV Prime. And now we're going to load HLV and payloads up here. Yeah, we gotta get Marvin. We gotta get Marvin working. You're a big file. Why? All right, so there's a feature that you can do. See that how there's a green flag over this one, and how there's a different, like a whitish flag over here? If I select that, that becomes our primary vehicle. I'm not sure if flipping between this and this will break this thing, which is why I just backed it up, just to be absolutely sure. The reason why I need that is we need the center of mass. I need the center of mass so I can put the fuel tanks in. And it's interesting because the center of mass is exactly where I want it to be. That's really cool, actually. Stuff like this, though, that thing doesn't need monoprop. It does not need torque. I don't want the torque enabled on that. Yeah, there we go. Cool. That's actually pretty damn close to exactly where I need it. That's good. We can... Wicked. Yeah, and Marvin's chilling on it. We can... Now that this is the prime file, we can light enabled. Yeah. There we go. Marvin is my probe core. He's got eyes. See that? Isn't that cool? Alright, the center of mass is actually a little bit off, so Let's go. That's good. That's close enough. Perfect. That'll work just fine. Alright, so now let's go in here like this. Now we're gonna need fuel. We're gonna need fuel packs here. Ideally, I'd want to put fuel tanks here and here for the verniers, because I have a feeling we're going to use a lot of fuel, because we used a lot of monoprop. Maybe what we should do is just go with the side mount tanks. Side mounted on the coupler. Like that. That probably would do us right, I think. When do you think you'll launch this? Reaper, if we're not launching it today, dude, this payload should happen tomorrow. Like, I'm not going to spend too much time engineering the vehicle. The vehicle's good to go. She's good. You know what? Let's mark the tank as orange. Screw that. Let's do it. Orange tanks. Yes! It's orange. Does an asymmetric payload need some kind of weight balance, or can you just throw anything inside the fairings? Oh, yeah, Fadiga, you need to balance. Oh yeah, doesn't matter. Yeah, if you're heavy on one side, hopefully you have the thrust vector control to be able to make it work. The rockets won't go very far if your center of thrust is not lined up with your center of mass. It doesn't go very far that way. Let's see, I'm going to attach it to that, and then I'm going to make it look like it's hung out on the truss segment up here. I think that looks good. Score. Oh, we're clipping the strut right there. All right, hang on. We gotta move these struts in. Gotta move them in as much as we can, so it clears. Oh shoot. Does that look like the tank is too involved? Yeah, it does. Alright, yeah, move these back out to the ends. That is structurally clamping everything together. That's why I can't really move it. We'll just make it look like it's near it, and then we'll call it a day. See, now that one needs to go in a little bit. There we go. So... what we can do to make sure this thing looks like it's held together. Oh, it really only wants you to attach stuff on the outside, huh? Well, too bad. Too bad! That is one thing I do like about Kerbal 2's editor. You could just click where you want the strut to attach, and then, you know, put the strut back in to make it look better. Yeah, Kerbal wouldn't have been able to do that. Kerbal 1 wouldn't have run that strut. It would have broken. Alright, cool. So now, what I'll do is we're going to go in here like this, and then I'll place my vernier thrusters. Vernier are RCS that use liquid fuel and oxidizer. What were you calling it before? I was calling it a flurbo. Yeah, I don't like that. How do you do the fluent precise move? Hold left alt, dude. Hold. Oh, you're talking. Are you talking about camera controls? Because Janik, if you hold left alt, you have really, really fine control. Other than that, hit 2 on your keyboard, not 2 on the number pad. 2 on the number pad will mute the sound. Hit 2 on the keyboard below the F2 key, and then you bring up the transform. And see, I'll put these thrusters together like this, and I'll make it look like a thruster block. And see, the fuel tanks and my thrusters are all lined up on the center of mass. So these thrusters will be used to translate this section. So I could fly it around. That's left, right, up and down right there. And now what we got to do is I need a forward and a back thruster. So problem is the forward and the back thrusters look kind of stupid, but I look at these thruster blocks and all I see is portal 2 turrets or portal turrets. Target lost. Are you still there? I'm different. Target lost. That's all I see, dude. It's just portal turrets. Look at this one, chat. This is art. If you feel stressed out in the face of overcoming death, smooth jazz will be deployed in 3, 2, 1. Are you still there? Target lost. Chat, you might just have a very, very, very minor case of severe brain damage. But don't think about it, because you won't. Just to make sure that you're in perfect cognitive function, I'm just going to have to ask you to say apple. Just say apple, chat. Just say apple. Oh, you said it. Perfect. Oh, no, no, you're jumping. Now what you're doing is jumping. Good enough. Banana! Banana! All right, so these are going to be our rotational thrusters here. Nice. Bapple jumps. What you're doing is jumping. Now that's what you're doing is jumping there. Cucumber. What? You know what? The battery bank doesn't make sense being right there. Let's put it over here. Even though that did kind of look cool. That looks good too. Say apple. A-double-P-L-E. Yeah, you know what? I don't know if that's going to work. Just leave it. Okay. Cool. Now, this is where I would put the radiators if we had them, but put some lights in there. And then we'll put some lights on the back there. That's something that I noticed when we were traveling through not interstellar space, when we were traveling, why can't I English right now? When we were traveling out near the sun, yeah, there's no shine, so the backside of something that's out near the sun is going to be really dark, so that's why I put lights on this thing. Actually, that's probably not the right light that we want, per se. That's not the right light that we want, per se. Oh, cool. It looks like it belongs there. That's neat. Is it true you can land on the sun? Yeah, J-Nick, I did it. We landed on the sun. Well, at least we got close to it. And then the vehicle int after that. But yeah, we did it, dude. Mm. Yeah, I landed on the sun with the Kraken drive. Cool. All right, dudes. You know, it's getting up to 10 o'clock. And, yeah. I didn't stream a full 10 today. I'm not happy about that, but, so tomorrow, dudes, I'm going to finish up the transfer vehicle. We just need the center section, which actually shouldn't be too big of a deal. The center section is not going to be difficult to make. Actually, you know what? We'll just kind of piece it together real quick. I'll just throw together a mock-up here, and then we'll really go through all of it tomorrow. That's what this thing should look like here. And, yeah. That's just gonna clip in there. We gotta make sure we run those struts so that motor doesn't drift around. That's the swerve engine, nuclear power. Looking pretty swervy. Actually, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it right now so I don't forget. All right, cool. There's a mock-up of the transfer vehicle. Perfect. All right, let's save this. Let's save this, and then, yeah. I'll continue working on this tomorrow. Sorry about the short stream today, guys. I had a little bit of problems with my back. We will continue soon, and we will get that damn Eve transfer. I will, if it has to be a flyby, it has to be a damn flyby. I don't care. I want to get there and at least circularize around it so I can see the damn thing. Maybe deploy a small probe or something. I don't know. We'll finish up the transfer vehicle, then we'll go from there. You're leaving? I'm trying not to go too crazy, peep. Believe it or not, I'm actually trying to limit my playtime. This is going to sound pathetic. I'm trying to limit my playtime, limit the streams to about 10 hours, because I know myself. I know good and well I will sit here and design this stupid transfer vehicle all night if I'm not careful. And I'm trying at least a little bit to not screw up my sleep schedule. I'm trying to meter it as best as I can. I know myself. I know I would, dude, I could sit here and design the whole damn thing tonight. And that would be great. But why would I want to do that? You know, like, first of all, you guys, people have to go to sleep, right? It'd be better to design it during the day tomorrow when everybody's awake. Second of all, I will totally screw my sleep schedule if I don't. And I'm actually on somewhat of a normal sleep schedule. I've readjusted from freaking Amsterdam because that screwed me up pretty bad. I'm not even kidding. It's so bad, dude. It screwed me up. But, yeah. We'll get that transfer vehicle all figured out. And then put that thing in the fairing. Send it, dude. It'll be pretty fun. You want me to raid Racing Pro? Oh. I mean, alright. I can do that, I guess. So, anyway. Are we watching the Relativity launch? Oh, yes! We got a rocket launch at 1 tomorrow. Yeah. We'll start with Relativity coverage. So I can bring people up to speed with what Terran 1 is and how it works. And then after that, we'll continue our Eve missions. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Dinkelberg guided the raid to Racing Pro. What's Racing Pro doing right now, if you don't mind me asking? He's playing Wreckfest. Alright, let's go see what... Go raid Racing Pro, guys. He's playing Wreckfest, and I will... Racing Pro's a good buddy of mine that, well, I race with. I play GTA with. He's a good dude. Go give him a raid, guys, and I will see you guys all tomorrow at noontime. We got the Terran 1 launch, and then we'll continue building out this Eve mission. We're going to get it to Eve by the end of the week. We'll crack in it there. If we have to crack in it there, we have to crack in it there. I refuse to be deterred by Kerbal and its infinite amount of struts. Bugs. I'm going to strut things a lot. That's where my brain was going with that. Infinite amount of struts. No, more struts are always better, right? Duh. I refuse to be deterred. We will continue on. Boats against the current. Right? Okay. Wait, why didn't the raid command go? Raid? The raid isn't... I said, go see what Racing Pro's up to, and I'll see you guys then. I gotta see if the damn raid command is working. Raid Racing _ Pro. Go. Why? I just want my stupid host command back. Use /raid. Ah, thanks, dickhead. I mean, hi. Yeah, I know. Raid /raid Racing _ Pro. Oh, there it goes. Oh, finally. That's great. Yes, we did it. All right. Go raid him. There you go, dickhead. Why did it only work after you came in here and said it? That's, you know what, Foncha? That's bullcrap, dude. That is bullcrap. I swear that thing wasn't working. I typed in the same thing. You came in and say do it. I typed in the same thing again and then it worked. This is horse crap. Go to bed. Go watch Racing Pro.